Sword Art Online, Progressive, 004, Scherzo of Deep Night, written by Reki Kawahara, illustrations by Abec, design by PP, read by Mae Zurita. Fifth Floor of Aincrad, December 2022. 1. I never expected this day to come, thought Asuna, the level 16 fencer, as she held up her chivalric rapier +5 in a mid-level stance. 16 feet ahead, a swordsman with black hair and black coat was doing the same with his sword. His stance looked lazy and relaxed, but the sharp point of the blade stayed utterly still, gleaming coldly as it absorbed Asuna's gaze. They were facing each other within a square, surrounded by mossy ancient ruins. The area was silent, with no hint of player or monster alike. The light coming through the outer aperture of the floating castle was weak, closing toward the dark purple twilight by moment by moment. Today, the 52nd day since the official start of Sword Art Online, the game of death in which the loss of a player's avatar ended the life of the player. In the real world, it was December 28th, 2022. In 4 more days, a new year would arrive, assuming they lived to see it. I'll survive until next year. When she first ventured out into the wilderness, she'd never even considered that possibility. She had taken store-bought rapiers, not bothered to do maintenance on them, hadn't even realized that was possible in fact, and used them up as she fought relentlessly against the countless monsters, resigned to eventually battle at Yofel Castle on the 4th floor against forest elf soldiers who looked just like any player. Even that experience had not been as frightening as this. How can fighting another player be so different from that? Is it because I'm fighting against Kirito? The tip of the chivalric rapier she held wavered. Kirito didn't miss his chance, lunging forward on his left leg. The elvish sword was no longer held lazily, but dead still at eye level. He would either unleash a propulsive normal attack or a leaping sword skill. She had to guess which one and react ahead of time, but her rapier wouldn't stop trembling. No. Another rasping groan escaped her quavering lips before she realized it. No, I don't want to do this. She held down her misbehaving right hand with her left, pushing it toward the ground. Her eyes left Kirito's face and settled on the stone below, indigo in the darkness. She knew it was childish reaction, and there was no guarantee that Kirito would stop, but Asuna kept her face stubbornly pointed down. With time came the sound of boots scraping on stone. Next, the sound of blades slicing air, the light ting of metal. When she looked up again, Kirito had returned his longsword to the sheath on his back and was throwing up his hands in exasperation. So you've changed your mind, he said, with a wry smile, checking on the dual timer in the upper half of his vision. You were the one who asked for a PvP lesson, Asuna. 5 minutes later, Kirito had started up a little campfire in the corner of the ruins that had been their dueling area. He pulled an iron kettle out of his inventory and set some water to boil. To her surprise, he even had the branches to burn for a fire. When did you pick up those? She asked. Here and there on the 3rd and 4th floors, he replied, smug for some reason. He pulled one of the lit sticks out of the fire. See how the color of the flame is a bit different from your average fire? Now that he mentioned it, the flame was glowing on the tip of the branch, looked a bit greenish. This is a harvesting item called fossil wood branch. They burn a lot longer than typical dead branches. I spotted them while walking around the lower floors, so I picked some up just in case. After all, he paused, and gestured with the branch at the stone ruins around them. The 5th floor is a floor of ruins. There are very few trees here, so it won't be easy to come across these supplies. Oh, if you would have told me, I would have picked up a few of those too, Asuna said, which earned a skeptical smile from Kirito. I don't know about that. You can only find fossil wood half buried in damp soil. I have a hard time imagining the fedacious Asuna placing such muddy item in her storage. I wouldn't mind that. It's just a digital storage place, so it's not like the other items would get mud on them. Also, when you pull them out of the ground, they sometimes have gross bugs on them. So Asuna widened the distance between herself and the flaming stick in Kirito's hand. The swordsman returned it to the campfire with a hearty laugh. By that time, white steam was issuing from the kettle. So Kirito poured the boiling water into the already packed teapot, waited 15 seconds, then poured the liquid into 2 cups. Here. She took the cup, thanked him, then breathed in its scent. She bought those leaves in Novella, the main city of the 4th floor. They smelled somewhat like a fruit-flavored rooibos tea. With her arm around her knees, she took a sip of the hot liquid and sighed contentedly. The last bit of sunlight was gone now, and the area was covered in blue darkness. On the lower floors, the moonlight shining in through the outer aperture of Einkrad provided a little illumination to go by. But here on the 5th floor, there was hardly any light at all. If it weren't for the campfire, Kirito would just be a black silhouette beside her. Yesterday, they'd gone from the exit of the spiral staircase straight to the main town. By the time the night had fallen, they were resting at an inn. All day, they were busy fulfilling quests, so she hadn't realized that the night was so dark here outside the town. As a solo player by trade, Kirito had the search skill, so he would warn her if a monster or something dangerous was approaching. But she couldn't stop her mind from imagining something lurking out there in the darkness, beyond the stone walls that surrounded the ruined square. Asuna unconsciously slid her rear an inch and 3/4 closer to Kirito, then mumbled, "I'm sorry about earlier." Huh? For what? She was expecting that response and immediately continued. For quitting the duel that I asked you for in the first place. Oh. Well, look, I don't mind at all. Kirito took a huge swig of tea, then grimaced at the heat. He glanced over at her. Just seems a bit rare for you to give up on something you started. She nodded and rested her chin on her knees as she hugged them with her left arm. It's just wasn't quite what I imagined. This duel, but it's not really a duel because it was in the, what did you call it? First strike mode? So the first clean hit wins and it's basically safe. I thought it would be more like a match? A sports competition? But Asuna's mouth worked soundlessly as she tried to come up with the words to describe the fear that snuck into her heart when the blade matched blade. But before she could succeed, Kirito muttered, "There's at least one major difference between SAO duels and real-life sporting matches." She glanced over at the swordsman in the black coat sitting crossed-legged in the stone. His eyes, blacker than the darkness, were looking into the fire. They were slightly narrowed, staring back into distant memories. I think it's the motive for fighting. In sports, even in competitive fighting, it's victory you're hoping to gain, right? The desire to win becomes a huge source of energy. On the surface, duels in this game are a lot like sports. When players of about the same level and gear fight on first strike finish mode, there's absolutely no fear of HP dropping to a dangerous amount. But as Kirito trailed off, the piece of fossil wood popped and burst. A shower of red sparks shot up, melted into the darkness. Asuna traced the hilt of the chivalric rapier equipped on her left hip and picked up where Kirito had left off. But we're not using bats or rackets or even bamboo shinai swords. They're real steel. Sure, they're digital lines of code, but if they touch your opponent, they take away real life. Exactly. The more serious you take the duel, the less it becomes about seizing simple victory. Those who have no fear of slashing their opponents with steel weapons and taking their HP, those who must purely follow their purpose of killing their foe, will get the closest to victory. At its core, dueling is not a sport here. It's just bloodshed for the sake of survival. Winning has nothing to do with it. As those last words left my lips, Asuna felt a shiver run through her body. She recognized it as a very sensation that had foiled her hand earlier in that attempted duel. "I don't want to have to fight to the death with you, Kirito," she blurted out, then hastily clamped her mouth shut. He didn't tease her, though. "Yeah, me too. I don't want to do that with you either, even if it was just a first strike finish duel." She looked over in mild surprise and saw that Kirito was looking at her too, his black eyes reflecting the orange light of the campfire. Her temporary partner continued, "But I still think you ought to have some experience with dueling, with PvP, before we start tackling this floor in earnest." She stared back at him, unsure how to respond. Their aborted attempt at a duel was Asuna's idea, but that idea had come from something Kirito had said the previous evening as they climbed the spiral staircase to this floor. After they defeated Waithigi the Hippocampus, boss of the fourth floor, with the help of Kismel the Dark Elf Knight and Viscount Yoflis, Asuna and Kirito had left the members of the other guilds back in the chamber and continued up the spiral staircase to the fifth floor. The wall of the staircase hall was carved, as was customary with reliefs that symbolized the landscape and sights of the new floor, but most striking and memorable was the one on the large door of the top of every staircase. The relief was of a large ancient castle. It was not an elegant manor like Yofil Castle standing in the middle of a lake, but a heavy, imposing fortress. As he looked up at carving, Kirito sighed and said, "Looks like the basic terrain is the same as it was in the beta test." Asuna had asked him what kind of terrain that was, and he shrugged and explained, "Ruins, maybe 30% of the map is natural ground and the rest is all maze-like ruins," meaning the entire 6-mile across terrain was one huge dungeon. In a way, and it's really dark, there was a lot of PKing going on in here in the beta. PKing, player killing, and one of player killed was a PKer. She was familiar with that as a gaming term. Kirito had once said he wanted to buy the hooded cape she wore to hide his face in town. When she'd pointed out that he could just as easily wear a burlap sack over his head, he replied that he would be mistaken for a PKer if he did that. At the time, it was light-hearted, silly conversation, so Asuna had essentially ignored and then forgotten the term. After all, there would never be PKing in Aincrad in its current state. Every player's wish was to escape the virtual world, and attacking, or God forbid, actually killing another player would only set the progress through the game back. That was how Asuna always saw things, and assumed she shared that opinion with Kirito. But when he'd mentioned the term PK in front of the door to the 5th floor, there was a firmness to his expression she'd never seen before. It had looked as if he was certain that the 5th floor and its ruins would be home to rampant PKing in the new deadly SAO, just as it was in the beta. The more she saw that look on his face, the more Asuna was convinced that after they activated the town portal and restocked their items, she should ask for a lesson of the basics of PvP combat. Their first attempt at a duel had reached a premature, pathetic end, and Asuna wasn't in the mood to try again very soon. So, as she sipped the sweet-smelling tea, she asked, "Kirito, do you really think there will be PKers on this floor?" He replied, swirling his tea in his cup. He stopped abruptly and looked at her. "Do you remember the player I dueled on the 3rd floor, near the forest elf camp?" "Yes, his name was Morche, right? The one who was plotting something because he was secretly part of both Lin's and Dragon Knight's brigade and Gabao's Einkrad Liberation Squad?" Kirito had told her about him just before the battle against the boss on the 3rd floor. It was a very intriguing and troubling story, and Asuna had briefly spotted the man himself in the Spider Queen's cave, so she'd been on the lookout for him on the 4th floor. That signature metal coif had never appeared, though. Her partner nodded and returned his gaze to the fire. There was an unusual tension to his features. "Morche challenged me to a half-finished duel, whittled my HP down to just above half, and tried to hit me with his axe for massive damage. If he'd been successful, he would have wiped out all of my HP and killed me. And having won a duel fair and square, he wouldn't have become an orange player. That would make it just as legal as a PK method as a monster PK, a dual PK. I guess. I'm amazed he thought of that." "Don't start being impressed with him," Asuna snapped. The swordsman wore a strained smile and agreed. His expression was serious again, and Kirito murmured, "The problem is why Morche would do such a thing. Based on the way he showed up, I don't think he's a pleasure PKer doing it for fun. The reason he challenged me to that duel was because he wanted to prevent me from completing the quest of the Forest Elf camp. And while I was held up, the DKB and ALS were closing in on the same camp for different quest lines. He wanted them to have a showdown fight." "Yeah," Asuna murmured, recalling the event. "When Kismil and I raced to the camp, it looked like they were ready to draw weapons at any second. If she hadn't stopped it then and there, the whole front line group could have fallen apart. But even if he succeeded, how would that help Morche? What could he have possibly gained that would be worth a month worth delay in beating the game and obtaining everyone's freedom?" She asked it mostly to herself, but Kirito was contemplating the very same question. The DKB and ALS were so large that they represented nearly the entirety of the game's most advanced players. All the last attack bonuses from the bosses had been seized by the swordsman in black sitting beside Asuna, but at this point, it was essentially impossible to beat the Labyrinth Tower without those two guilds. A motive to make the two guilds fight. Ordinarily, a good reason would be to ride in during the chaos of the squabble and seize control of both guilds, taking command of leadership, in short, for glory, or perhaps looting the money and gear off those players who died in battle, for personal gain. But was it possible that one's lust for glory and riches could override their desire to survive? No matter how lofty your position in this world, no matter how many coal you earned, or how much elite gear you've equipped, it would all be worthless if you just lost in a fight just once, be it monster or player. you would simply die in this electronic prison and never return to the real world, something that didn't add up to Morche's motives. It looked like he was trying to interfere with the efforts to clear the game, but no one should actually think that way, especially if they were risking death by leaving the safety of town and venturing into the dangerous wilderness. Asuna's reason for fighting in the danger zone was, as one of the game's top players, was to someday escape this floating fortress. She would return to the real world and get back to her old life and forget all the fear and sadness she'd experienced here. Without realizing it, she glanced to her right. Her black-haired temporary partner was gazing into the crackling campfire. The way he was lost in thought removed his usual tense demeanor and actually made him look quite young. Escaping this world, that would mean... She forced herself to stop mid-thought and straightened her head with considerable willpower. Her eyes settled on the strange greenish fire surrounding the fossil wood branch. Compared to real fire, there was a touch of artificiality in the way that the tips of the flames moved. But it was real enough for Asuna, and beautiful too. Yes, the world they lived in was a cruel prison, but at times it could also be breathtakingly gorgeous. The city of the first floor, the plains of the second, the forest of the third, and the canals of the fourth. And the entire reason she was able to appreciate these things was due to the influence of the partner sitting beside her. She was struggling to keep her mind off that fact by pondering Morche's motives further, when Kirito broke his long silence to consider. Maybe Morche isn't the same kind of player as us, in the truest sense. Huh? What do you mean? Again, she looked at Kirito, who was still gazing intently into the campfire. If you assume that his motive in interfering with our forward progression itself is an act of sabotage directed by whoever's running this game of death, it does kind of make sense. Sabotage? You're saying he's working with Akihito Kayaba? Yeah, Kirito confirmed. However, he quickly shook his head. But even still, it doesn't add up. It would be one thing if we were just about to finish the game, but this guy started his activities when we were on the 3rd floor, out of 100. It's just too early. No, wait. Kirito's eyes suddenly gleamed. Right now! Huh? What? Asuna exclaimed, bolting upright at the same moment that Kirito drew his sword. The sharp tip of the elven stout sword traced a silver line in the darkness. He pierced the campfire with a thrust that was nearly as quick as Asuna's fencing. As she was watching in bewilderment, a huge storm of sparks floated into the night sky. When he pulled the sword back, something was speared on its tip. It was cooked to a light crisp, emitting a savory white steam. A baked yam. Kirito? Yep. When you were staring intently into the fire like that? Yep. Was it just to monitor how well the yam was cooking? You bet, he answered, straight-faced. In response, she wavered between yelling at him or punching him. But before she could put either plan into action, Kirito pulled the tip of the sweet potato and placed the sword in the sheath over his back. He tossed the hot potato from hand to hand and eventually split it into 2 halves. Another burst of steam issued forth, along with the sweet, fragrant scent. Here, he offered her 1 half. Given that 6 hours had passed since lunch, she decided she was generous enough to shelve her anger for now. The hot baked yam was not quite the same as a real sweet potato in color and texture, but it was still delicious. Asuna took a bite and let the soft filling melt like cream in her mouth, and the flavor rich and sweet. After a second bite, then a third, she took a drink of tea and sighed in contentment, and finally asked, "When did you buy this? I don't remember us stopping by a grocer." Kirito murmured and said evasively, I didn't buy them. So where did they come from? Don't tell me you picked this up off the ground on the third floor forest too. No way. These yams are B-level food ingredients. You can't just find them on the low floors like this one. So you got them from someone? I suppose you could say it like that, in a general sense. This is a drop from the half-fish, half-human looking monster on the fourth floor labyrinth. The unexpected answer left a loss for how to respond. If he'd said that it was a half-fish man meat, she would have had to throw it directly in his face. But a former possession seemed just safe enough to be acceptable. She took another bite quickly before asking her fourth question. Why would a half-fish man drop sweet potatoes? She was counting on one of his usual wry, slippery jokes, but was disappointed. He groaned, then hummed for 3 seconds, and set down the half-eaten baked potato. He returned her question with another one. Do you know where Satsuma sweet potatoes come from? Huh? Well, Satsuma was the old name for Kagoshima, right? I feel like I learned this in school. Somewhere named Aoki Kanyo brought the seeds from Satsuma province. Once she finished answering, she realized with the start that she nearly admitted she had been in middle school back in real life. She'd hardly ever talked to Kirito about life out there. Never, in fact. This was probably the second time ever. Kirito didn't seem to think much of the revelation. Yeah, to be precise, they first came over from Okinawa, but that's only in Japan. What I mean is, where were the first cultivated in the entire world? The world? She asked, slightly relieved. I think I heard that potatoes were originally from Latin America? Correct. Huh? Sweet potatoes originate from around there. Technically, potatoes were cultivated in the highlands of South and Central America, while sweet potatoes were raised in the lowlands around the coast. Oh. She popped the last piece into her mouth, savored the flavor, then brought the topic back around by asking, what does that have to do with fishmen? Well, this is just me trying to force the connection to place, he replied with a grin. He tossed the last piece of his baked potato up in the air and caught it in his mouth. But in the mythology of the Aztecs, the world has collapsed 4 times already. In the first world, people were eaten by packs of jaguars. In the second, people were turned into monkeys. In the third, they turned into birds. And in the last world, they were turned into fish. And the people who were turned into fish were the ones fighting us on the 4th floor labyrinth? She responded, skeptically. Kirito laughed good-naturedly. Maybe, maybe not. But remember what Kismel said? The various floors of Aincrad were separated from the earth long ago and rose into the sky. There were elves and kobolds and minotaurs in those sections. Who's to say there couldn't have been a monster from Aztec legends? What I want to know is... Asuna paused while she finished the tea in her teacup, then looked at him with both exasperation and admiration. How do you know so much about Aztec legends and the origin of sweet potatoes? Ah, he hedged, and she realized what she had done. She'd gone beyond the proper bounds of this world again. But her temporary partner only glanced at her briefly. The place I lived, on the other side, was famous for growing sweet potatoes. When I was in elementary school, I did my summer vacation report on the history of sweet potatoes. Funny how I still remember that stuff. Oh, she mumbled, keeping her face straight while her brain worked away furiously at a new subroutine. If it was famous for sweet potatoes, that meant it either was Kagoshima or Ibaraki, but Kirito's vocabulary and intonation were hardly different from Asuna's Tokyo Japanese, so it could be some area around Tokyo famous for sweet potatoes, but did such a place exist? If anything was likely, it would be Chiba or Saitama, perhaps the west of Tokyo. If she had a real-life phone, she could do a search instantly. After a half second of this rapid thought process, she closed her eyes and cut it short. If the game of death was ever beaten, everything in this world would vanish, all the equipment, items, and personal connections. She didn't want that to be a bad thing. It would make her lose sight of her reason to keep pushing onward. "Thanks for the potato and the potato facts," she said, clapping her hands to drive that lingering thought from her mind. "Now, as for Morche." Right. Kirito said, blinking and getting his mind back into the important topic at hand. "We were wondering if Morche was working with Akihito Kayaba or not. Well, I know I brought it up, but I don't think it's likely. Morche's just an exception to the rule for now. A player working off the motives that don't line up with our logic or reason. That's how we should see him, for now. There's just one thing that bothers me." He paused, his eyes staring sharply into the quiet blaze of the campfire. This time, he did not pull out another set of potatoes. "We've already heard a similar story." "Huh?" she blurted out, then remembered. "Oh, from Neza!" Asuna held her breath until Kirito silently nodded. They'd met the player blacksmith Neza on the second floor. He'd used the quick change mod to secretly steal her wind florette, a choice forced upon him by his guild, the Legend Braves. But the trick in question wasn't his own idea. The man who spoke to them in the bar and taught them the trick to that scam for free, the one in the black poncho, Kirito went on, voice low. I think his true goal for Neza to be judged by the rest of the top players. If it weren't for the rest of the Braves getting down on the hands and knees to beg for forgiveness in the second floor boss fight, they might have executed Neza. In a way, that would be PKing, carefully toying with the thoughts of various players, guiding them into ultimately killing each other. You might call it provocation PK. Asuna felt her features twist at the ugly nastiness of the idea. Monster PKing, MPK, and dual PKing, DPK, were bad enough, but they also involved amount of risk on the part of the person attempting it. In constructing an MPK, any mistake might cause the monster to attack the PKer, and in a DPK, you could always end up losing instead. But provocation PK, if it were a common enough concept to have its own acronym, it would be PPK, completely removed any direct risk for the one orchestrating it. The perpetuator just stayed comfortable in the center, guiding the individuals and groups into direct confrontation around him. The chances of success seemed lower than an MPK or DPK in every world. There were people extraordinarily skilled at manipulating others. Even at all-girls school Asuna attended, there were students who otherwise didn't stand out, but could use emails, texts, and rumors to manipulate the mood of the class and apply pressure whenever they wanted. They were probably doing it without realizing their skill, but this mysterious man in the black poncho tried to have Neza killed with clear malicious purpose. "Do you suppose Morche and the black poncho could be the same person?" she asked. Kirito traced the spot between his brows with a finger. Neza described the black poncho as a man who laughed gleefully, and Morche certainly did enjoy his chuckles, so they could be the same person. If that's the case, then Like I said earlier, Morche might just be a unique solo PKer who refuses to abide by common logic of Einkrad. But if they're separate people, then the situation is more dire than that. The campfire, which was finally losing fuel and strength, popped in a burst of sparks. Asuna flinched, then, hesitantly, turned to her partner. What do you mean by dire? Kirito took a number of breaths, hesitating to answer, before he finally spoke in a low voice. If they're separate people, we should assume that Morche and the Black Poncho are working together. Meaning they're working to commit PKs as a duo? Or perhaps even more than two? There could be 3, 4, or an entire gang of PKers out there in Einkrad somewhere. The fossil wood branch finally reached the end of its durability and crumbled through the middle, disappearing with a large sheet of sparks. As the tiny lights went out, the darkness of their surroundings kept closer. Asuna unconsciously moved herself a few inches to the right. But if you kill players in SAO right now, they can't be revived. They'll die in the real world. Do Morche and his friends not want us to beat the game? Don't they want us to get out of this place? She rasped, her voice so hoarse and dry that she had trouble hearing herself. Nearly 10 seconds later, Kirito's response was just as strained. Maybe they're not concerned with whether we escape at all. Like you said, when your HP goes down to 0, the player dies. So they just want to cause PKs to commit murder. Asuna thought she heard a rustle behind her and spun around, but the only thing there was a series of dark, ruined walls, cold and unfeeling. 2. After 7 in the evening, the two decided to return to town. The main city of the 5th floor, Karluin, was built in the center of a huge swath of ruins, covering the southern end of the floor. It was meant to resemble a settlement of newly arrived people, reusing a fallen city of centuries past. Compared to the crisscrossed canals of Novella on the 4th floor, there was barely any water here. But thanks to perhaps some busy NPC cleaners, it also wasn't particularly dusty. The buildings made of darkened stone blocks were crumbling here and there, but the center of town was full of leather and canvas tents that bustled with chaotic liveliness. It's hard to tell where the safe haven boundary is, Asuna mumbled, after the words appeared abruptly in her view. When the notice disappeared, she turned back to look at the path they'd taken to get there, which was surrounded by half-crumbled stone walls, but there were no archers or other visual cues that suggested the boundary of town. It would be important to remember the spot by sight so that they could escape into the safe haven if they ever got into trouble with monsters beyond its borders. Beside her, Kirito nodded and said, "Yeah, that's the thing. In the beta, people stacked wooden boxes and stuff to serve as the marker, but they're treated as abandoned objects, so they wear out and eventually disappear." Ah, couldn't you just stack something cheap and durable? Wouldn't anything fit the bill? Sure, the crumbled blocks lying all over the place. She looked at where Kirito was pointing and saw a number of square stone blocks scattered around the path. But given that they were the same material as the walls, stacking them up wasn't likely to draw her or Kirito's attention. Guess we'll just have to keep our eyes open. She resumed walking, trying to imprint the view of the area into her brain. As they approached the center of Karluin, the first sound to arrive was the piping of a flute in the style of some kind of European folk music, followed by the lively chatter of voices. Over a day had passed since they activated the teleporter gate, and many players had come through it from the lower floors. I don't see the DKB or ALS, Kirito murmured as he scanned the crowd from the entrance of the square. That surprised Asuna. You're usually one trying to avoid them. Are you going to invite them to dinner or something? You could say that. Now she was truly stunned. What in the world has gotten into you? Well, he said, smirking with one cheek, then scratching his head with a finger. I was hoping to catch one of the more reasonable guys, like Vida or Hafner, and ask them about Morche again. He didn't take part in the 3rd or 4th floor boss fights, so he probably left the guilds. But maybe I can learn something about his story and what he did while he was still a member. Ah, she replied flatly. But deep down, she recognized that if the clumsy, antisocial swordsman was going to these lengths, he really had to be worried about the possibility of a PK or loose in Einkrad. Perhaps she ought to help with collecting information. But then a thought occurred to her. Oh, right. Why not ask Argo? It was the obvious choice. Argo the Rat, info broker extraordinaire, would surely know about Morche, down to where he lurked. But Kirito looked conflicted. Actually, I bought info on Morche from Argo once already, but that was on the 3rd floor, just before he challenged me to that duel. I doubt she would have undertaken that job if she knew how dangerous he was, he grunted. Huh? Why wouldn't she? She started to ask it, only to understand halfway through. Argo was a talented information dealer, with the quickness to slip past all the monsters to reach the boss chamber of a labyrinth. But her expected gear and skill choices had to be non-combat focused. Kirito was concerned for her safety. I'm sorry. Of course you're right. This is a player killer we're talking about. Can't just go ask her to stick her neck into danger, Asuna mumbled. Kirito gave her a meaningful glance. What? She asked. Maybe you should repeat that to yourself, he said, a mixture of blunt rudeness and concern. She blinked in surprise. Of course I'm not thinking of doing this investigation on my own, okay? As long as that's clear, Kirito said. His expression struck her as one of the younger boy doing his best to act like an adult. She couldn't help herself from reaching over and knuckling the shoulder of his black coat. What? Nothing, she said, and stretched her hands up over her head. I'm hungry. Show me the way to a restaurant that's good, not crowded, and clean on the inside. That's a tall order. Kirito shook his head in annoyance, thought it over and grinned. All right, I think I know just the place. After a few minutes of winding through suspicious-looking storefronts left and right, Asuna no longer had any idea where she was. She opened her map screen for the menu, but it was still a new area to her, so the surroundings were grayed out, and the most she knew was that she was on the southern side of the town. It would be the same for Kirito, but he weaved his way through the maze of alleys without hesitation. Given that the beta was 4 whole months ago, his memory was impressive. Do you have the layout of all the cities up to the 10th floor memorized? She asked him, suspiciously, as they walked away. He shrugged. Not all of them. My memory of Rovia was pretty vague, but I kind of like Carluine. I made this my base for about 10 days. What? Why wouldn't you pick Rovia instead? At least that place was much prettier. Oh, right. In the beta. Exactly. The canals were just roads in the beta, but I still don't know if I'd make it my home in Rovia now. I'd bet I'd get real tired of not being able to get around without a boat. I suppose you've got a point. She glanced around. At some point, the shops had trailed off and the lanterns thinned out, leaving only ruins around. There were no players or NPCs on the path with them. If this were the real world, she would never consider walking alone with a boy in the dark after sunset like this. She'd never had anything like a boyfriend, so the situation normally called for her caution radar to be operating at maximum output, but with the defense of the system's anti-criminal code and her trusty rapier at her side, she was surprisingly unconcerned. In fact, she was even a little excited to see where he was taking her. They spent another 5 minutes following Kirito's radar through wooden doors and arches until a gentle light appeared ahead. Set into the stone walls at the end of the narrow alley was a wooden door with lanterns on either side with a small sign planted in the front. The walls were too high to tell what was on the other side of the door, but at the very least, it seemed to be a business. Asuna trotted the last 50 feet, leaving Kirito behind so she could read the sign. It was made of a flat sheet of black stone with the name Tavern Inn Blink and Brink carved into it. The day's special was written in English below the name with white chalk. Blink and Brink. Let's see. I know the word blink in English, but I'm not sure of the other one, she muttered, glancing down at the menu, then noticed a small warning in Japanese at the bottom. It read, "Warning, don't race into the building." As she pondered the meaning of that one, Kirito caught up to her and reached for the door. "You'll see inside what they mean by brink after you." He pulled the cast iron ring on the door, and a cold gust of wind emerged from within. Asuna turned her face away. When it died down, she cautiously peered in. A square terrace lay beyond the door. Ahead and to the right were iron railings, while the left side connected to the restaurant. Wood repairs replaced the crumbled stone ruins, and when combined with a large country-style window, the atmosphere felt delightful. But Asuna's gaze was drawn back to the terrace ahead. She passed through the doorway and crossed to the stone terrace, weaving around 3 cast-iron tables until she reached the edge and grabbed the stomach-high railing with both hands. "What is this?" she muttered to herself hoarsely. Kirito came up next to her and leaned against the railing. "What is this?" she muttered to herself hoarsely. Kirito came up next to her and leaned against the railing. "Well, it's the sky." But that was such a simple word for what she saw. Her vision was full of the night sky, black and ink on the right, and transitioning to navy, indigo, purple, and finally the deep red of sunset on her left. Up above was a crowded, starry tableau, looking ready to rain down light at any moment. Below was an endless sea of clouds, glowing faintly with the starlight from above. She gazed at the stunning sight, feeling a numbing thrill run through her from the top of her head to the tips of her toes. When she looked closer, she saw a flock of large birds flying slightly above them. They slowly crossed the sky from east to west, till they disappeared in the curtains of stars. Asuna lost track of how long she'd been standing there, but then her brain kicked back into action. She blinked and murmured, "Of course, brink as in the brink of a cliff." "That's my guess. I had to look it up in the dictionary back in the beta," Kirito replied. She glanced around again. The high walls on either side of the terrace curved gently, each side covering the base of the mammoth pillar that stretched all the way to the bottom of the floor above, 300 feet away. As the name suggested, they were at the very brink of Aincrad itself. I've never been this close to the edge. And not since the beta for me. There's a jutting observation deck down in the town of beginnings on the first floor, but I've hardly been back there. Just to confirm, what happens if you jump over this railing? He didn't respond at once. Kirito leaned his upper half over the railing to peer down. "Hey!" She instinctively grabbed his coat collar and pulled with all her strength. Kirito gagged and returned upright to the terrace with a strained smile. Look, I'm not gonna try it. Of course you aren't. Don't go thrill-seeking now. Sorry. When I fell from the outer edge in the beta, I got the "you are dead" notice in midair, and then resurrected in the Black Iron Palace. Well, I bet it's just the same now, except there's no resurrection. But the fence and terrace are indestructible objects, so they're much safer than they would be in the real world. Well, you're right about that, I suppose, she grumbled, letting go of Kirito's coat. The swordsman held up a finger and added, "Oh, right. In the beta, someone raced through the doors the moment they opened, hoping to order a limited supply dish with a buff effect, but couldn't make such a hard left turn at the restaurant soon enough and plunged over the railing. So watch out for that. I guess that's what the warning on the sign was for." She recalled the scene from about 20 days earlier. In Urbus, the main town of the second floor, there was an enormous cake with a buff effect called Tremble Shortcake. Stat effect aside, there was nothing better than eating a massive shortcake with spongy filling and dollops of cream and scads of strawberries, without a single calorie to worry about. The memory of the cake activated her sense of hunger, and Asuna pulled on her partner's coat, gently this time. "Come on, let's eat. Since we're here, we might as well eat on the terrace." Of course, the outside tables were a huge hit during the beta, mostly for dates. You have no idea how lonely it was to wolf down food for the buff effect, surrounded by those types. Kirito grumbled, sitting down at a chair on the table closest to the edge. Asuna took the seat across from him and replied, "Well, you should be happy knowing that you finally came with someone else." When she saw the odd look of her temporary partner's face, she realized her mistake. Feeling her ears grow hot to the very tips, she smacked the cast iron table hard. I mean, not that. This isn't a date, just so we're clear." Before Kirito could react to her statement, the door to the restaurant on the western side of the terrace opened. The game probably registered her striking the table as a signal for service. An NPC waitress wearing a black apron hurried over, bowing and welcoming them, then placed 2 glasses of water on the table. "Have you decided on your order?" Just a minute." Asuna picked up the menu of parchment and fixed to a bronze plate. The waitress was a virtual NPC, so there was no issue with forcing her to wait. Or so Asuna had thought until half a month ago when she met the dark elf Kismel. Now she felt like every NPC had its own mind and emotions, whether they were high-functioning agents like Kismel or simple town NPCs without AIs like this one. The menu was written in both English and Japanese, so she let her sight and intuition work for 5 seconds before making her decision. "I'll have the chèvre leaf and 10 cheese salad with piping hot gratin soup and the poro poro bird roast with a bread roll." She was going to hand Kirito the menu, but he held up a hand and said, "I'll have the same, plus a bottle of fickle wine and 2 blueberry tarts with coffee after the meal." The waitress repeated it back perfectly, then left. Asuna let out a long breath. When you come up to a new floor, you don't know what all the foods are like, so it just feels like gambling when you order. You sounded pretty decisive to me. I did my best to avoid the new sounding names, she said, glancing at the menu once more. A question popped into her mind. Did you order that limited supply buff item? Of course. What effect does it have? I'll leave that to you to find out, Kirito answered, grinning. Asuna fixed him with a glare, deciding she'd make him test the dishes first for poison. Just like that, the food arrived. To her relief, the salad, soup, main dish was all largely as she's anticipated. Kirito pulled the cork out of the wine bottle with his fingers and poured the golden liquid into Asuna's glass. She'd thought the name sounded weird when he ordered it, but it looked just like an ordinary white wine, except that when Kirito poured it in his own glass, the wine was pink and bubbling. What kind of trick is that? It's not a trick or sleight of hand at all, he said, boldly, setting the bottle down with a smirk. This wine changes at random between red, white, rosé, and sweet, dry, or sparkling each time you pour it. Hence the name fickle wine. So you wound up with a sparkling rosé? I got it. She lifted the glass and clinged it to Kirito's and took a sip. The sharp chill and the subtle flavor was a pleasant stimulation to her sense of taste. It was a lot like the white wine she'd tried in the real world, but of course, here was no alcohol content. A dry white. That's good. Kirito murmured, watching her closely. She arched a questioning eyebrow at him, and when he looked away, clearing his throat awkwardly, I wondered if you had experienced drinking wine. Well, a bit, just for the taste, she started, then stopped when she realized that it was bordering on real-world information again, and quite a sensitive topic. If she made him think that she had wine regularly, that would mean she was above 20, the drinking age. Asuna had turned only 15 just over 3 months ago, and felt it weird to imagine someone seeing her as a 5-year-old than she is. In truth, she had had no more wine than whatever she sipped from her father or brother's glass at home. Just a bit, really. Didn't you take sips from your father's beer, too? Well, sure, though it was my mom's beer. Kirito looked to the right, toward the night sky. Asuna followed his gaze, and after a few moments, opened her eyes wide with a start. She hadn't noticed at first because there were so many stars in the sky, but now that she looked, she could see a line of 3 stars, Orion's belt. That meant the large red star to the left was Betelgeuse, and the sparkling star far to the left was Procyon in Canis Minor, and the 2 stars below, the pale Sirius from Canis Major, the Winter Triangle. The same constellations in the real world. Asuna shut her eyes tight and lowered her head. The stars were virtually invisible from her home in Setagaya, ward of Tokyo, but the mountain air of her mother's parents' home in Miyagi was clear and crisp, providing a vivid view of the stars. One winter night, she'd gone out in heavy clothes so that her grandfather could teach her the names of the stars. That was a childhood memory returned in brilliant clarity, shrouded in painful nostalgia that jabbed at her heart. She put her hand on her breastplate and sensed that Kirito was going to say something. She shook her head. Don't say anything. I don't want to think about the real world. I'm Asuna, level 16 fencer. If I don't keep believing that, I'll go back to the old me who couldn't fight. The words coming from her throat were so faint that even she could barely hear them. After a few moments, a calm voice replied, Yeah, I get it. Sorry. She shook her head again, implying that it wasn't his fault. Eventually, the pain in her chest left her, and she took a deep breath before raising her head. No, I'm sorry. Come on, let's eat before it gets cold. The meal, which they consumed in a bit of a rush, was quite good overall. The salad leaves contained a faint hint of mayo, and when they took the lid off the soup, it was indeed viciously bubbling away. The poro bird crumbled into soft pieces with just the poke of a fork, but all told, it was an enjoyable meal. When she finished her 3rd glass of wine, this one was a sweet rosé, the waitress brought out the desserts. It just looks like a normal blueberry tart. Is this the... Yup, it's the limited supply buff dish. The color of the berries seemed a little too vivid. Probably the source of the extra blue in the name. But with the only light coming from the 4 lanterns hung at each corner of the terrace, it was hard to tell. Once they had seen Kirito happily pack away the first bite without any sign of poison or curses, Asuna worked a triangular piece out and lifted it to her mouth. "Oh, it's good," she blurted. Under a fresh, sweet, sour blueberry was a layer of thick custard cream, which went well with the crisp, tart crust. Of course, it didn't have the size of a Tremble shortcake, but it was hard to say which flavor was better. She finished the dessert with a blissful haze, took a sip of coffee, and sighed with satisfaction. As she did so, an unfamiliar effect icon appeared on the upper left of her view. Inside the square icon was the image of an open eye. It was probably some kind of boost to sight, but she didn't feel like her eyesight or night vision had improved markedly. "What's this buff?" "Look at the terrace floor," Kirito said. She leaned over to look at the stone floor beneath the table, and she scanned it. She noticed something shiny, dull at the edge of the terrace. "There's something over there." She stood up and walked toward the glowing object. A small coin. The glowing effect stopped once she picked it up, but the shine of the reflected lantern light did not go away. It was an old silver coin. But the image stamped on the side wasn't the familiar icon of Einkrad on the usual 100-coal coin. It was a new symbol of two trees standing next to each other. On the other side was just an odd crest, with no numbers whatsoever. She returned to Kirito and held up the coin. "Is this just an unfamiliar coin? What is this? Why was it shining?" She sat down and clunked the coin onto the table. Kirito snatched it up and gave it a quick glance, and nodded, spinning it in his fingers. "These ruins are made up of remains, the buildings and roads that constitute Kerluin, and the other very important element. Do you know what that is?" She grumbled, feeling like she was being questioned by a history teacher. With her studying in her mind gear for the first time in ages, she tried to come up with a reasonable answer. "Artifacts?" Kirito flipped the coin with his right thumb and nimbly caught it in his left hand. "Close? Well, you're basically right, but the answer is relics. Remains and relics combine to make ruins, which, Kerluin isn't just these ancient roads and walls. It's littered with little relics like this. The story hasn't picked up yet, but within a day or two, there will be hundreds of players from below coming up here to scrabble for relics all over the city." She couldn't help but look back down at the floor. There was a fresh glow at the base of the south-facing railing, so she rushed over to scoop it up. "This one's copper." The double tree symbol was the same, but the brown coin was a bit smaller when she placed it on the table next to the first. Now she could feel her body itching to look for more of them. Kirito smirked at her. "Just be careful getting hooked on relic hunting. In other games, you'd just have a little mini-map so the item location's listed, and they'd glow on the screen. But in SAO, they're just lying on the ground, so it wasn't even hard to find that huge fossil wood branch. You can just imagine how difficult it will be to find these tiny coins around." "Huh? But it was glowing for me," she started to say, then realized it was the buff effect from the blueberry tart. "Oh, so this icon means..." "Yes, that's a bonus to relic finding, and it only works inside and below Kerluin, but it will help you quite a bit by making the coins and jewels glow." "Jewels?" Asuna asked, cutting him off. Yeah, the gold coins and the jewelry are super rare, so even with the buff, it's pretty difficult to find them. Even rarer are the magic rings and necklaces." "Rings? Necklaces?" Yeah." Asuna glanced away from the awkward-looking Kirito and down at the silver and copper coins of the table. After 5 seconds of internal struggle, she admitted, "I want to hunt for relics, too." It probably wasn't the most ladylike of actions, but when she was in kindergarten, she remembered attending a building completion ceremony where she trotted around picking up all the ritual mochi dumplings they scattered to bless the finished construction. They had earned her a vicious scolding from her mother, so picking up items in the virtual world was nothing at this point. Besides, they'd paid money for the tart's effect, so there was no point in letting it go to waste. She stared back at her partner, who was looking more skeptical by the second, and asked, "Is there a problem?" No, it's nothing. In fact, why do you look so unmotivated to do this?" "Knowing you, I would have thought you'd recommend snatching them all up before the town got crowded." "How rude. And well, accurate," the swordsman reluctantly grumbled. "I love doing stuff like this too, but I have some tragic memories from the beta. Then again, as long as we stick to the town, it should be fine." He came to some kind of internal consensus and got to his feet, pointing at the table. "By the way, these Carl coins can be converted into coal at an NPC exchange merchant in town," he added, scooping up the coins. When the NPC waitress came to clean up the dishes, they gave her an automatic "thanks for the meal" and headed back to the big door. There were still no players in sight, but once the buff tart was included in Argo's strategy guides, that cue from the beta would return. "How long does this buff last?" Asuna asked as they departed. Kirito put on a face like an adult, reassuring a small child. "There's no need to panic. We have an entire hour." "You mean only an hour? Oh, right. Can you order more of those tarts for takeout?" "Unfortunately, the buff only works if you eat it in the restaurant. Just one per customer. 30 made a day." "Ah, so you couldn't buy them all up and resell them for a huge profit?" Asuna muttered. Kirito pulled away in mock horror. "Wow, even I wouldn't stoop that low." I didn't say I would do it. I'm just saying it's a good thing that it's impossible." Even as she poked the shoulder of his coat, she was careful not to take her eyes off the ground. For now, she didn't see any glowing objects. "There were 2 on the terrace earlier, but I'm not finding any out here. There aren't many relics in the pathways, and basically 0 in NPC stores and buildings. The places to go are the open plazas, here and there, the temples, and the really ruined spots that the residents don't use." "Ah, and when you pick up the relic, that's it?" "In the beta, they would come back whenever they took the server down for maintenance, but since they started the game for real, there's never been any kind of service period where they stopped the server." "You know, you're right. When they take online games like this down for maintenance, what exactly are they doing?" This might be a question more on the real-world side, but she figured it was safe to ask. Kirito pressed his fingers into his temple and strained to remember. "I feel like I read about this once. They check the software and hardware for damage, then fix and replace it if they find something to update the program with bug fixes, then restart the server, I think. So there's lots of stuff they do, and that's all necessary, right? How is SEO running for 2 months without maintenance?" "Sadly, I do not know," the swordsman answered, smiling wryly as he looked up toward the floor above. "If they cluster the servers, they can perform rolling maintenance where they switch them out individually without stopping service, but the problem with the game ensuring that the chronological logic doesn't get mixed up. But Aseo's case, Kayaba clearly designed it knowing he would turn it into a deadly trap. So, obviously, he had a plan for it all along. I just can't guess how it works from here." She was starting to lose sight of his train of thought, so Asuna quickly took advantage of his break in speech to say, "Thanks, anyway, at the moment. That means it's possible that any relic that gets picked up will never reappear on the ground." "Potentially. In that case, it's even more important that we don't waste our time. Plazas and temples, you said. Let's go." Yeah, I'm coming. If you turn left up ahead, there's a pretty good ruined temple to plunder. Ma'am, please don't run in the halls." But Asuna had already darted off for the unseen ruins ahead. 3. 23 copper coins worth 10 coal each, 9 silver coins worth 100 coal each, 2 small gold coins worth 500 coal each, 1 large gold coin worth 1,000 coal, 3 gems of fairly good quality, 1 necklace that seemed to harbor a magical effect, 1 bracelet of similar nature, 2 rings of a similar nature. That was the list of items that Asuna and Kirito found at the temple at the edge of Kerluin before their buff ran out. They wouldn't know about the gems and accessories until they had them appraised, but the total had to be well over 5,000 coal. It was a stunning haul for just an hour's of work. Right after they did one last sweep of the empty temple to confirm there were no more glowing objects, the buff icon stopped blinking and vanished. Phew, Asuna heaved a sigh and plopped down on a cracked bench near Kirito. She looked down at the relics, the treasures they'd collected, laid out neatly on a folded blanket, and sighed again. Yes, I can see the dangers of getting addicted to this. Right? In the beta, there were people who gave up on leveling altogether and just turned into an expert relic collectors. We called them hoarders, out of respect. I don't see what makes that term particularly respectful. She picked up a red jewel from a blanket and placed it on her palm. It was fun to crawl around the temple, searching for glowing spots, but once the magic effect wore off, she was left with a feeling like guilt tugging at her heart. In a way, those players who chose to go into crafting or never left the town of beginnings, this is one of their few methods to make money in the safe zone. If the relics didn't come back, that made it even worse. They weren't wanting for food or lodgings money, so getting a head start on scooping up all the relics before anyone else was nothing short of a selfish greed. She put the jewel back in the blanket. When Kirito spoke next, there was none of his usual ironic snark to it. You're very kind. He meant it in recognition of her regret, but that message didn't reach her brain at first. Only after 3 seconds did she squawk in surprise. Huh? What? I'm not. What do you... Kirito smiled shyly and explained. You don't need to feel guilty, Asuna. Compared to all the other relics in this town, what we picked up is just a tiny pittance. He awkwardly reached out and very lightly patted at her breastplate connector at Asuna's right shoulder blade. Before, she might have socked him in a counterpunch and demanded he not touch her like that. But this time, Asuna could only hold her breath as she tried to contain the sudden upswell of emotions within her. She felt guilty for having fun collecting the relics without considering the implications, but she also wanted to argue her case that she too was scared when she went out to fight monsters. The combinations of these two emotions blew up within her, turning the feelings she'd been trying to suppress into a powerful urge. She wanted to bury her face into the chest of her companion, the black-haired swordsman she teamed up with for no other reason than to more efficiently make her way through this mortal game and cry her eyes out. She wanted to cast aside the role of a powerful elite player, an honor she never wanted, to throw out all the limitations placed upon her and scream and wail like a little child. She wanted to be liberated and to have that be accepted, forgiven, and consoled. But it wasn't an option. She couldn't cling to Kirito in her weakness. She was already taking too much advantage of his knowledge. How many questions had he answered for her in a single day they'd spent on this floor? And the reverse had almost never happened. If she depended on him too much more, they would no longer be game partners. They would be protector and protected. In terms of game knowledge, that was already true. That's why she had to be his equal in combat and control her emotions. On the left side, where Kirito couldn't see, she clutched her rapier sheath, withstanding the storm of impulses. Eventually, the high tide of emotions began to ebb, returning to the bottom of her heart where she kept them. Asuna let out a long, slow breath and turned to smile weakly at her concerned partner. Yes, thank you. I'm fine. I don't regret it. I had a lot of fun. But I suppose I'm satisfied with my relic seeking for now. All right, Kirito said, grinning and nodding. He took an empty leather bag from his inventory, placed the coins and accessories inside, and said kindly, "When I said you didn't need to feel guilty, it was true. There are temples and squares like this one all over the city." "Yeah. And we don't know for sure that they won't come back." "Yeah. Plus, finding relics in town is more like a simple side product of the real treasure hunt in Caerluine." Yeah? She asked, pausing in confusion. "What do you mean?" "Know how we didn't see anyone from DKB and ALS around the teleporter gate or anywhere else? Well, I feel like they're the ones who are going to scope up all the relics to fund their war chest or whatever." "You might be right." She watched her partner, wondering where this conversation was headed. Kirito extended his index finger and pointed it straight down. "I think they're down below." "Below?" "Yup. There's an enormous catacomb beneath Caerluine. Basically a dungeon. It's so wide that it stretches out beyond the boundary of the town, and that's where the real treasure hunt is. The stuff that you find in here is small beans in comparison." "What?" "So there's no reason at all to feel guilty about this much. Come on, let's go get these appraised, turn it into cash, and split it between us. Then we can go to the armory and get our gear souped up." Huh? Something else ripped through Asuna from the bottom of her heart. But unlike before, this was more of a bellow of rage. She clenched her right hand into a fist. "You should have said that earlier!" Her right hook tore audibly through the air and would have walloped Kirito in his left flank if it weren't for the anti-criminal code, the purple sparks that resulted from it shone brightly, briefly illuminating the ruined temple. The only way to see the properties of an unidentified item was to take a player or NPC with the appraisal skill. The former wasn't commonplace yet, so the pair went to an NPC merchant in Caerluine to have their jewels and accessories identified. The gems were all D-level stones, worth basically 500 coal each. The necklace was +3 to resuscitation, and the bracelet was +4 to mixing, and one of the rings added 1% boost to stun resistance. Not a great haul, but the other ring had an unfamiliar effect: candle power. In the left shop, Asuna examined the silver ring with the yellow stone, and Kirito suggested, "Why don't you equip that? It'll be handy." It will? But they'd found it together, so she thought that they ought to play rock, paper, scissors for the prize, but Kirito cut her off by holding his hands up. "Look, I've already got rings on both my hands." Sure enough, there was a silver shine on the index finger of each hand. On his right was a +1 to strength, a quest reward from the Dark Elf commander on the 3rd floor, and the one to the left was the sigil of Lysula, given to him by Viscount Yoflis. Asuna, and his exact same ring on the middle finger of her left hand, when they received them together, she'd put it on her ring finger without thinking, even recalling the moment of her belated realization and hastily transferring to the middle finger brought a fresh wave of embarrassment to her cheeks, and she lowered her hand. Well, if you insist, I will." She put the mysterious ring of candlelight on her right middle finger and started to walk off, forgetting to ask him about the magical effect. They sold the rest of the relics at an item shop closer to the appraiser, and after converting the Carl coins at the exchanger the next door, they had earned 6,480 coal in total. Kirito opened the trade window and sent exactly half, which she accepted. She hadn't entirely gotten over her guilt at cleaning out a whole temple. But according to him, there were still mountains of treasure around and underneath the town. So the people coming up from below to find relics would have plenty of fun left. Besides, she'd only earned so much in such a short amount of time thanks to the relic finding bonus effect. Given the limited number of tarts available, the whole town wouldn't be picked quite clean for some time. Asuna decided to use her sudden influx of money entirely for the sake of advancing the game, a decision that made her feel a bit better. Meanwhile, Kirito was already steering them towards an armory. Hey, they said there's no magic in Aincrad, right? Yeah, that's what Kismil said. The elves have their charms from before the Great Separation, but we humans are basically nothing left. In that case, how does that tart effect work? I mean, it's basically a magical effect, right? Ah, Kirito murmured, grinning. I just figured that one out today. I think maybe that's why it comes in the form of a blue blueberry tart. What do you mean? You know how they say the anthocyanin in the blueberries are good for your eyesight? Well, with 2 blues, there's twice the anthocyanin, enough to make it possible to see relics better. So you could argue it's not exactly magic. In that case, she wondered how he would explain the luck bonus offered by the Tremble shortcake, but decided she would rather treasure the moment for what it is and held her tongue. Instead, she looked up at the bottom of the floor above, shining dully with starlight, and muttered, "We'll meet Kismel on this floor too, won't we?" Kirito didn't have an immediate answer for this. Like Asuna, he looked up. The flow of this campaign quest veered away from how it went in the beta on the 4th floor. Before, General Nolza and Viscount Eolflis didn't exist, so I can't say anything for sure, but I hope we do. Yeah, Asuna agreed hopefully. Oh, Kirito continued, but we might be able to go see her from here. Huh? Remember we have to go to get the Viscount's reward before they start tearing through the 5th floor in earnest? Oh, right, of course. After the Battle of Castle Yofel on the previous floor, the castle master had offered them an eye-popping list of potential rewards. But at the very moment, they got word that the guilds had gone to challenge the floor boss and had put off their selection and rushed to the Labyrinth Tower. There was no time limit for their selection, they hoped, but they ought to return promptly. I don't know if Kismel will still be at the castle, Kirito added, hoping to not get Asuna's hopes too high. She checked the time, 9:30 at night. It wasn't early, but it also wasn't too late. Shall we go back to the 4th floor? Yeah, I ought to move on to my next sword soon anyway. Oh, you're not going to keep using that one? She asked, glancing at the elven stout sword slung over Kirito's back. Isn't it really tough? Yeah, it is, but I only have 1 upgrade attempt remaining on it. Even if it's successful, this weapon won't be useful to me for much longer. So I guess it doesn't always work out. Exactly, he said, grinning sourly. Well, let's take the teleporter back to Rovia and gather all the ingredients by the end of the night. Ingredients? Oh, right. To move on the canals of the 4th floor, they needed a gondola, but their trusty Tilnell was still moored in Yofel Castle. They needed to create a fresh boat to get from town to the castle again. Well, I'd like to see Romola the shipwright too. Let's take care of business. Asuna clenched a fist, burning with enthusiasm. Kirito interjected fearfully. We're just making a normal gondola this time, right? Not the one that requires the monster bear grease. Oh, fine. I suppose I'll make do with a normal one. Her partner sighed in visible relief. But Asuna jabbed his shoulder and picked up her pace. When they went from Kerluin's teleport gate into Rovia, the main town of the 4th floor, they were greeted by the pleasant scent of water and the sound of trickling waves. It was night here too, of course, but the sight of the residential lights reflecting off the waterways was as beautiful as a dream. We've opened up the 5th floor, but there are still so many tourists here, Asuna noted. At this rate, we might have to wait a while at Old Man Romolo's place still. Well, let's get collecting those materials for... He stopped. A deep baritone voice was hailing them from behind you. Yo, you two! They knew who it belonged to before they even saw him. It was the bald man who led the team of double-handed weapon warriors. Kirito called them the Bro Squad. That retained its independence from the two major guilds. Kirito turned around, and after a breezy sup, Asano followed with a polite bow. Good evening, Agile. Hey. Agile, the axe warrior, grinned back at them, but his trademark axe was not equipped. Instead, he was holding a large tube-like object over his shoulders. After a bit of staring, Asano recognized it. The object was a vendor's carpet, the very same merchant item Kirito had received from Neza, the blacksmith, and foisted off on, granted to, Agile afterward. Whoa, are you changing from classes from fighter to merchant? Kirito asked, stunned. Agile grinned again. Well, since he gave it to me, I figured I shouldn't let it go to waste. No way, Kirito groaned. Asuna was stunned, too. If Agile and his three companions put down their weapons, it would be a significant blow to strength of the frontline group. But Agile only looked at their concerned faces and laughed, leaning back. Sorry, I don't mean to imply I won't be helping out, but I figured I'd give this thing a shot and see how much better I can do to get rid of the excess items with this. Rather than selling to an NPC shop, I had a little business going earlier this evening. Ah, how'd it go? Kirito asked curiously. Agile rubbed his neatly squared goatee and said, it seems to depend on the item. I was able to liquidate the items you need a lot of, like gondola materials, at a pretty good price. But the accessories with food ingredients or non-combat skill boosts didn't sell out. Basically, if you're going into serious trading, you need to keep an eye out for trends in high-demand items and work on your marketing. Ah, I see, Kirito replied, rubbing his own chin with the back of his knuckle. SAO doesn't have one of those auction house features that everyone can access at any time. I guess if you're going to be serious about selling these items, you need to put in the effort. Yeah, it'll be hard for a fighter to sell off the items he doesn't need at the roadside. It takes time, and the buyers and sellers don't know where to find each other. In fact, the lack of such a thing makes it really hard to set a market price. If only there was a major middleman, something like those large-scale recycling shops in real-life Japan. The trading among players would be much busier, but no one has the money to pull off a business like that. Not for a while, at least. But that means whoever pulls it off first is gonna rake in at the cash! Asuna had been listening to the two men ramble on and on about money-making schemes at a distance, but at this point, she interjected. Pardon me, Agile, did I hear you say you were selling materials for shipbuilding quest? Yeah, my inventory was just bulging with wood and ores. Gotta do something with them. Do you have any left? Kirito came back to his senses and pressed him. Yeah, do you have any, Agile? The large man smoothly shrugged his shoulders and held out his empty hands. Didn't I just say I sold off all the gondola mats? Not a single item left. But why would you want something like that? Weren't you the first to make a boat? He asked curiously. Kirito gave him a quick rundown. The axe warrior nodded, thought it over for a bit, then opened his window, asking the two to hang on a minute. He was sending them an instant message to someone. Agile glanced over the nearly instant reply and said, My partner says it's all right. You can borrow our boat. At the eastern dock at the teleport square, Agile loosed the mooring rope at the mid-size Pequod and stood on the shores as Asuna and Kirito waved back. Steering the boat south down the main waterway, manning the oar on the stern, Kirito boldly proclaimed, there's nothing so rich as generous friends. You're going to thank him properly the next time we meet with a real gift. Which we'll be splitting the cost of, I hoped, Kirito asked, nervously. Asuna only smiled back and turned to face forward. It had only been a single day since the massive naval battle with the Forest Elves fleet at the southern lake of Floor 4, but it felt like ages since they'd ridden on a gondola, the beauty of the town lights reflecting the water's surface, the occasional splash and spray, the gentle rocking of the prow as it carved through the waves. It was indeed a joy to ride on a boat. You were just talking about making money as a middleman earlier. Could you make a business selling gondola tours on one of the big models? Asuna suggested idly. The NPC gondolas in Novella can't go outside town, right? Her black-garbed gondolier took the suggestion quite seriously. I bet there's a demand. But there are monsters in the rivers outside. Oh, good point. You can't run a business that involves any kind of danger to player safety. But if you had a smaller boat at the front and the rear for security or outfitted your passengers in heavy plate armor... Sorry, forgot about the cruising. As they chatted, the gondolas left the south gate of Novella and made its way to the river that wove through the outer terrain. The rapids took them farther south and through the central caldera lake that had once been the site of their battle with the Biceps Archilian. They did meet a few urchins, jellyfish, and giant crabs on their trip, but a single sword skill was enough for most of them, as the gondolas continued onward past the village of Usco, in the middle of the Crescent Lake, and into the canyon of straits on the southern part of the floor. For the next 10+ minutes, Kirito carefully guided the Pequod, which was larger than a Tilnell, ensuring that it didn't hit any of the rocks until they finally passed through the wall of white fog that marked the borderline between the regular field map and the instanced area, their own private copy of the destination. As the elegant manor castle looming dark over the lake came into view, Asuna felt in her heart leap in her chest. It was just yesterday that she'd been said fared well to the dark elf knight Kismel at the Labyrinth Tower, but she couldn't stop the pangs of her heart with the reunion so close at hand. The gondolas slid onward, over a mirror-like surface of the lake until it slowly docked at the pier of Yofel Castle. If they put the rope around the mooring bit on the dock, the game would ensure that only Agile, the gondola's proper owner, could release it again, so they simply jumped off freely onto the pier instead. Right next to the Pequod was a smaller gondola in white and green, the Tilnell, their own boat. Asuna whispered, "We're back," to the craft, then looked to Kirito briefly before they set off to the castle gate ahead. The dark, gleaming gate was still shut tight, guarded by warriors with halberds. But when Kirito brandished the sigil of Lysula in his left hand, they saluted him and began to open the heavy gate. The ring gave them free pass through the front door of the castle itself. They headed up the larger staircase to pay their respects to the castle owner. When they reached the 5th floor, they knocked on the heavy door to the right. It was nearly midnight, but familiar, beautiful voice emerged at once, telling them to enter. Kirito shot Asuna a brief glance, then pulled the door open. The first time they had come to this room, it had been dark as they could be, with heavy curtains covering all windows, but the first thing Asuna saw this time was the warm orange light of multiple lanterns and candles. At the back of the office, seated across a large desk, was a tall, thin dark elf, the master of Yofel Castle, Viscount Leishren Zed Yoflis. His wavy black hair was tied in the back, and an old scar running from his forehead through his left eye down to his chin marred his otherwise beautiful features. He had shut himself in the darkness, supposedly to hide that scar, which he called proof of his greatest shame. The battle against the forest elves yesterday had apparently brought about a change of heart. The Viscount smiled at them both, his face in a combination of youthful vitality and aged maturity. "Kirito, Asuna, you've returned." "Yes, we had an agreement with you, my lord," Kirito said awkwardly. Even for him, it was a bit difficult to admit that they were only there to claim a quest reward. He looked over to his partner for help, but she ignored him and bowed to the Viscount. "Forgive us for intruding so late at the night, my lord." "I don't mind. You protected this castle from great danger. You are welcome at any time. Please sit." At Eolfleth's beckoning, they crossed the office and stood before the desk. There were no other NPCs in the large room. Where is Kismel?" she asked, assuming the knight must be somewhere nearby. The Viscount fixed her with his gray-green eye and shook his head. "I'm sorry to tell you that she is no longer within the castle." "Huh?" Both players exclaimed together. Eolfleth leaned forward and steepled his fingers atop the desk, explaining calmly. "At the order of the priest, Kismel undertook the task of transporting the jade and lapis key to the fortress on the 5th floor. She should have arrived by now." "Oh, I see," Asuna mumbled, trying to contain her disappointment. Eolfleth let a faint smile crinkle across his lips as he said gently, "Kismel wishes to see you too, I'm certain. If you would have the opportunity, I'd suggest to visit the fortress. That sigil will grant you passage." "Yes, we will. We'll go as soon as possible." Eolfleth smiled again and motioned to the right wall of the room. There was a heavy-looking chest sitting there. "I have not yet given your proper thanks and reward for saving my castle. As I said before, you have each your choice, any 2 items from the chest." Asuna was about to jab Kirito with an elbow, given how openly relieved he looked that the offer was still on the table, but she was distracted by the appearance of a quest reward box with multiple options to select. She found that she was just as excited about it as her partner. She thanked their benefactor briefly and scrolled through the lengthy list. It took an entire 25 minutes before both of them had made a final decision about their rewards. The Viscount waited patiently. But unless she was imagining things, Asuna thought she saw him stifle a yawn 2 different times. They stayed the night in the castle and had breakfast the following morning before taking the Pequod back to Novella. Once they moored the gondola to the eastern dock, dropped the anchor, and affixed the rope to the bit, they sent a message of thanks to Agile. The center square was still packed with tourists, so they had to squeeze their way through the crowds to get to the teleporter square. As she went from watery Novella to turned Kaluin, Asuna pulled her hooded cape up around her mouth to brace against the cold, dusty breeze. But instead, they emerged from the gate into an even wetter environment than they found in Novella, and came in the form of millions of airborne droplets falling in the sheets from the sky to ground. "Rain?" she muttered, looking up. Her face was instantly pelted with large drops. She hurried and pulled up her hood. "Yup, this is rain," Kirito muttered in surprise, flipping up the lapels of his leather coat. That wasn't enough to block the onslaught of water, of course, within moments of his black hair plastered onto his forehead. Wet hair was only an annoyance, but if armor got covered in water, it would suffer waterlogged effect. That made it harder to move. "Well, let's find some place indoors to hide," Asuna just suggested, looking around the square. Even despite the early hour of 8 o'clock, the weather meant that there were people around. Large puddles formed in the dark cobblestone, riddled with ripples from the constant downpour. "But we've already eaten breakfast, and we just upgraded our weapons, so I don't think we have anything to buy in item shops. It doesn't matter where we go, as long as there's a roof," Asuna hissed. Kirito thought it over for 2 seconds, then nodded, drops falling off the ends of his bangs. "In that case, let's start whittling down the quest we picked up yesterday." "In the middle of the rain?" "Don't worry, there'll be a roof." Kirito trotted off through the deluge, and she had no choice but to chase after him. They splashed through the puddles of the square into the north side of town, which they had yet to visit. After just 100 feet or two, they came to another big plaza. In the middle of it was a large crumbling ruin, but compared to the temple they'd been spelunking in yesterday, this one seemed more creepy and sinister. Regardless, they plunged into the dark, dank ruins, which finally gave them some respite from the rain. Asuna brushed off the water clinging to her cape and skirt with both hands, and exhaled at last. She looked around to see that they were in a large, dim space. The thick stone walls ahead on either side had no doors, but set into the floor in the middle of the room was a descending staircase. Bizarre, holy statues stood on either side, sending writhing shadows about the room in the flickering light of the fires set into each corner. "What is this place?" she asked her partner, who was smacking off sheets of water from his coat. His answer was largely what she expected. "The entrance to the underground catacombs I mentioned. There are other entrances, I guess, but this is the main one." And there are quests that we complete here?" "Oh yeah, a whole bunch." Kirito swiped at his wet bangs out of his eyes and opened his window, setting it to visible mode, showing Asuna his list of accepted quests. "This one here, the Little Lost Jenny, is where you will search for the girl's lost puppy or kitty or whatever. The Tasteless Collector involves finding a certain type of relic, and the 30-Year Lament is where you find some kind of wandering evil spirit." "Niet!" Asuna squawked abruptly, covering Kirito's mouth with her hand. Startled, he tried to mumble something through her palm, but she shot him a murderous look to silence him before he finally letting go. He stayed quiet for several moments, then faintly, hesitantly said, "What was the niet sound?" "It's no in Russian." "Why did you say no?" "Because, I don't want spoilers," she finished lamely. A weak excuse, in her opinion, but Kirito nodded seriously, quite convinced. "Oh, yeah, good point. Quests necessary to beating the floor are one thing, but it's more fun to do these one-off quests without knowing the story beforehand. Okay, good idea. From now on, I won't explain or interject comments about the quest. You can take the lead, Asuna." He was so serious and earnest about it that she couldn't correct him now. She cleared her throat and looked down at the stairs. "Ah, yes. In that case, I'll go first. Are you all prepared?" "Of course." He lifted up his brand new sword and rattled it at her. There were 2 types of one-handed swords on the list of Viscount Yoffless rewards. From what Asuna could see from their properties, the saber seemed stronger, but Kirito chose the sword of Eventide instead. Asuna mentally jotted down a reminder to ask him why at some point, but that wasn't important now. She took a deep breath, surrendered herself to her fate, and turned for the entrance of the underground graveyard. "Let's get going then." "Yeah." At 8:20 a.m. on December 29th, Asuna and Kirito began their conquest of the 5th floor of Aincrad in earnest. 4. To Asuna's relief, the staircase down did not immediately plunge into eerie, ghostly ambience. In fact, there were already several dozen players in the large room at the bottom of the stairs. They were gathered in little groups here and there, having meetings or eating breakfast, some even curled up in sleeping bags along the walls. "Is this a safe room?" Asuna asked, and Kirito turned to her with a baffled look on his face. "On the contrary, we're still in the safe haven. The notice never appeared, right?" "Oh, right." The tension left her shoulders, and she looked around again. With that fact in mind, she saw that hardly any of the players were front-line warriors. Most of the parties had gear from second or third floor, and some were unarmed tourists. So they're all here to find relics? That's what I expect. They probably picked up this room clean by now and are headed down to the subterranean ruins nearby. Suddenly, Kirito's face went stern. She prompted him with a quizzical look, and he shrugged with his shoulders and mumbled. The first underground floor was within the safe haven in the beta, so no monsters or no traps. I'm guessing they've all come here to gather relics based on the news about that. But is something wrong with that? No, sorry, just overthinking things. Come on, let's keep going too. Kirito started to lead the way, only to stop and motion for Asuna to go first. She swallowed a sigh and looked at the doorway leading out from each wall of the chamber. Please let me come across the puppy or kitten quest first, she silently prayed, and chose the hallway on the north wall. The room itself was brightly lit by a number of fires, but it was immediately dark and gloomy in the hallway, bringing a grimace to Asuna's face. Meanwhile, the rain they'd been trying to escape seemed to be seeping down through the walls, dripping here and there and occasionally landing on her head or shoulders. With things this quiet, she was going to forget they were within the town's safe haven, so Asuna looked over her shoulder to start a conversation with Kirito. So, I guess it does rain in Aincrad. Hasn't it rained a bunch of times before this already? I don't recall it. I know there was some snow during Christmas, but... Oh, right. Well, it's true that it happens only rarely. In MMORPGs before this, rains and storms are regular occurrences, but it's just a lot more unpleasant in VR MMO. Like you saw, it ruins visibility, makes your gear heavy, your clothes stick to you, and it's really cold. It rained a lot more at the start of the beta, but they lowered the probability when the testers complained. So that's what happened. It's too bad. I like watching the rain from the inside. As they chatted, she eventually began to settle down. No matter how it looked, this place was still within the safety of town, and they would never see any monsters. They needed to chip away at the mountain of quests, gain a level, and prepare to tackle the floor for real. She clenched the hilt of her rapier, feeling emboldened again. Asuna opened her window along the way and checked her largely empty map, taking a side branch of the main hallway en route to the quest destination. They crab-walked sideways through the foot-wide corridor, then crawled through a tunnel only 2 feet tall. This time, she made Kirito go first, as they approached the marker. Eventually, they reached a place like a little chapel. There was a line of long pew benches, and next to the wall in the back was an eerie-looking crumbled statue. A number of candles here and there on the floor provided some light, but the corners of the space were plunged into darkness. It looked like the perfect place to find some relics, but there were no other players present. Feeling a very bad premonition from the place, Asuna whispered to Kirito, "What quest happens in this spot now?" Huh? You want spoilers now? Just tell me that much. Well, if you just want the title, it's the 30 Years Lament. She successfully kept herself from giving away how aghast she was at the terrible luck and checked the quest log. The quest story was quite simple. The client NPC was a middle-aged bachelor who had recently moved there from another town on the same floor, but he was disturbed by odd rattling sounds, falling silverware late at night in his new home. He wanted to help, so Asa and Kirito had checked in his basement but couldn't find so much as a mouse. The log ended at suggestion that they go farther down beneath the town. So that means this chapel is directly beneath that man's house? She asked. Kirito grinned. It'll make sense if you switch your map. She did as he said, going to her map tab and pressing the arrow button that switched between vertical levels, moving from the first underground level to the above level. As he said, the present location marked underground and the quest NPC marker up in the town overlapped perfectly. Ah, I see. So this is where the go mystery vibrations are coming from, she corrected, closing the map and looking around the chapel again. But she didn't see anything that might have any effect on the home above, biological or not. Normally, her partner would take over and tell her the answer, but this time he stayed back, like a teacher observing his pupil during the learning process. It was the result of a complete and total misunderstanding, but it was also true that she needed to be able to finish quests on her own by now. There was no guarantee that their temporary partnership would ever be permanent. She made up her mind to solve this one on her own and went over the information in her head. A home in Caroline was suffering from supernatural phenomena every night. The cause was believed to be subterranean, so they went to the spot in the underground catacombs beneath the house, where they found an obviously spooky and suspicious chapel. In order to find the source of the phenomenon, they could search all over the chapel for the appropriate object, or cause the phenomenon to happen before their eyes. They couldn't find anything, so they would need to attempt the latter. Once she reached her conclusion, Asuna looked up. Didn't that man say that the house would rattle around at 2 a.m? He did, Kirito confirmed. Then we'll need to come around here at 2 o'clock to ascertain the nature of the sound, right? Good thinking. That's the orthodox way to solve this. As a matter of fact, many quests are timed restricted in this fashion. Look, I appreciate the compliment, but it's only 9 o'clock right now. Are we going to stand around here and waiting until 2 a.m? She demanded, exasperatedly. Kirito waved a finger theatrically. We could, but it's also the case that such quests often have a bit of a shortcut. Just wait, and a hint will come along. Ah, speak of the devil. He started to push her back, but she slapped his hand away. What do you mean, a hint will come along? She demanded, confused. Suddenly, she heard creepy, scraping footsteps from behind her. She desperately held in the scream that nearly erupted from her throat and darted behind Kirito, reminding herself that she was in the safety of town. Standing silently in the doorway they'd passed through just minutes before was a small NPC, like a child. Its face was hidden behind the hood of a deep gray coat, but its bare feet were extremely large compared to the rest of its figure, and its arms equally extraordinary in their length. In its left hand hung a dirty sack, and in its right, a long candle. The color cursor was yellow, which guaranteed that it was an NPC, but she couldn't be sure of it to its humanity, as she watched fearfully over Kirito's shoulder. The small man, she thought, dragged us and slapped its feet across the chapel, approaching one of the little candle piles found here and there. It squatted and pulled out a fresh candle out of the sack, lighting it from the tiny, nearly spent one on placing the fresh one onto the ground. Then it moved next to the pile and repeated the process. It seemed to be the manager of sorts for the underground chapel, but the species of the thing was still uncertain. He must have been what Kirito called the hint. In that case, she had to be brave and get her information. It might look scary, but that was just a design. It was no more than data. She summoned her courage, stepped out from behind her partner, and strode forward to speak to the little man. Hello? He came to a dead standstill, then slowly, awkwardly, turned to face her. The hood was totally dark, but 2 eyes glowed dully within. Are you the one refilling all the candles here? She asked, for starters. The little man silently nodded, relieved that they could at least communicate with each other. She continued. Have you ever seen anything strange happen here late at night? The little man did not reply, so she wondered if her question was a little too vague, but his long pause was broken by a rasping voice. I don't come here at night. I wake up in the morning and light the candles. During day, I add candles. At night, I put out candles and sleep. He resumed walking away. Once he had put down a fresh candle at the last pile, he shuffled his way out of the chapel. Once the little man's footsteps were gone, Asuna thought it was over. If his words were to be believed, the candles lit the chapel from morning until evening, so she had no concrete times, but it suggested that at 2 o'clock in the morning, in the dead of night, the chapel would be pitch black. She looked over at Kirito. He didn't say anything. She went to the nearest pile of candles, crouched, and blew them out. The chapel got a quarter darker and eerier than before, but she was certain that this was the answer. Blow out all those candles, Kirito, she ordered, extinguishing the next pile. When he finished the last pile, moments later, the chapel plunged into total darkness. It was impossible to move around like that, so Asuna was about to open her window to pull out her own lantern, when a pale blue light illuminated her hands. Thanks, she said, looking up to thank her partner for his consideration. But Kirito was at a distance, his hands empty. She looked around, wondering where the source of light was. The floor in the center of the room was glowing faintly. It wasn't the glowing moss from the spider's cave on the 3rd floor, nor was it the magic item with light properties. There was no warmth from it. In fact, the empty light seemed to fill the room with an icy chill. A sound like rustling branches disturbed the chapel air. Asuna bolted upright, her body stiff. Something was seeping through the floor and taking shape. It was a pale, transparent, twig-thin hand. Please, 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 no, 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 no. Of course, her silent plea did not stop the thing from transforming. It rose from the floor with another wail of hatred. The next arm, then a shoulder, long, stringy hair, a scrawny body. It was a woman, but where her eyes should have been were only red, flickering lights, and the sharp fangs jutted from her mouth. No matter how hard Asuna focused on it, no cursor appeared, but it clearly wasn't an NPC or a player. It was a monster. No, a ghost. The apparition, which took its sweet time appearing in full to really make the most of its terror, brandished hands with long nails like claws, and emitted a third shriek. Suddenly, the entire chapel rattled violently. The pews fell over, one after the other, and fine pieces of stone fell from the walls and ceiling. She had to stand firm, or she might lose her balance, but her body wouldn't listen. All her senses grew distant, and her stiff body toppled like a stick. "Whoa there!" went a voice in her ear as thin but powerful arms propped her up her back. Somehow, Kirito was now standing right next to her. "Oh, you didn't like it? I thought it was kind of cool haunted house effect." Then he noticed Asuna's abnormal state. "You okay?" She tried to reassure her concerned partner, but her mouth wouldn't work properly. He sensed her predicament, slipped his left arm around to cradle her, walking her over to the wall. The ghost continued to wail as he did so, and the chapel only vibrated harder. It was clearly the source of the quest giver's troubles, and that was as far as Asuna's mind could work. She shut her eyes as tight as she could in Kirito's arms, praying that it would disappear soon. The 15 seconds felt like many times more than that, but as the rocking began to subside, the ghost's voice calmed and trailed off and vanished. As silence returned, Asuna let out a breath she'd been holding in. When her numbed senses returned to her, she realized that Kirito's arm was around her, prompting a rise of embarrassment. She opened her eyes to tell him that it was fine, that she could stand on her own. About a foot away from her nose was a ghostly face, emitting a pale blue light. Ah! She screamed again, but there was no helping it now. She shook her head back and forth rapidly, pleading with him, like a little child. Make it go away! Drive it off! Right now! Well, we would have to move the quest onward for that. Then make it move onward! Kirito tried to break free from her, but Asuna only clutched his coat tighter. No, stay like this! Gotcha. He tried to keep Asuna's body in place as he turned slightly to speak to the ghost. Miss Ghost, why are you rampaging this chapel? After a few moments came an echoing voice that sounded like a whistling wind. Asuna felt a scream seize her throat, but she kept it in, just in time. Because I cannot leave. Why can't you leave? I am locked inside of this place. It was still scary, of course, but the voice seemed more tinged with sadness than hatred. That recognition helped Asuna's mind work a little smoother, and even with her face pressed to Kirito's chest, she realized something. When they entered the chapel, the door was a bit out of alignment, but it wasn't locked, and it was a ghost without a body, so it should be able to just swoop through any door or wall as it pleased. Because Kirito shared the same suspicion, well, more like he knew the proper conversation pattern to complete the quest, he was able to get through the ghostly conversation quite smoothly. She had been trapped inside this chapel 30 years earlier, when she was still alive. The one who locked her inside was the man she had promised her life to. Her hatred of him was what kept her chained to this place. Once all the above information had been related, the ghost's presence faded. Asuna still wouldn't take her face out of Kirito's jacket. So he carefully prompted, Miss Asuna? Did it go away? Yeah, for now. And it won't come back? Yeah, for now. She let out a deep sigh and felt her shoulders relax. With the end of the ghost show, her fear was ebbing away, only to be replaced with rising discomfort. After all, she had screamed at the top of her lungs and buried her face into her partner's chest, where it still rested. She had no idea how she could extract herself from the situation and maintain any face. As she stayed frozen and downturned, she heard Kirito's equally uncomfortable voice say, sorry for not noticing that you had trouble with the astral types. The unfamiliar term caused her to lift her head a bit. Astral? It's a monster category. Kobolds and goblins are demi-humans. Giant spiders and mantids are insects. Golems and gargoyles are enchanted. And so on. Specters and wraiths, like the one we just saw, basically undead without solid bodies, are astral types. The other undead with the proper bodies, like ghouls and skeletons, are classified as living dead. When he laid it out and explained it like that, it helped reinforce the concept that this was all just data on a computer, ghostly or not. Asuna counted to 3 and forced herself to pull away. Once she had looked around to ensure the coast was indeed clear, she took a step away from Kirito, who was kneeling on the floor, put her hands on her hips, and announced, I was only startled by how abruptly it appeared. That's all. Right. Yes, I might not like ghosts or astrals or whatever, but isn't that true for most girls? Right. So let's forget that ever happened and not bother with mentioning it in the future. Right. Having agreed with her thrice, Kirito got to his feet, Based on prior experience, she took the twitching of his nostrils as a sign of an intense internal battle over whether or not to tease her, and she fixed him with a glare. "And absolutely no childish pranks!" "Yes, ma'am," he replied like a schooled boy, and began to relight the candles. At last, Asuna felt comfortable enough to crack a tiny smile again. They searched the area of the ghost's appearance and picked up a golden pendant marked as a quest item, then returned to town. When they had an NPC identify the pendant, it turned out to be not a relic, but the signifier of a rich merchant's family in Caerluine. They headed to the family's mansion. After a brief argument with the guard at the gate, they were allowed to meet the 50-something leader of the family, whom they showed the pendant from the underground chapel. He broke out into tears and admitted to his past sin. He was grown tired of the girl he was betrothed to 30 years ago, and lured her into the chapel under the guise of relic hunting. As he locked her inside, she tore the pendant from his grasp. Asuna wanted to punch him right in the kisser, but Kirito warned her that it would cut the quest short. So she held it in and followed the man back to the subterranean chapel. They put out the candles again. The wraith girl appeared, and the merchant got down on all hands and knees and to grovel and apologize for his crime. The ghost vanished at last. They escorted the man back to his mansion, received some rewards, and had just closed the door to his office when a terrific rattling started. Upon opening the door, the man was nowhere to be seen. A rather chilling but satisfying end to the 30-year lament quest. As they left the mansion for the center square again, Kirito idly checking out his quest rewards, Asuna remarked, "You know, that quest seems like a very bad example for children." True. The nerve gear's not for use for kids under 13, and SAO had a recommended age rating of 15 and up, so there aren't any actual children here, I think. Yes, I suppose. Now that he mentioned it, Asuna had turned 15 just a month before SAO launched, so she just barely made it inside the rating level. If she was still 14 on November 6, would she not have even played the game? Would she have given up on borrowing her brother's nerve gear and successfully escaped the fate of this deathly trap? No, she ultimately decided. When she snuck into her brother's room on the day, he was unluckily, or luckily, on an overseas assignment and had put the already set up nerve gear on her head. She hadn't even bothered to glance at the game's age rating, but she supposedly given up regretting the past when she left the inn room in the town of beginnings. Now the only thing to do was to keep her eye on the impossibly distant 100th floor and push onward in an attempt to beat the game. If any astral-type monsters appeared, she would simply have to make a brief detour. Well, let's get going with the next quest. There better not be any ghosts in the puppy quest. Are there? She asked her partner. This time, he couldn't help but grin evilly. Probably not, but you never know. It might be a ghost dog. Once they had finished the other 2 underground quests, fortunately not horror-themed, and wrapped up the others in town, it was an evening hour, and they had both gained a level, Kirito to 18, Asuna to 17. As they walked the same path from the previous night to the restaurant and inn, Asuna grumbled to her partner, "For some reason, I don't seem likely to catch up to you in a level at all." Huh? Well, the amount of experience needed to gain a level is higher for you than me, right? So how is it possible that you're always exactly 1 level higher than I am? Oh, right, Kirito thought about how to answer the question, and awkwardly scratched his head. Well, there's no party bonus to experience gained in SAO, so when multiple people are beating a monster, its experience is split among them. But it's not even split. It takes into account the damage and debuffing inflicted, as well as the time spent targeting and stuff like that. Our current battle pattern usually involves me pulling aggro all the time, so... I see. In that case, she couldn't really complain. When they encountered a monster, Kirito always attacked first and used a sword skill. Then she switched in and did a normal attack, then finished it with a sword skill of her own. But since that order caused Kirito to be the one targeted, it was naturally that he wound up with more experience. And given that he had much more knowledge and experience and technique than she did, it was logical for Asuna to take over that role. She grumbled, unable to accept this fact at face value. Kirito eventually offered a weak follow-up. Hey, we're getting to the point where one level hardly means any difference, and we're both well within the safety margin, so you shouldn't worry about it. She said, nodding despite her frown. Kirito was right, of course, and she was not planning to lobby for a switch in combat duties, but she still felt miserable about it. Ever since coming to the 5th floor, she felt like her worst qualities were on display. She let her greed come out when searching for the relics, and screamed at astral monsters, and even asked for a personal duel, only to surrender before either of them swung a single blow. She was at least hoping to catch her partner in level, but it only seemed to remind her that she was relying on him even in normal combat. Yes, their partnership might be temporary, but she did not want to be the one always getting helped. She had to provide a benefit, something she could offer the other. I need to think of what I can do. No sooner had she come to that resolution than she walked right through the restaurant door Kirito was holding open for her and scolded herself for not realizing it. Even on the 3rd night within the 5th floor, the Blink and Brink restaurant was surprisingly barren. It was the height of mealtime, but there were no players on the outdoor terrace or inside the restaurant. Huh? Kirito exclaimed as he sat at the same table as last time, examining the menu. What's wrong? Well, that blueberry tart hasn't sold out yet. I would have figured that by now they'd be lining up for it before the restaurant even opens. That's surprising, especially since so many people are hunting for relics underground. Have they been doing it without the sight bonus then? They shared a toast of fickle wine for a good day's work, white wine for Asuna, sparkling red for Kirito, and took a sip. Kirito downed half of his wine in one go, then exclaimed at the bubbling flute glass and said, I like the flavor, but I don't think the sparkling red thing will take off. Oh, that's a real thing. There's Lambrusco from Italy and Shiraz from Australia, and so on. What? For real? You're so knowledgeable, Professor Asuna, he replied, eyes wide with wonder. She denied it with a smug smile, then looked down and added, It's not like that knowledge has any value here. That's not true. Huh? She looked up at Kirito's dead serious expression. There are plenty of times where real-world knowledge comes in handy when solving quests and puzzles. Besides, Aincrad might look like a fantasy world at first glance, but it's not a true other world. We and other NPCs all speak Japanese, and player interactions are all rooted in modern Japanese values. It's a taboo to talk about the other side, but we can't just completely ignore it like that. Asuna nodded. Her partner looked back at the menu, hoping to change the topic and mood. So, anyway, knowing they're still selling blueberry tart makes me want to eat one. The buff's great and all, but I like the taste. I agree, said Asuna. Recalling the freshing tang of the blueberries and the thick creaminess of the custard. But I wonder why it doesn't sell out. You wouldn't find a better buff for hunting for relics. Maybe Argo didn't put it in the strategy guide. Or, in fact, Kirito noted, looking toward the teleporter square. I don't think I saw the rat's strategy guide in the item shop at all. Maybe she hasn't started consigning them yet. Now that you mention it, until now, the first volume of her guide has always been out by the following evening after the floor opens. I'm sure she has her own circumstances. Maybe I should shoot her a message. Kirito set down his fork, opened his menu, quickly typing out a message of the hollow keyboard. A few seconds later, he frowned. It won't send. Maybe she's on another floor? Asuna suggested. Kirito looked away shiftily and muttered, No, that was a friend's message. This came as quite a surprise to Asuna, who was his temporary partner, but not registered as a friend of his. She let out very long and pointed, Oh? Kirito hastily explained. It's just, I buy lots of info from her and offer her my own from time to time, so it's just more convenient to have her registered. I didn't say anything, she noted with a smile, only to consider the new information for a moment. A regular instant message could be sent to any player whose name you knew and could spell properly in the Western alphabet. But the space restrictions were severe, and it wouldn't arrive unless you were both on the same floor. Meanwhile, the more expansive the friend's message could be sent to any unregistered friend, and regardless of the floor, as long as they weren't in a dungeon or instant map. So that could mean that Argo's in a dungeon right now? Asuna suggested, to which Kirito nodded seriously. Yeah, probably, but I don't recall if there was any information in this dungeon important enough to delay the release of her floor guide. What do you mean, this dungeon? Oh, Kirito glanced down at the terrace floor. The first level of the underground catacombs we're wandering around in today was within the safe zone, so the message would reach her there, but starting on the second level, it's treated like a dungeon, and it's technically outside of the town. Oh, I see. How many levels are there? 3, I think. There's an area boss at the bottom, but if you beat it, that opens up a shortcut tunnel to the next town. So it's not just a minor sub-dungeon? I suppose it wouldn't be out of the question for Argo to collect information from a necessary dungeon. Kirito bobbed his head, still wearing an unconvinced frown. Yeah, maybe you're right. It's a dungeon linked to the town, so I'm sure she wants to cover it thoroughly in her first issue. I'm sure she'll pop up out of nowhere, like she always does. Yeah, come on, let's eat. With a grin at last, Kirito closed his window and picked up the fork again. Since they weren't sold out yet, the two decided to order the blueberry tarts again and call it a night, renting a room on the second floor of Blink and Brink, which acted as an inn. In the hallway, they agreed to meet up time for the morning and bid each other goodnight. They opened adjacent doors. Asuna paused for a second, but Kirito yawned hugely and disappeared into his room. So she followed suit, slammed her door shut. She opened her window to her equipment mannequin and bashed the remove button twice so that she was in her underwear, then dove into bed. Once she buried her face into the big pillow, she grumbled as a series of interjections. Fine, I don't care anyway. Logically, she understood. There were no merit to friending Kirito at the present time. Given that they were currently a team working together, they wouldn't possibly get to split the different floors. So instant messages would serve they needed to talk remotely. But emotionally, she couldn't help but wonder why he didn't just ask. All he had to do was phrase it like, well, we should register too, just in case. And she'd be fine with answering with a simple, sure, I don't see why not. As she lay in bed, grumbling away, she played back the conversation with Kirito the previous evening. How long are you planning to work with me? Until you're strong enough to not need me. Maybe that was where Kirito wanted to draw the line. They were partners, not friends. So when the time inevitably came for them to split apart, it would be easier to do if they weren't registered as friends. No, he's just inconsiderate and thoughtless, she grunted, then relaxed at last and rolled over. She looked up at the ceiling, flickering with the play of the light and shadow cast by the room's lantern, and muttered, Fine, one day I'll ask you for that friend status. Once, I'm just as tough as you. She stretched her arms up, clutching her hands together, then rolled back and used the momentum to bound upward. Deciding to take a bath, Asuna looked around the room, but saw nothing resembling a bath door. Tapping the wall threw up a reference window for the room, which showed up its map, and there were no attached bathrooms. There was only a large one at the end of the upstairs hall. She panicked briefly, thinking of the great bath hall at Yoful Castle, then realized that unlike that mixed bath, this one was properly separated by sex. However, it wasn't clear that if was actually a rule or merely a directive advising good behavior. Just in case, she put on her casual wear and set it up so she could equip the swimsuit she crafted on the 4th floor, if necessary. Then headed out. She had just turned the first corner toward the bath, which was on the opposite end of the floor from the staircase, when she heard the door open and close behind her, and instinctually flattened herself against the wall. When she peered around the corner, a figure was walking away down the dim hallway. She was momentarily relieved, but then her eyes bulged. It was only a silhouette, but she couldn't mistake that form. It was Kirito. He was outfitted in his usual full garb of long coat and boots, and she couldn't make out his graceful hilt of his new sword of eventide on his shoulder. It was already past 9 at night. Maybe he was only leaving for a bit of gear maintenance, but there was something hard and resolute in his walk. He was probably going to venture into the underground catacombs and search for Argo the rat. "Why does he have to be so standoffish?" she grumbled, reaching up to open a window menu. On her equipment mannequin, she activated her breastplate, leather skirt, and chivalric rapier. The bath could wait. She was going to follow the man. Yes, she'd briefly sulked about the friend registration matter, but Argo was also a good friend to Asuna. Aincrad might be a big, but Argo was the only one who called her by a nickname, like A-chan. If Argo was in danger, it only made sense to forego her own comforts to help her. The hallway was empty. She raced down the stairs 2 at a time and darted past the NPC at the desk, who issued a generic, "Have a nice trip," and leaped out of the front door of Blink and Brink. 5. She had left only a minute after him, but she didn't see her partner at all on the straight path on the main part of town. He must have started sprinting as soon as he'd left. If it weren't for the fact that he would only pull farther ahead while she typed, she would have sent him an instant message. So the only option was to run. But no matter how many corners she turned, she never caught sight of Kirito's back. "Geez, how hard is he running?" she grumbled as the back alley joined the main road and the number of people in the vicinity grew. She looked around, exhaled in relief, and when she spotted a familiar-looking shape up ahead. But she didn't want to yell out to him and draw attention in the crowded place, so she had no choice but to continue her pursuit. Kirito nimbly raced on, avoiding players and NPCs alike, cutting through the teleporter square into the north side of town. When he reached the plaza that contained the entrance to the catacombs, he ran straight into the ruins without stopping. Hey, wait a minute," she called out, belatedly, but he didn't seem to hear. Less than a minute later, she reached the temple ruins and stopped at the descending staircase that yawned from the floor. Briefly, a horrible feeling of anxiety crawled through her chest. But she didn't have the option of turning back now. She opened up her menu, deciding to prioritize meeting up, and sent him a brief message reading, "Wait in the B1 room so I can join you." But the window immediately gave her a curt error message. This person is either in an inaccessible location or is not logged in. What? She gasped, looking up at her left corner, but Kirito's HP bar was still there, a consequence of being in the same party. So, the ominous latter option in the error message was not the case. She sent the message again, just to make sure she hadn't misspelled his name, but the result was the same. The first basement level of the catacomb was treated as inside the town, so she should be able to send him a message. If it hadn't worked, that meant that the span of less than a minute, Kirito had reached the second level, which was classified as a dungeon. It was hard to believe, but there was no other answer. She would have to give up and return to the inn. No! She had told herself she didn't just want to be a person who was protected all the time. If she turned back now, she would never be an equal partner to him. It would be all right. She gained the knowledge and instincts to fend herself in the last 50 days. "I'll catch up to you as soon," she swore under her breath, and stepped onto the staircase. Even at this time of night, the large entry room serving as a base camp for the town's relic hunters was dotted with players, but Kirito was, of course, not among them. She opened her window and checked the map tab. They'd run all over doing quests earlier today, so they map out about 80% of the first level, but there was still some of it grayed out. In particular, they hadn't set foot through the south door of the room. There were no markers for descending staircases in what she'd mapped out already, so if it was anywhere, it would be through that door. She closed her window, crossed the chamber, and pushed the mossy stone door. Unlike with the doors to the north, east, and west, there was no hallway. It opened up onto a small room with another descending staircase in the middle. The second level of the dungeon had to be down there. No wonder Kirito had been able to pass through the first level in less than a minute. As Asuna approached, she noticed a small placard sent to the side. It had a handwritten Japanese note reading, "Not safe haven below. Be warned." It was probably meant to ensure relic hunters didn't find themselves in trouble. For an item, a signboard had a pretty long lifespan, but even that was just 24 hours. Whoever had spent the money on this was probably refreshing it each day, but she was going to ignore that warning. After a final check of her gear, confirmation of that her portions were easily accessible from her waist pouch, she carefully headed down the darkened stairs. Fortunately, the staircase was short, and in just 20 steps, she was down to the second basement level. The moment she stepped into the small room below, which was indistinguishable from the one above, a warning reading "Outside Field" appeared. Beyond this point, the anti-criminal code would not protect her. The bluish stone walls, cracked floor looked much the same as the first level, but the chill in the air, on her skin, and the toughness of the stone floor on the soles of her boots felt undeniably different from the floor above. It wasn't her first experience going into a dungeon alone, of course. She'd spent up to 3 or 4 days in a sub-dungeon of a labyrinth tower the first floor alone, battling constantly, and she was much stronger now than she was then. The recommended level for this dungeon was about 12. Asuna was currently 17. As long as she could handle the astral types and remained no more than 2 staircases from the safety of the town, there was no reason at all to fear. Asuna brushed her bare legs to drive away the chill and began to walk. The little room had only one exit, so she headed through into the hallway. The walls alternated between weak torches that looked ready to go out at any moment and small doors. It was nice to have light at all, but the thought of checking at least a dozen doors one by one was tiresome. But if Kirito was down here to search for Argo, he would be looking through all of them. She was only a few minutes behind him, so the possibility was high that she'd open a door and run smack into him. Perhaps if she shouted at the top of her lungs, he would hear her, but it would only attract the attention of monsters. She decided to search the slow way, walking over to the closest door and listening through the rusted metal before pushing it open. The room was darker than the hallway, lit by only a few candles, set into the nooks of far wall. She didn't see any players or monsters in the narrow room, but there was a rectangular box placed near the back. It would be quite a large for treasure chest, but upon closer examination, she was still wrong. It was a coffin, but of course, this entire dungeon was a giant tomb. Asuna simply closed the door, knowing that nothing good could come from approaching the opening of that box. She exhaled, carefully walked to the next door, and opened it. Another tomb with a coffin inside of it, and no people. She shut the door quickly. The third and fourth floor were the same thing. She had beginning to get impatient and was ready to close on the fifth door just as fast when she suddenly froze. Something was glowing along the back wall. It wasn't reflecting the light of the candles. The dim white glow was the same kind that emitted in the temple Kerluin the night before. She checked her HP bar and saw that the buff icon on the eye was lit. She had some of the Blink and Brink's tart effect active. That meant that the source of white light was a relic that hadn't been picked up yet. After a bout of hesitation, Asuna decided to step into the crypt. The relic finding bonus lasted for 60 minutes, so it probably didn't have much longer. It would be a waste to let it drift away without making use of it. She snuck across the 30 feet of crypt toward the back wall. The glowing effect was in a crack in the stone floor, and when lifted up, she found it to be an ancient silver pendant. Asuna wouldn't know what it's worth until it was appraised, so she put it in her pouch and turned to leave the room. There was a heavy scraping noise. Crook, crook, like a stone pestle coming from the right. She glanced aside, overcome by an intense foreboding. The instinctual guess of stone pestle was actually not far from it. It was indeed a sound of a heavy stone on stone scraping, in this case the lid of a sarcophagus, as it moved by its body. Asuna clamped her lips shut to lock down the scream and pulled the chivalric rapier loose from her waist. Meanwhile, a glowing humanoid figure was emerging from the half-opened coffin with a wail-like whistling wind. It was very similar to the ghost of vengeful girl from the 30 Years' Lament. The major difference was a pale red cursor hovering over the thing's head. The HP bar contained the name Mournful Wraith. It was a monster, an angry spirit that could hurt her. The Wraith wailed, spread its arms, and pounced at her. Even knowing it in the rational part of her mind that it was just data on a computer, she wasn't able to completely overcome her fear. She scurried backward to the right corner of the crypt as she swung her sword at the thing. Her boots landed on a particularly large stone, which receded a bit with a tiny click. Under normal circumstances, Asuna would notice the aberration and leap away, even without knowing what it was. But she was so focused on controlling her fear of the ghost that her reaction to the change was late. Before she knew what was happening, the stone swung downward into a trap door. Asuna plunged through the narrow hole and fell without a sound. Her first thought was the height. In a way, the only thing scarier than a floor boss, universally capable of instantly killing even the hardiest of warrior, was fall damage. It varied based on maximum HP, strength, agility, and the terrain of the landing ground. But even at level 17, if Asuna fell over 30 feet head first into hard ground, she could easily die on impact. The silver lining was that the hole was narrow, so her body wouldn't rotate midair. She just had to pray it wasn't a long fall and brace her feet. The moment she left the hole, she saw a stone floor much like the one on the second level. It had been about a 30-foot fall. She let go of her rapier to brace herself, and when her shoes hit the floor, she bent her legs and rolled. She did 2 backward somersaults until her back hit the wall, stopping her cold. The impact was intense, but her HP loss was just under 10%. She stayed frozen for several moments, making sure nothing else would happen. The trapdoor had vanished from the ceiling above, and the wraith's wailing could not be heard. She slowly let out the air trapped in her chest and rearranged her thoughts. Asuna thought she had conquered her fear of ghosts, or astral monsters rather, but she totally lost her cool and failed to notice that she was wandered into a trap because of it. It was pathetic, but the important thing was to react and recover, then regret her mistake. She had to assess the situation and take the smartest possible action. Her first priority was to return to the second level of the dungeon from the bottom floor. That meant step 1 was to examine her surroundings anew. Asuna slowly got to her feet and looked around in search of the chivalric rapier she dropped during the fall. The silver sword was resting about 6 feet away, but there was also something else there. A humanoid creature with bluish skin, just barely a foot and a half tall, with a rodent-like extended snout and a large yellow eyes glowing at her. The little monster looked up at Asuna and skittered with a mocking laughter. Then it picked up the rapier, which was no longer than it was tall, tucked it under its arms, and darted off at unbelievable speed. "Hey, wait!" she yelled, but that had never stopped a robber before. A little creature melted into the darkness, leaving behind only a cursor labeled Sly Shrewman. If she had let it pull away until the cursor disappeared, she instantly knew she would never find it again. Asuna tore after the thief. As she ran, she noted that her surroundings were less of a man-made structure and more like a natural cave. The only light sources were glowing patches of moss on the rock wall, which made it hard to even see the floor ahead. She'd need to pull a torch out of her inventory and light it to avoid tripping, but that wasn't possible at a full sprint. She just kept running, praying that the luck would keep her from slipping on the uneven, slippery ground. Thanks to the sprint skill she'd replaced her tailoring skill with a few days ago, she'd caught sight amount of silhouette in the darkness ahead. After just 30 seconds or so, the sly showman turned back briefly, then skittered again, a bit more panicked this time. "You're not getting away from me!" she shouted, just loud enough for the rodent thing to hear, and leaned forward as far as she could, stretching in an attempt to grab the thief's twitching tail. Her fingertips brushed the tip of the tail, glanced off of it, then finally seized on tight on the third. When her right foot plunged into a puddle, the sole of the boot lost its grip, and her body toppled forward. She was just barely able to avoid the smashing her face into the ground, but she still landed hard on her butt in the water, sending up a large splash. The showman darted off. The light pink cursor vanished silently from her view. All Asuna was left was the unpleasant sensation of a cold water seeping into her skirt. It took a full 15 seconds for her to get to her feet. She made it her way to the wall with heavy footsteps, the hem of her skirt and the ends of her hair dripping with water. Once she found a dry stretch of ground, she sank down to her knees. Her sword was gone. Her lifeline in this world, the chivalric rapier +5 that harbored the soul of her old wind fleuret. The loss and fear of that shock bounced back and forth in her mind, impending other thoughts. She needed to regain her wits and take the optimum actions now, but her head felt heavy and dull, robbing her of her ability to identify what she ought to think. Her hand moved slowly in the darkness down to her right side, but the only thing the fingers touched was cold rock, and not the partner who was always with her. Yes, if Kirito were here, he would tell her exactly what she needed to do. He would track down the showman through some means Asuna couldn't begin to guess, and get her sword back. Kirito. He did not answer her plea. She looked up at the cave ceiling, lit faintly by glowing mosses. Somewhere in that direction, on the second floor of the dungeon, was Kirito. He might be only a few dozen feet away from her at this very moment. Asuna sucked in a deep breath, preparing to shout out the name of her partner with all of her strength. But when she pulled her lips back to form the k, they were trembling. She wanted to call him. She wanted to scream his name over and over, sobbing like a pleading child. She wanted to cling to the possibility that he would appear out of nowhere and solve her problems like magic. But she was in the bottom floor of the catacombs beneath Kerluin, on the 5th floor of Aincrad. As of December 29th, it was literally the front line of player progress. The monsters here would be more powerful than any seen thus far, and yelling to draw attention to herself without a weapon in hand was nothing short of suicidal. She pulled her hand up and clamped it over her mouth. The urge to scream and cry was overwhelming, but she held it in, letting only silent tears leave her. She was scared. She was alone. She wanted to go back to the town right away. Asuna had never felt the fear like this when she had been alone in the 1st floor labyrinth tower. She worked her gear down to the breaking point, and if she happened to die, then that was that. Since then, her gear and stats had grown much more powerful. So it was her inability to even stand on her own feet, now a sign that her heart had grown weaker. Had meeting Kirito and fighting alongside him caused her to lose that solidarity strength? No, that wasn't true. The only reason that the old her didn't feel fear was because she had given up. The reason she was so afraid now was because she had found a reason to survive and keep living. In fact, Asuna had found a new goal for herself just today, to be as strong as Kirito so she could ask him to be officially friends with her. She couldn't give up on that now. She would make use of the knowledge he'd so liberally given her and return alive. There was no other choice. As soon as she swore that oath to herself, she heard her partner's voice echo in her ears. Kirito had told her about a similar situation once, just after she lost her wind florette to that organizing scam, and he'd recovered it by using the materialize all items button. She could still clearly recall his words. So he finds a spot he thinks is safe, then does the material all items trick, dumping all his stuff onto the floor at his feet. The problem is, there are looting mobs in that dungeon. All these little gremlins come pouring out of the woodwork to grab everything off the floor, stuff it into their sacks, and scamper off. It takes him 5 whole hours to hunt down each and every one of those gremlins to get his stuff back. I tell you, it brought a tear to my eye. The little gremlins in Kirito's tale had to refer to the Shrew Man. He'd acted like it was a story relayed to him by another player, but she figured it had to be first-hand experience. Looting mobs had the robbing skill, which immediately overwrote the owner of an item, so even the materialize all button wouldn't bring it back, he'd claimed. Trying that again now would be of no use. If she wanted her chivalric rapier back, she needed to defeat that Shrew Man. Fine, I'll do it, she mumbled into her palm, then let go of and rubbed her eyes with the back of her other hand. In the red of the sly Shrewman's cursor was quite faint, which meant that its combat ability was much weaker than level 17. Asuna, if she had hit with a single sword skill, that might be enough to wipe out entirely. But she needed a weapon for that. Asuna opened up her window and switched to her inventory. She touched the sort button, praying to herself, and organized it to only show her rapier category. With a little sound effect, it narrowed down a display just a single name, Iron Rapier, the very last one of the pile she'd been bought in the bulk in the first floor NPC, and used it up without bothering to have them repaired. She'd been meaning to get rid of it for ages, but never did. She touched the item and select Materialize. The crude wooden sheath appeared above the window. She picked it up and stood, put her right hand to the hilt, and slowly drew the blade out. It was essentially the very bottom tier of that weapon category. The blade dull, the knuckle guard essentially just a sheet of curved metal, but in this situation, it was Asuna's very last lifeline. I'm sorry I wasn't taking good care of you. Please help me, she whispered to the sword, put it back into the sheath, and hung it from her left hip. Next, she replaced her normal hooded cape with the silver one she was saving. After that, she equipped her rewards from Yofel Castle the day before. On her ears were the earrings of ripples, fashioned in the shape of little shells, with boosting to hearing. And on her legs were mid-length boots with over-the-knee socks called prancing boots. They gave her a slight jumping bonus and diminished the sound of her footsteps. Outfitted in the best gear she had on hand, Asuna looked in the direction of her Shrewman's escape. She wanted to go off searching for it, but obviously moving meant increasing the risk of encountering other monsters. It was already nearly a miracle she chased so far after the little thief without running into any other foes along the way. On the other hand, it was not going to show up again if she waited in place. Still, there had to be a way to take advantage of a looting mob's habits to lure it out. Asuna pulled up the map tab and closely checked on her surroundings. She was in the southern part of the 3rd level of the dungeon, which essentially is a straight corridor mapped out from the spot where she'd fallen through the trapdoor. The passage widened where she'd slipped and fallen and seemed to fork just ahead. She had no idea which of the hallway's 2 branches the monster had taken. Asuna closed her window and reached into her waist pouch to pull out a silver pendant that was the original cause of her fall. She didn't know what benefits it held, but it was going to serve as a lure now. When that rat thing picked up my rapier, it was barely 6 feet away. She dropped this pendant into the hateful puddle. As the silver light wandered beneath the shadow water, She took 1 step away, then 2, measuring out 6 feet. That was the shortest distance necessary to pull off a sword skill. She drew the iron rapier and waited for the moment the sneak thief appeared again. However, it's not coming. A minute had passed, but the shroomman did not show itself. Either she was too close or the lure wasn't valuable enough. But from when Kirito said the materials all items trick in the beta, the shroomman had appeared from all directions and scooped up every item at his feet. So distance didn't value factor into it. What was the difference about him then and her now? She thought it over, then looked down at the rapier in her hand. After Kirito had pressed the button in his inventory, he wouldn't have had a weapon. So maybe it came down to whether you were waiting a battle or not. She put the rapier back in its sheath at her left side. Within seconds, her boosted hearing detected a little scurrying footsteps on approach. There it is! All her nerves on edge. She readied to draw her sword at any moment. Perhaps the one that appeared wouldn't be the one holding her chivalric rapier, but she'd just have to depend on the good luck for that. But once the footsteps got what it felt like 30 feet away, they stopped moving. It was as if the creature sensed Asuna's bloodthirsty gaze. Actually, couldn't that be the truth in fact? There was no way to be physically sense a gaze on one's skin in the real world, but this place was different. The system knew that Asuna was looking at it. So was the apparatus sending the images to her brain to begin with? So it was perfectly capable of telling the shroomman that she was looking at it. Okay, fine. In that case, she steeled herself and slowly turned around on the spot. Now she was relying solely on her hearing. She placed her hands in her front ears to catch as much sound as possible, training her every nerve on the creature's steps. Plip, plip, plip. As soon as her eyes moved away, the owner of the footsteps moved again. It appeared arithmetically, stopped, approached again, and then she heard it splash lightly into the water. Asuna spun around and drew her rapier. 6 feet away, the sly shroomman had picked up the pendant from the water and was about to flee. The rapier skill Asuna knew with the longest reach was shooting star, but the motion to initiate was complex. And the move took too much time to engage. Here, she would have to use a basic skill with the one with short range but the quickest possible bursts. With the motion she performed so many times, like it was second nature, Asuna pulled out her rapier back. Silver light shone at the tip, enveloping the entire blade. As the system assistants took over, she pushed it forward by launching an extra hard off the ground. Shaking! The one part lower thrust skill, oblique, tore through the darkness of the cave. As the rest of the world moved in slow motion, she saw the glowing white point of the rapier approach the black of the fleeing shroomman, make contact, and just lightly pierce the skin. That was all it took for the HP on its cursor to vanish. With a pathetic little crash and a brief squeak, the little humanoid silhouette burst into countless shards. Just as she landed and stood up again, a little message popped up, listing experience points, coal, and looted items. The XP and money were no big deal. The items were the point: shrewd tail, balloon mushroom, and the unknown necklace she had dropped. That was it. There was no stopping that sigh of lament, but she couldn't give up now. It wasn't clear how many sly shroommen inhabited in the area at the time, but if she kept hunting them, using the same method, she would have to get her rapier back eventually. Asuna stretched then, retrieved the pendant from her inventory again, dropped it into the puddle, and put away her sword and turned around. Over the next 15 minutes, Asuna lured in 3 more shroommen and dispatched them with a single blow. But the only items they dropped were tail and mushrooms, but no signs of chivalric rapiers. The third even had a wad of paper, just to add insult to injury. She snarled, grinding her teeth as she materialized the paper. She was going to hurl it overhand like a baseball when her arm stopped. Asuna stopped and held the paper up to her face. It seemed like something was written on it. She carefully unwadded the parchment, making sure not to tear it. The standard 7 by 11 inch paper did indeed have a line of text written on it, but the cave was too dark to make it out. Even bringing it close to the glowing moss wasn't enough. So she was about to ball it up again out of frustration when she remembered that Kirito never give up on the trail like that. She put up her fist to her mouth, trying to calm her rising irritation. Eventually, her mood returned to normal, and she exhaled a long breath. Suddenly, her surprise, a warm light appeared near her hand. She flipped it over and saw that the stone inset atop the ring on her hand was emitting a faint but steady light. She heard Kirito's voice in her ears. "Why don't you equip that? It'll be handy." It was the candle power effect in the ring. Breathing on it made the shine a little bit. He was right. It was handy. She said a silent thanks to her absent partner for ceding that ring to her, then held it closer to the parchment in her other hand. This time, the line writing was clear to see. 29, 2200 hours, B3F, parenthesis, 181, period, 203, parenthesis, period. What is this? She wondered. If it was the start of a quest, the quest log would have chirped with an update the moment she'd read it, but there was no such indicator. So it was a ball of paper a player wrote and threw away, which a shrew-man had picked up and treasured. 2200 hours looked like a time, 10 o'clock at night, which meant 29 was the date. The B3F referred to the third basement floor of the catacombs, but the numbers in the parenthesis were still a mystery. While she puzzled it over, the light on the ring faded away, so she breathed on it and held the gem back up to the paper. At that point, she realized it wasn't a period separating the two mystery numbers, but a comma. A little light flickered on in her head, and Asuna muttered, "Are these coordinates?" She had opened up her window and brought up the map of the third floor underground level of the dungeon. When she tapped the cursor and presented the position in mostly unfilled map, it popped up her name and the numbers of her coordinates. It said 181, 235. The coordinates in SAO were by meter, with the 0 point at the upper left corner, meaning that Asuna was currently at 181 meters to the right east of the upper left northwest corner of the dungeon and 235 meters down south. Based on the map size, it looked like a dungeon was about 300 meters side to side, so her current location was somewhere near the middle of the level, though in the lower right quadrant, the X value of the coordinates on the paper was exactly the same, so she'd get the spot by traveling just about 30 meters north from where she currently was. That all added up in her mind, but did not answer what this was referring to, and why a looting mob would be carrying it. She breathed on the ring to recharge the light and held it up to the note. Upon examining the handwritten numbers again, she made a new discovery. In the 203 of the Y coordinate, the 2 looked rather roughly written. It might have been a correction from a mistake, but also looked like a 3. There was a bit of a trick in SEO to writing on parchment with a quill, so it was common for clumsy and unpracticed players to make mistakes. So it was a player who wrote this, then made a mistake and tried to rewrite it, but failed, balled up the paper and threw it away, and the shrew-man came along and picked it up. Her partner wasn't around to answer that question for her, but she was pretty sure she was right. The next question was what these coordinates meant. If the writer tried to correct the mistake and was unhappy with the result and used a new parchment anyway, then it wasn't meant for them. And given that it mentioned a time, it was highly likely that the note was indicating a time and place for a meeting. But there were still doubts. Why the need to write on parchment in the first place? That was what instant messages were for. Every mistake could be corrected with the backspace key, and the send button would never deliver instantly. So why not use that? Was it a love letter? No, not in a crude, unsentimental way like this. She glanced at the time indicator in her window. It was 2145 on the 29th. 15 minutes to move just 30 meters. She justified to herself, putting the parchment into her inventory. Asuna headed north down the hallway with her map open, deciding to the thief elimination plan would take temporary break. She crossed about 25 meters without encountering any new monsters and began to hear the faint sound of running water. She squinted and saw that there was little room ahead. A rounded stalagmite rose from the floor like a bench, and the water spouted from an east wall, forming a small spring. She felt a sudden thirst and an urge to rush over and scoop up water to quench it, but she held this in and stood her ground. Her current coordinates were 181230. The little room was undoubtedly the location of the mysterious note writer's meeting. She looked around and found a little hollow in a nearby wall that could serve as a hiding spot, and squeezed into it. If a romantic-looking couple ends up coming along, this totally makes me a creepy voyeur, she realized, and briefly wondered what in the world she was doing. But there was no turning back now. She'd put her iron rapier into its sheath and stuck it into the wall. If she had Kismel's invisibility cloak with a 95% hiding rate, or had at least built up her hiding skill, but there was just no use of worrying about it now. 10 minutes passed, leaving just 5 minutes until the meeting of 10 o'clock. She closed her window and lowered her hood of her silk cape, listening intently. A minute later, she heard the footsteps approaching. It wasn't the slapping feet of a sly shrew-man, but the crisp ring of hard-soled boots hitting the cave-carven stone. It most certainly belonged to a player. As expected, the steps stopped within the little water cavern. Asuna waited a few moments, then poked her head out of the hollow, glancing at the room 15 feet away. The visitor carried no light, so the only illumination was from the glowing moss, but the room had more of it than the halls, so she could at least make out a figure. All she could tell was that it was short and thin. A hooded cape covered the figure from head to toe, hiding everything else. There was no shape of protruding weapon either, so the person was unarmed or had a small weapon, such as a dagger. Asuna focused hard to bring up a color cursor, but all she saw was that it was green and the HP bar was nearly full. Given that the person had reached the 3rd level of the dungeon alone, it was probably someone from the front line group, but she couldn't identify the name without a better look. If it was someone she knew, she could ask for assistance in getting out, at least. Or that is what she hoped, until the sound of more footsteps hit her ears. A few seconds later, another player entered the room from the north side. This one was also in a hooded cape, but seemed to have a one-handed sword in the left hip. The first player made a hand gesture, like Fleming's left hand rule, with thumb and index and middle finger extended. With the other player returned. The fact that they were communicating with hand signs while wearing full cloaks was quite suspicious. At the very least, it was not lovers on a date, and she had no desire to call out and reveal her presence to them. Asuna realized that her heart had begun to beat wildly, and she put her right hand to her chest. She swallowed hard, feeling the sudden onset of nervous energy coursing through her. The sound of her throat was loud in her ears, and she tensed, worried that it might be overheard. Naturally, the cloaked figures 15 feet away did not hear the beating of her heart nor the swallowing in her throat. They sat on the stalagmite bench against the wall, facing each other. The later to arrive spoke first.
Hey, you're here early today.
Waiting long? The total lack of care in his voice and the words nearly caused Asuna to slump to her knees. She clung to the wall, listening hard. Not that long, but it was a pain in the ass to get here, said the first player. The high-pitched voice seemed familiar, but it was muffled enough by the hood that she couldn't be sure. The only thing that she could tell was that both seemed to be male. Speaking of pain in the ass, writing down that memo by hand is a royal one. I hate using that damn pen. Can't we just use regular messages? You know we can't. That'll leave a message in your history, you know. Despite the light tone, the contents of the conversation were incredibly suspicious. But that answered the question of why the meeting point wasn't just decided with an instant message, at least. I'm letting things calm down and taking a break from both guilds. If they find out I've been sending messages around, all this trouble will be for nothing. Fine. I get it. Based on the way that they were talking, the first person seemed to be the position of higher authority, given that the second spoke with a kind of informal politeness. But for some reason, Asuna got the opposite impression about them. The second player lowered his volume and muttered, "Just in case. You didn't get trailed, did you?" That's why we came here, all the way underground like this, right? Hiding won't work against the astral types on the second level, so anyone following me would get exposed. Yeah, good point. Well, let's get down to business. How did the matter go? The second person asked. Opening his window, he started typing on the hollow keyboard, taking notes. It went pretty well. Our main force is going to break out early before the organized countdown event 2 days from now, and try to just sweep through the labyrinth on its own. Countdown? Asuna wondered to herself as she listened. Then it occurred to her that in 2 days it would be December 31st, New Year's Eve. A countdown event was certainly possible. The problem was what they said next. Sweeping through the labyrinth meant beating the floor boss, and there were only 2 guilds in Aincrad capable of such a feat, either Lin's DKB or Kabao's ALS, which meant the high-voiced first player was a member of one of the 2 guilds. But a guild's activities and plans were absolutely top secret. If he was coming down here in secret to reveal those to this outsider, that would make him a spy, she mouthed silently, then bit her lip. The first possibility that came to her mind was that the first player, the one who was a DKB/ALS member, was revealing his guild's information to the player with the longsword, who was a member of the other guild. But based on the way he was speaking, it didn't seem like the other one was a member of either group. But who else could possibly want to go to such lengths for internal information on one of the 2 guilds? The only third party she could imagine was Agil and his bro squad, but none of them used a single-handed sword, so they had no reason to engage in spying. Agil had shifted to merchant businesses on the 4th floor when the 5th was already open. It was hard to imagine that he was plotting to sneak past both DKB and ALS to get to the 6th. On the other group was the legend Braves, who had made great strides on the 2nd floor until their scam was exposed and they broke off from the main force. But since they'd had to make amends by handing over all their high-level gear, they probably wouldn't go through such elaborate pains to do this. In fact, it wasn't even that they thought up this trick, the scam, but the mysterious stranger in a bar wearing a black poncho. Asuna had to clench her jaw shut to avoid gasping aloud in shock. Kirito's words from the other day before echoed in her mind. There could be 3, 4, or an entire gang of PKers out there in Aincrad somewhere. Could this be it? Was the swordsman who was using the high-voiced cloaked player as a spy to gain guild secrets part of that PK gang Kirito was worried about? In that case, Asuna was in much greater danger at the moment than she'd ever contemplated. She had been nervous earlier, but that was just because she was eavesdropping on a private conversation, and she would feel bad about being exposed. If she lied or apologized about it, she might even get them to help her escape the dungeon. But if they were PKers, murderers, and their important secret contact deep in a dungeon was witnessed by someone else, how would they solve that situation? Threats? Bribery? Or... Her entire body went as cold as ice, freezing her solid. Meanwhile, the lackadaisical second player continued. That sounds nice. Things got a little too soft between Kiba and Lind on the last 2 floors. We gotta stir things up and get them to clash again to keep it from being too boring. Don't act like it's that simple. It's a hell of a job to manipulate a guild meeting into going any particular direction. Yeah, I know. But the boss is training us up on that point to which the super cool conversation technique, you know? True. I think I'm finally getting to the hang of the exact point where I'm not being too obnoxious and talking too much. I've given up on that. Yeah, because the way you talk transcends obnoxious. The first player chuckled and nimbly sat cross-legged atop the stalagmite, rocking back and forth. Still, I can't tell what boss is thinking. I know what he wants to do. It's just so... twisted. I think he could get around to it in a much more direct way. We're just sowing the seeds now. Get too hasty and the fun of our little festival will be over in moments. Yeah, I know. Enjoy the process, right? Exactly. The two chuckled again, and Asuna felt a cold sweat run down her back. Boss. That was the word the two were using to refer to some kind of leader. Perhaps he was the man in the black poncho, the very one who led the braves astray. Kirito's fears were confirmed. At the moment, there was a PK gang of at least 3 members. It's not the kind that just attacks people directly, but one plotting to confuse, agitate, and guide other players into guilds into committing provocation PvP. But why? The massive question came to Asuna's mind again. What did they have to gain by pitting the DKB and the ALS against each other, sowing chaos among the best players in the game? What profit could they derive from that was the greater or the more important than escaping than this game of death? If she had her chivalric rapier in hand, she would leap from her hiding spot and point it at them to demand answers. She would ask them what they were thinking. That momentary impulse shifted her avatar's center of balance forward. The imbalance caused her right foot to step forward an inch or 2. It was enough to rebalance herself, but the edge of her boot kicked a tiny pebble that happened to be resting on the spot. The stone skittered forward, the sound echoing off the cave walls. The chuckles from the room, just 15 feet away, stopped abruptly. Asuna straightened up, pressing her back hard against the wall. "Did you hear something?" the swordsman whispered. The first player replied, Maybe it's a mob." It wasn't the sound of a monster popping. What's the hallway like down that way? It's a straight shot about 60 meters, then a dead end. If anyone snuck in there, we'd see the cursor. It's a dead giveaway. But in these natural dungeons, even straight passages have little dips and bends. That would suck if someone heard our little secret convo. Oh no, they're coming to check. Even in this darkness, they'll get close enough to see me. I can't win a fight in this starter rapier. She had to think. If her brain was sharp enough to imagine the worst-case scenario, she could come up with a plan to get out of this. A number of thoughts burned through her brain in the span of a second, like sparks, eventually forming an idea. Her right hand shot into her pouch, pulling out the piece of parchment with the failed instruction on it. She wadded it up and tossed it softly at her feet. It made no sound. It was just a rolled up piece of paper lying on the ground. Then turned around and urged, "Hurry, come quick." "So, I guess I'll check it out," came the swordsman's voice. She heard him stand. Footsteps approached over the damp cave. 1, 2, 3 steps. Then, "Whoa! What the hell?" The first player shouted at the same time as the screech of a rodent. A sly shroomman had reacted to Asana's toss of a sheet of paper, running through the little room from the other hallway. "Get the hell out of here!" he yelled, and the swordsman laughed. "Come on, keep that door on the other end closed, please." There was a sound of a sheath ringing, then a sword skill. Blue light briefly shone in the passage, and the shroomman screamed. "Stupid rat man, startling me like that. Must have seen the sound of scurrying around." The sword returned to its sheath, and Asana let out a silent breath. She crouched and picked up the paper at her feet. Meanwhile, the players continued talking. "Goddamn little annoying looters! Did they show up in the beta too?" "It was terrible. If you ever dropped your weapon. The best part was that every once in a while you'd lift someone else's nice gear from one, and what do you know? No sooner are the words out of my mouth." Asana felt a nasty sensation flooding over her tongue as the swordsman gloated. She heard the sound of an item being materialized, and the smaller player exclaimed in surprise. "Oh, no way! That rapier looks mega rare!" When the full import of this conversation finally permeated her brain for a few seconds, Asana felt all the blood in her body run cold. "No, it can't be," she pleaded. But there was no other realistic possibility. The very shroomman that Asana had called over to save from her predicament was the one that had looted her chivalric rapier to begin with. The two men had killed it and gotten her weapon. Now that she had accepted that ugly truth, she tried to remember what would happen to the item's ownership and equipment rights now. She heard Kirito's voice again, repeating his lesson during the second floor upgrade scam uproar. "If someone picks up your weapon, or you hand it over to them, the weapon cell in your menu goes blank, including situations like the one where you gave the blacksmiths your wind floret. But here's the thing. The equipment cell might be empty, as though you're not equipping anything. But that anneal blade's equipper info hasn't been deleted, and the equipment rights are protected much more tightly than simple ownership rights. For example, if I take an unequipped weapon out of storage and give it to you, my ownership of that item disappears. Just 300 seconds. That's 5 minutes. As soon as it goes into someone else's inventory, it's owned by that player. But the length of ownership for an item equipped far longer. It won't be overwritten until either 3,600 seconds have passed or the original owner equips a different weapon in that slot." The original owner equips a different weapon in that slot. That phrase pounded Asana's brain like a hammer. After her chivalric rapier was loaded, she replaced it with an iron rapier in her inventory. At that instant, she had overwritten her equipment rights to the chivalric rapier. Actually, the chances were high that the shroomman had the robbing skill, which eliminated her ownership rights the moment it was looted, and the cloaked swordsman had beaten the shroomman, so the rights of the chivalric rapier were clearly his now, and it had been dropped. Devastated, Asana slumped against the wall, and meanwhile the first cloaked player was screeching with excitement. "Hey, let me see that!" "Whoa, it's heavy!" "Let's look at the specs." "Sure, you gotta be kidding! Check out the attack value! It might as well be a double-handed weapon." "Sounds cool." "Seriously? That's all you have to say? If you're not interested, then give it to me." But you're like a dagger user. Do you even have enough strength?" "If I had a weapon like this, I'd switch from being a fencer. It's called a chivalric rapier. Damn, that's cool." "Who cares what the name is?" "Whoa, it's already been boosted to +5. Asana fought desperately against the urge to slump down and cover her ears. She'd carelessly fallen into a trap, dropped her sword, the most valuable item she owned, let it be looted by a monster, lost sight of it, then got beaten to the punch by another player. She had no right to that weapon, and she knew it. But she couldn't give it up now. She just couldn't. These PK gang members used it. That chivalric rapier might take a player's life, a person's life. She couldn't possibly stand that. She would emerge from her hiding spot and beg them to sell it back to her. Even if it meant revealing that she'd been eavesdropping on their secrets, they turned their weapons on her. This was to protect others from what they might do to the chivalric rapier. Asuna took a deep breath, summoning every ounce of courage. She peeked out a bit from the hollow, looking closely at the players, turning away from her, one holding her beloved weapon. She willed the strength into her legs, trembling with nerves and fear, preparing to step out into the hallway. At that moment, the darkness of the hallway on the north side of a little spring room wavered like a watery surface, producing another figure clad in black. "Huh?" sputtered the rapier-holding player as the swordsman tensed, but Asuna barely even noticed what the two cloaked players were doing. The new member of the scene wore a long black leather coat. A beautiful designed longsword hung across his back. Beneath his long black bangs burned eyes darker than darkness. The sight was so vivid on her virtual retinas that she couldn't even blink. "Well, well, well," said the second cloaked player, still as lackadaisical as before, but in a much colder tone. "I always seem to run into you in the funniest of places." The first cloaked player's shoulders tensed as he prepared to shout something, but the second one struck him in the chest with the back of his hand to shut him up. He stepped forward to hide his partner's identity and growled at the newcomer. "Mind if I ask one question? How long have you been there?" "I just got here, heard you two talking," said the black-clad swordsman at last, his familiar voice almost causing Asuna to wilt to the ground with relief. But this was not the time to lose her composure. If needed, she might be leaping out of her hiding spot to come to her partner's aid. "Well, wouldn't you know it? I thought we were keeping it nice and quiet from the main hall, but I guess we got carried away once I acquired this nice rare loot." "About that weapon. You said it was a chivalric rapier +5, right? You sure about that?" "Wow, you seem to have latched onto that detail just from hearing it said once. What about it, pal?" asked the second cloaked player, spreading his hand theatrically in the challenge. The other swordsman in black answered coldly, "My partner was using that rapier." The first player abruptly budged, and again the second one silenced him with the back of his hand. He really did not want his partner to say anything. Once he was convinced that the other player would reluctantly remain silent, the second made a theatrical gesture of confusion. "Oh, is that so? Well, I just looted it off this looter mob. So, do I have this situation right? You want me to return your friend's weapon?" "No, I am not going to get it in your case about that. It's just, I have no way of judging if your words are the truth or not." The black-haired swordsman stepped forward, slightly, his voice quiet but chilling. "After all, you could have gotten that sword by dual PKing my partner, right, Morte?" Called out by name. The second cloaked player raised his left hand and slowly pulled his hood back. What emerged was a metal coif, its hem ragged. He shook it, clinking the threaded chains, and laughed in different tone of voice than what he'd been using previously. "All right, I see your tactic here. You mean the way I did to you on the third floor, Kirito?" Asuna could sense that once the two men called each other by name, the cave grew very, very tense. Neither had drawn his weapon, but she could practically see sparks between them. Morte. The man wearing the coif was very same the dual PKer who had challenged Kirito to a half-finish mode duel on the third floor, and then, just before taking him to the halfway point that would end him, the duel attempted a huge critical hit to kill him. The swordsman, one in the black coat, the one wearing a black cloak, stared at each other down in silence. Even the raucous, chatty dagger the user was bowed back, intimidated into holding his tongue by the scene. Asuna was still partnered with Kirito, so he would see next to his own HP bar that Asuna still had about 90% of her HP left. His challenge was that she might have been dueled, PK'd for her sword was just a bluff, yet the sheer pressure of exuding from his entire body made him seem deadly serious. Meanwhile, Morche wielded his own atmosphere of sheer murder, not backing down a single step. She was certain that if either of them drew his blade, a battle would result, and not a duel. Whoever landed the first hit would become an orange player, unable to enter town until his cursor returned to green status. But both of them had to know that. Each understood the other as a foe whose defeat was worth that heavy cost. However, by the act of Akihio Kayaba, the creator of Sword Art Online, the game was no longer normal. It was a cold, cruel game of death, in which the loss of all HP meant the loss of the actual player's life. PKing was no longer just PKing. It was true murder. She couldn't let Kirito's hands be stained with blood over something that began with her own mistake. She had to resolve the situation before they turned to battle. There was probably only one thing she could do: retrieve her chivalric rapier from the first cloaked player through means other than battle. At the very least, that would remove Kirito's need to attack Morche. Given that they knew the rapier's incredible power, they would hesitate to begin a 2-on-2 fight. The first player had his back to her, unaware of her presence. If this was the real world, she would just sneak up and snatch the rapier out of his hands. But it wasn't clear if stealing an item that forcefully would work in this world. Plus, just wrestling out of his fingers wouldn't override Morche's system-ordained ownership. Yes, the floating castle of Aincrad was ruled by absolute laws of the game system. Laws that didn't exist in the real world. The most important tool for survival was to understand the system and make it work for you. What could she do completely and entirely to recover chivalric rapier? She needed to physically possess the item, then later reset ownership rights. There was no other way. But she would need to have the item for 300 seconds for that to work. It was a very long period of time, and it would not be a simple matter of just snatching out of the first player's hand. Meanwhile, Asuna's right eye and ear took note of two phenomena simultaneously. Her eye saw the first player's left hand searching for a weapon on his left hip. Her ear heard the slight swish of a monster popping into being on the south side of the hallway, the direction of the spot where she first fell. The two things combined in a chemical reaction, guiding her to a single strategy. It wasn't a sure thing, and it wouldn't be dangerous, but she couldn't think of a better idea on the spot. Kirito and Morche were staring at each other silently, gauging how the other might react. But the impatient first player would be the first to explode. Then the battle could not be stopped. If she was going to act, she needed to act now. Asuna sucked in a cold breath into her lungs and tensed. The first player flipped aside his cloak with his left hand, exposing a dagger. At that precise moment, Asuna dropped the ball of paper from her hand again. Instantly, little footsteps began approaching from the south. In order to free up his hand, the first player tried to move the rapier to his left. Just as the sheath was about to move from hand to hand, Asuna leaped out of her hiding spot, drew her iron rapier, and expended all the air charged in her lungs into a deafening scream. The scream was so loud it brought down a patter of sand from the walls. The unnamed cloaked player and Morte both jumped. The chivalric rapier slipped out of the cloaked man's hand and fell to the ground. In less than a second, it was not Asuna, Morche, or the cloaked player who darted forth to snatch the weapon, but the freshly arrived sly shroomman. As the rodent tried to turn around and slip away, Asuna hit it with an oblique, her fastest sword skill. The monster's body burst into blue shards, and the rapier it was carrying disappeared. She jumped as far back as she could and opened her equipment screen. In the main weapon cell, she replaced the iron rapier with the weapon that had just dropped. The rapier in her right hand vanished into light, and reassuring weight appeared in her left waist. Just over 3 seconds had passed from the monster she leapt out from her hiding spot. By the time she landed, Asuna had already drawn the chivalric rapier +5. It was much heavier than the iron rapier, but the hilt formed around her hand like it was absorbing it. Now that her weapon was once again physical and systematically in her possession, she held it out before her. The situation was still a dangerous one. But for a moment, Asuna caught sight of her partner's face between the two cloaked men. Even Kirito was briefly startled, but he recovered at once, grinning and nodding. The first to speak was the original cloaked player, who still didn't understand what just happened. What the? Where did that came from? It was a high-pitched falsetto screech. Morche extended his left hand to cover up the mouth of the other player, with what was poking out a bit from the hood as he turned around. Asuna made sure to stare with all her might at the face of the piqueur as she caught sight of it for the first time. She couldn't see much past the hanging chains of his coif in the dim light of the moss, but she could make out some general features. He had a pointed chin and thin lips pulled to one side in a snarl. She burned the image, like that of a joker in a pack of cards, into her retinas. His lips glistened, curving wettily into a sneer that hid cold steel. Scared by a little boo? First Blackie, now you. Y'all like to jump out of nowhere. And how long were you hiding over there? She wanted to shout that she'd overheard the entire thing, but she decided better of it when she saw Kirito shaking his head at her over Morche's shoulder. What's wrong? Cat got your tongue? You scared a good 3 seconds of my life with that stunt. I think you owe me one. The other player yanked his hand out of Morche's way. He moved it to the dagger at his waist, tracing the gleaming hilt, and screeched in a voice like rusted metal. Listen, I'm really pissed off right now. Is this really the time to stand around and chit-chat? We gotta react under the assumption that they heard everything. Morche shrugged his shoulders in exasperation. Impatience will get you nowhere, you know. Besides, you saw that rapier's stats, didn't you? Assuming I take on Blackie over here, do you really think I can handle that on your own? Don't insult me. I can tackle PvP an amateur girl like her. The first player spat. Asuna realized her breathing had picked up, but only until she heard the next line. Besides, I can't go home after having my badass rapier stolen lucky ruse. Since when did this sword belong to you? You called it chivalric. She thought it furiously, as all hesitation gone. Perhaps screaming the way she did wasn't exactly the politest of tactics, but it certainly wasn't a stroke of luck. Asuna aimed for that moment based on a specific, precise logic. She was certain that the piece of parchment that guided her to this point was written and discarded by the first player. Messing up on the simple act of writing a number was, if not the act of someone with FNC, full dive nonconformity disability. At least the sign of trouble with fine finger movements in a full dive. In short, proof of clumsiness. If she startled him at the very moment he moved the weapon from one hand to the other, he would surely drop it. That was her reasoning for shouting like that. And she made it so looting Shrew would pick up the rapier so that she could kill it, thus ensuring the sword was officially back in her possession. She would never let it go again, and could fight another player to protect her precious weapon. Asuna pointed to the tip of her chivalric rapier forward in display of that will. The first cloaked player clicked his tongue and squeezed the handle of the dagger. But at that point, the situation took an unexpected turn. In the back, Kirito turned and raced past Morche's left side, straight for Asuna. As Asuna leaned back in surprise, he grabbed her around the breastplate and leaped into the hollow where she'd been hiding. He pressed her flat against the wall, covering her with his coat, activating the hiding skill. Obviously, this was not actually going to hide them, but the next moment, Asuna heard the reason why Kirito had done it. From the north hallway came a great many sounds of clanging metal, the sign of a group of monsters. But why so suddenly? And then it hit her. Of course, it would be strange for such a thing not to happen in a dungeon after the way she shouted. She couldn't see the cloaked men anymore, but she heard the first one hiss, "Shit, they bought a bunch of mobs down to the MPK us, the dirty bastards." "Coming for you," Morche laughed. But it was not as confident and cocky as before. She heard them drawing their weapons. But as the monsters approached, his order to his comrade was tense and worried. "Never mind. It'll suck fighting this many of them. We ought to pull back." "Tss. Fine." "Whoops. That's a dead end down there. We gotta sprint to the staircase. So do what you do best to keep up, bud." Hey, wait!" The two sets of footsteps raced away, eventually eclipsed by raucous pursuit of the monsters. The sounds gradually died away, and disappeared at last. Silence. No, not quite. There was one sound left, tirelessly throbbing in her ears in a bass register, the sound of her heart. The sound of blood rushing from her virtual heart. Or perhaps it was her real heart, beating so loudly it got through to her ears. As she listened, the pulse slowed calmly, gradually pulling her away from the absolute state of tension. For a moment, she felt her wits grow distant, and she nearly dropped her rapier, but she wouldn't never let that happen again. She willed the strength into her fingers, and returned the sword into its sheath, from her spot beneath the coat that covered her body. In response to that action, Kirito let out a long breath and prepared to stand up from his crouch over Asuna. But she unconsciously lifted her right hand, pulling on his left as he rose. There, right within reach of her arms, was reassuring presence of her partner. Yes, it was all right now. There was nothing to fear. Asuna trembled powerfully, overcome by the sudden upsurge of all the emotions that had been pressed and compacted inside of her from the moment she fell through the trap door. Heat gathered in her eyes, and something roiled up in her throat. The strength went out in her knees, and she nearly slumped down to the floor. But Kirito, hand propped her back. His voice said in her ear, "You did well. I'm glad you're all right." Those words permeated in her mind instantly, removing all self-control. The demand that she had to be the strongest, the admonition that she was always getting help, and the fear that if she showed any weakness, she would be left behind. All these emotions were temporarily set loose, and she pressed her head against Kirito's chest. Through trembling lips, she blurbered like a young child. "I was so scared. I was so scared." She squeezed her eyes shut, letting her emotions do the speaking. "There was this ghost, and I fell into a pit, then I got lost, and I dropped my rapier, and I thought I was done for. I thought I was going to meet my end in this horrible dark cave. I was so scared. I really mean it." Her whole body was trembling intermittently. She clutched at Kirito's shirt, craving direct, if virtual, contact. Suddenly, a pleasing, gentle sensation enveloped her. Kirito was rubbing the top of Asuna's head. He repeated awkwardly but heartfelt motion over and over. "It's all right. You're all right," he whispered, barely audible. But the steadfast will contained in those words were more trustworthy than anything else in this world. "If we ever split up again, I'll find you and come help. You're my partner, Asuna." "Yeah." Like the flipping of a switch, Asuna stopped trembling, but she didn't let go of him, and Kirito didn't stop rubbing her head. They kept a long, silent embrace in a little corner of the catacomb dungeon. 6. 11 a.m., Saturday, December 31st, 2022. Asuna stood in Shiyaya, a small village on the northern side of the 5th floor of Vinecrad. It was a non-code village, meaning the anti-criminal code did not work here, but Asuna was in a state of utter relaxation. Without her sword equipped, without her armor on, without a stitch of clothing in fact, she could do without fear because Shiyaya was an instanced map that allowed only party members within its borders, and the reason she was not wearing clothes was that she was submerged to her shoulders in bathwater. She stretched out her arms and legs as far as they would go. The water temperature was a bit on the lukewarm side, but the floating bubbles and fragment fruit of herbs filled her nose, and pleasing scent that permeated her core was pleasant and warm. Not only that, but the bath was quite large, not as big as the great bathing chamber of Yulfil Castle, but the granite bathtub could easily fit at least 10 at once. It was clear that the Dark Elves truly loved their baths. "I wonder if the Forest Elf village has baths this big," she speculated idly, trailing her fingers in the water. Her answer came from a short distance away. "Not so, apparently. The Forest Elves have a tiny baths, but their food's supposed to be phenomenal." That was Argo, the rat, floating freely on the surface of the water. Naturally, she wasn't wearing her trademark short hooded cape, but even in the bath, those whiskers on her cheeks didn't wash off. "Oh, I happen to think the Dark Elf food is quite good on its own," Asuna remarked, but Argo only chuckled without changing position. "They bring out feasts like they came out of a 3-star restaurant, but after experiencing this bath, I'd have to say that I personally prefer the Dark Elf side. Thanks for letting me into your party, A-chan." She looked up to the left, but instead of the usual 2 HP bars, there were now 3. "Don't be silly. I wanted to thank you properly, Argo, for camping out in the catacombs for an entire day to nail down the boss's attack patterns." "Not at all, not at all. I didn't do much. In fact, I should apologize for letting you and Keyboy worry about me. And I hear you got yourselves into a bit of trouble when you came looking for me." The events of the 2 days prior returned to Asuna's mind in vivid detail, and she felt her face grow hot. It's not red, right? If it is, I can always blame that on the bath. She glanced over to her right, where the floating information broker chuckled in an all-seeing delight. Asuna lowered herself down to her nose and blew bubbles in the water to hide her embarrassment. After Kirito's rescue in the 3rd level of the catacombs 2 nights ago, Asuna resumed activities with him. He had been on the search for Argo, after all. Once she had regained her composure, fortunately, they found Argo less than an hour after that. But the reason she couldn't be reached by messages was not as nearly ominous as they imagined. Argo was camping out in a small safe room in the front of the area's boss chamber at the end of the dungeon. It turned out the boss's name and appearance were totally different from the beta. At first, she was planning to mark the location of the chamber, then go back to town to put out the first issue. But when she noticed the boss was entirely different, she figured that she might as well collect some info while she was there. A process that was harder than she expected and ended up taking an entire day. The boss was an enormous zombie, far too large to have been a human in life, heavily resistant to slashes, thrusts, and piercing damage. But by manipulating levers scattered around the chamber and solving a stone puzzle in the ceiling, sunlight could be let through to weaken the boss, assuming it was daytime, of course. Argo ran into trouble solving the puzzle, and at one point was basically just trying combinations out for sheer trial and error. Thanks to that, the boss was defeated handily by a chosen group of top players on the 13th. But Asuna still didn't rest easy during the fight, not just due to the openly competitive DKB and ALS, but even more so due to the reliance on Argo's information as a whole, and the dangers that Argo was putting herself through to get that intel. It wasn't polite to comment too heavily on others' playstyle, but there wouldn't be a better opportunity, so Asuna pulled her head out of the water and hesitantly asked, Argo? What is it? The girl replied, sitting upright and at Asuna's serious tone. It was thanks to you that your work that we were able to beat the Catacombs boss that easy. I'm very grateful for that. But I think it's too dangerous for you to be collecting data on an unfamiliar boss all by yourself. Based on her experience at an all-girls school, Asuna knew that offering what might be seen as patronizing advice could easily blow up in her face. But Argo maintained a slight smile, prodding her to continue. Feeling emboldened, she chose her words carefully. I used to spend lots of time in the labyrinth alone, but I can't really act blameless here. But your information is helping not just the top players like us, but also the mid-level players who left the town in beginnings later on. It's such a help that if something happened to you, it could completely stop us from proceeding the game. Therefore, actually, just speaking for myself, I'm worried that you might be putting yourself through too much, as a friend. They were difficult words for her to tell a friend in the real world. Ironically, it took being trapped in a virtual world for her to finally speak her mind like that. She was half expecting Arno to be upset by this, but the rat's whiskers only rose in a smile. Perhaps it was just the echo of the bath, but her voice seemed louder than usual, and she said, Thanks, A-chan! Those big eyes of her, usually hidden behind the long brown curls, stared at Asuna full in the face. When she continued, she spoke slower than her usual rapid-fire pace. It makes me happy that you're so concerned for my sake. To be honest, I was wondering if my stakeout was pushing it a little bit, too. But I got a duty to continue risking danger to provide information. Because you're an info dealer? Nope, Argo said, drops flying as she shook her head. Because I'm a beta tester. She had sense for herself that this might be true. Kirito seemed to believe it as well, but it was the first time she'd heard Argo admit it out loud. Asuna was taken aback briefly before she followed up with, But even if that's the case, it doesn't explain why you need to take on that dangerous role by yourself. Kirito's a fellow beta tester, and he takes part in the frontline group's raid parties for all the floor bosses. You could join us as a support scout, Argo. I don't like how long the cloying that frontline group term is. I think the Frontrunners is a much cooler name. Argo chuckled to break the mood, then poked at a banana-like fruit floating in front of her. The reason you're so worried about me is because I play a non-combat build, am I right? Well, yes, Asa admitted. Whenever she met Argo out in the field, she was equipped with minimalist armor and combat claws, but her skill lineup and proficiency couldn't possibly be suited for battle. If she focused on hiding, search, and eavesdropping, she wouldn't be able to spend much time on weapon skills. She was most likely sacrificing match HP and other stats to raise her agility as much as possible. She could dart her way around wimpy monsters, but that raised the danger of scouting a boss who held a variety of attacks. Argo smirked again, sensing Asuna's concern, and picked up a floating bundle of herbs to toss at the other girl. Asuna caught it by reflex. Then Argo grabbed the banana and stood up with a forceful splash. Proof is what we need, not arguments. Wanna try it, A-chan? Argo challenged, emerging onto the side of the granite bath. Asuna stared at her with a baffled, try what? A duel, of course! Well, I guess that's a bit dramatic. A little sword fight, let's call it. She descended the open washing station, twirling the banana deftly in her hand. So Argo meant for them to have a mock duel. She with the banana and Asuna with the herbs. She was willing to accept the challenge, but the problem was that both Argo and Asuna weren't geared up with a single item. It was already embarrassing enough to be bathing together, but having a play fight? She wasn't sure that she could concentrate properly. Can I wear a swimsuit? Asuna asked. The information broker was taken aback, then looked down at her avatar, and her cheeks puffed out. Listen, I'm here bathing with minimal assets I've got, so how can you be ashamed when you've got much better? That's not the issue. Well, fine. And I want you to wear a swimsuit too, Argo. Huh? I don't have a swimsuit. Then I'll make you one right now. After a brief demonstration, Asuna's tailoring skill, the two faced off in a bath of Shiyaya village. Asuna was wearing a simple white one-piece. Argo was wearing, upon her own request, a yellow tankini. Asuna swung the bundle of herbs in her hand, idly wondering how in the world they'd come to this point. Her weapon was 3 fairly thick stalks about 2 feet long, which made it a surprising firm. It couldn't be compared to an actual rapier, but that wasn't the point. And besides, Argo had what looked like a banana. So, what are the rules? How about whoever whaps the other one first wins? Got it, Asuna said, pulling her left foot back in a stance. Argo, however, was standing still, arms dangling at her sides. Okay, whenever you're ready. With an invitation like that, it was hard to get into a spirit, but she wasn't going to make light of an honest competition. She glanced to her side, surveying the area. The bathing chamber was about 30 by 25 feet. On the right of the tub, lowered down onto the floor, and on the left wall was a line of wooden chairs. The floor was polished granite and appeared very slippery where it was wet. It would be difficult for Argo to take advantage of her footwork here. It would turn into a flat-footed jab fight, Asuna thought, and then she realized how much her brain had switched into combat mode. She took a deep breath. All right, here I go! Asuna took a sharp stride forward with her right foot. Poof! Argo disappeared, leaving only a puff of white steam behind. She's fast. Faster than any monster Asuna had fought before. Even the strongest elite mob she'd ever faced, the Forest Elven Hollowed Knight, hadn't even been able to move faster than Asuna's eye could follow, but Argo was so quick that it seemed that she had teleported. The only reason Asuna was still able to raise her left hand and lean to the right was her sense of hearing. She caught a single footsteps hitting the water on the left side. A yellow blur grazed Asuna's side, passing behind her, producing a tiny little smacking sound. Kah! Did it hit? Asuna jumped as high as she could, spinning around in midair. She slid her feet backwards when she landed, taking advantage of the slippery floor to create extra distance between them. As she took position with a bundle of herbs in front of her, Asuna saw on the other side of the bathroom Argo twirling a banana in her hand, left hand on her waist. That was really good, A-chan. I figured I was going to win in one go, but that was more of a little smack than a whap. So the fight continues? Asuna asked. The broker gave her a toothy grin. In a sense, the display of light speed movement served the purpose of a duel in the first place. But being startled and letting it end would be a waste of Argo's invitation. Huh? What am I... For a brief moment, she realized that she was thinking something strange, so she cast that thought aside to concentrate. She couldn't keep up with Argo's speed, but the speed alone was not at all was to the fighting. The experience in the catacombs was so terrifying that she never wanted to think about it again, but it also taught her something very valuable. battle wasn't just something that happened between you and your opponent. It also inevitably involved the surroundings. When Asuna fell through the trapdoor, when she used the Shroomin to recover her rapier, it had been the surroundings that had dictated the circumstances. In fact, the only way she had dodged Argo's swipe was that the water on the floor telling her the direction. Just with the rapier, she could take that extra step and utilize her surroundings to take her advantage. Without taking her eye off the distant Argo, she confirmed the state of the arena. They switched spots so that the bath was now on her left side. She began to inch towards it, sliding the soles of her feet over the wet floor. There was no extruding lip of boundary between the sunken bath and the floor on the washing area. The water continually flowed up and out onto the floor, so it was hard to tell where the surface of the bath started. As she kept inching her way sideways, keeping the tip of the herbs pointed carefully at Argo, Asuna's toes eventually found the corner of the bath. But she didn't stop there. She continued sliding a further 6 inches to the left. Asuna's left foot was completely off the floor, touching the surface of the bathwater. All her weight was supported on her right foot, in a pose that made it look easier than it actually was. It was impossible to pose to keep in a real-life world, but the muscle fatigue that handled differently in here, any action that exceeded one's strength stat, carrying items that went over the weight capacity or trying to lift very heavy rocks, would cause a hidden fatigue parameter to rise. When that number reached its peak, the player's limbs or entire body would enter a weakened, stunned state. But it didn't necessarily show until that point, which made it hard to gauge when a player was attempting more than that they can handle. Based on how her right leg felt, Asuna guessed that she could keep her left leg steady there for another 10 seconds. She waited for Argo to move. The steam gathering at the ceiling formed a large drop of water that fell and dripped onto the floor. Once again, white steam billowed from Argo's feet. This time, she charged straight forward, not to the side. It was so fast that if she'd been standing normally, there would be no chance to react. Asuna tried to intercept Argo with the herbs, but her opponent simply slipped past the tip of Asuna's side. Suddenly, the yellow slim swimsuit tilted to the left. Argo's right foot sank through the water. That was Asuna's trap, resetting her foot on the bath to make it look like she was standing on firm ground. As she hoped, Argo stepped off the bathroom floor, plunging her leg into the bath. Got her. She lowered the bundle into the sinking Argo. It wasn't a sword skill, of course, but it would be enough to whap her helpless opponent. But instead of sinking down to the bath, Argo's body reacted unnaturally. One of the leaves at the end of the herb bundle softly brushed the shoulder string of the tankini. Asuna lost her balance and toppled as she turned Argo's momentum. As she landed at the bottom, at the lip of the bath, Asuna could not believe her eyes. Argo was running on top of the water. Before her right foot started to sink, she pushed off the water with her left, and before that one sank, she pushed off again with her right. She got through 4 steps across the water, splashing uproariously before plunging face first into and eventually rising out. The sight of the information agent laughing heartedly with her face poking out of the water was somehow extremely funny to Asuna. She snorted and joined in. After a good dozen seconds of laughing, they both got to their feet. Argo walked through the water normally to get out this time and tossed the banana into the bath. She stretched luxuriously. Well, that was fun. I guess we'll say that each other got in a smack and call it a draw. Yeah, of course, Asuna agreed, dropping her herbs into the water. After watching the ripples spread across the bath, she looked up at Argo and asked, what? Was that some kind of scale effect, the way you ran across the water? Well, Argo started, tugging on her wet curls and rolling her eyes. Normally, I'd charge you for that info, but I don't mind. It's not a skill. It's just a lot of hard training. Remember how I used those floater sandals on the river of the 4th floor? Yes. I had a lot of fun with those. I ran all over with them. By the time I was good at it, I went into the water without them on. Well, I sank in, of course, but the first step I stayed on the water. Remember trying that as a kid at the pool? The theory is that as long as your other foot moves while the first one hasn't sunk, it's like you're running on water. Maybe I did try that. Well, when it occurred to me that maybe it's possible here, I couldn't hold back. Since then, I've been practicing it in rivers and baths until I was able to take about 4 steps. I guess you might call it an unofficial skill. Asuna wasn't sure whether to be impressed or exasperated by this. Eventually, she decided to ask, "Do you think I could do that?" I don't know. I was able to do it, so it's not that the game doesn't permit it, but it might be hard unless you put all your points into agility and have a lightweight avatar like mine. With your ample endowments, they're not ample, she shouted, crossing her arms in front of her. Argo hissed with laughter and again opened her window. She removed the yellow swimsuit and sent Asuna a trade window. Thanks for the suit. You can have it back. No, take it as payment for the info. You're sure? Well, thanks. Argo canceled the trade and Asuna removed her own suit. She sank her chilly body back into the bath and exhaled. Once every last cell of her body was relaxing in the crystal clear water, a thought floated to the surface of her mind like a bubble. I was enjoying that duel. Well, they were using a banana and a bundle of herbs and never officially challenged each other, so it couldn't be called a duel, but they were 2 players competing in a fight, and at the very least, partway through, Asuna had been 100% serious about trying to land a good hit on Argo, and Asuna didn't shrink away. She enjoyed the excitement of the challenge. Did you have a lot of experience dueling, Argo? She asked, looking over to see the mousy brown curls swish sideways. Not really, and definitely not since the retail game started. Well, you seem very used to it to me. Is that so? Given the trick you came up with on the spot, you seem a lot more comfortable in battle than me, A-chan. You tricked me good. Asuna hunched her neck, embarrassed by the mention of her impromptu one-legged bath boundary ruse. That was just a spur-of-the-moment idea. I'm not complaining. It was a really good trick. Mind if I copy that one? Please do. I insist. Thanks. Well, I ought to pay for that idea, Argo offered, grinning widely. Before Asuna could reply, she abruptly asked, Are you afraid of dueling, A-chan? Only a truly talented gleaner of information could have seen through Asuna's issue of eating away at her heart. Yes, if you can even say that. I only tried it once here on this floor with Kirito. In fact, I couldn't even officially start the duel. The countdown ended, and we were facing each other with our weapons, and my body just refused to listen to my commands. Despite being in a warm bath up to her shoulders, she felt a chill trace her back in thinking about that moment. She clutched herself with both hands, trying to explain what was going through her mind at the same time. It wasn't that I was afraid of Kirito. He was very serious, but not in a threatening way. I was the one who asked him for PvP tips, and the duel was first strike mode, but I was still terrified, and it made me horrified to think of moving onward. She lowered her mouth into the water and let out a sigh. The bubbles popped under her nose, filling her nostrils with citrus scent. I'm not saying I don't understand that feeling, but a silly sword fight game and a real duel are different things. Even a first strike duel, you're losing HP, Argo offered. Asuna nodded and lifted her face out of the water and turned to the other girl. To get back to the topic, when you go on your solo recon missions, you can do that because of your incredible speed you showed me just now, right? You can handle dangerous dungeon on your own, having the confidence to evade any attack that comes your way. Is that what you were trying to tell me with this duel? When you put it that way, I sure sound full of myself. The broker chuckled, shrugging. But I'll admit, that part of me knows I need to. I can sprint out of there. I just got to be more careful about where I'm stepping from now on. She winked at Asuna, who grimaced and asked, But having extreme AGI means a low HP, and you can't equip tough armor to protect you, right? Don't you worry about that? What would happen if you take an unlucky heavy hit from a monster to get immobilized by a trap? I do worry about that, of course, the Rout said, smiling in a way that was more transparent than her usual smirk. I'm scared of losing HP. You can't just respawn like an old-eyed crad. If I was thinking about survival and nothing else, I'd join a big guild and put all my points into strength to be a tank. In fact, maybe never leaving the town of beginnings would be smarter an option. But I happen to place a bit higher priority on what I'm doing now rather than sheer survival. Because you're a beta tester? True, but not just that. Argo grinned and winked again. Sorry, but any more than this will cost ya. Still, in thanks for inviting me to this incredible bath, I'll give you one piece of intel on the house. Okay. Earlier you said that I didn't need to do this dangerous reconnaissance alone, that I could do like Keyboy and join the front line gang. Asuna noted, and Argo held up an index finger, waving it back and forth. But I think the reason Keyboy doesn't brave the dangers of solo adventuring isn't because this way is more safe. Then why? Ain't it obvious? Argo fingered and moved through the air to gently poke at Asuna's collarbone. Because he's got you. 7. New Year's Eve, I said to no one in particular, lying in the grass, staring up at the bluish bottom floor above. The date was indeed December 31st, but it was still the bright daytime. The breeze wasn't perfectly cold, and there was no house to clean, so it didn't feel like the end of the year. I closed my eyes and tried to remember what last year's New Year's Eve had been like. I wanted to participate in the New Year's Eve event of my MMO I had been playing at the time, but my father's orders after his return for the holiday from America, I had to join the huge house cleaning effort. I remember the cleaning of the little kendo dojo in the corner of the yard being exhausting, so I had to bow and scrape to my sister Sugaha, whom I hardly ever spoke to anymore. When I returned to the living room, exhausted, my mother had brought out sweet mochi rice cakes early, which were so tasty they hurt. I gave up on the MMO event and watched TV with my family, ate special New Year's soba noodles, listened to the bells, and went to the nearby shrine for the customary first of year. I lifted my eyelids, ending this reminiscence. All I saw was a lid of steel and rock looming 300 feet overhead. Was my family in the real world cleaning at this very moment? Would Sugaha be struggling to wipe the dojo clean without my help? 45 days ago, when Akihito Kayaba announced that the game of death had begun, I never imagined I would spend New Year's Eve in this world. I didn't have a vision of how many days it would take in total to clear 100 floors of Aincrad, and I certainly didn't expect that nearly 2 months later we would even have beaten the 5th floor. Assuming that our pace remained the same, we would be here for New Year's Eve not just next year, but the year after that as well. In fact, that was just a hopeful calculation. If I kept participating in Frontier Group, I might not even survive to see the next New Year's Eve. Until now, a part of me felt that if I died fighting monsters, I would have no regrets. Just after that the game began, I left the town of beginnings before anyone else to make sure that use of my beta knowledge and experience and up my chances of survival. But that wasn't all. In a way, I was afraid of other players being stronger than me. As a level-based MMORPG, once someone got ahead of you in level, there was no catching them again. I was pressured by that fear, playing on my ego. If I wanted to stay one of the best players, I had to continually risk the dangerous boss fights. It was a paradoxical thought process. However, 2 days ago, I realized a new motive had appeared within me. Even relaxed in the safety of the Dark Elf village, thinking about that moment made my guts churn uneasily. As I was rushing through the second level of the catacombs beneath Kerluin to the next staircase in search of Argo the Rat, I saw Asana's HP bar suddenly drop 10% in the upper left corner of my vision. At first, I had no idea how my temporary partner would have lost HP while asleep in her bedroom above Blink and Brink. The first possibility occurred to me that she had accepted someone's duel within the city and was fighting them. But that was unlikely, given that it did not rise or fall any damage for many seconds afterwards. That left only one answer. Asana had come into the catacombs dungeons after me. I had to overcome the urge to start sprinting madly and force myself to think about where she might be. The toughest monsters on the second level were the poisonous moldy mummy and the astral mournful wraith. Both were tricky, but neither should take that much HP from Asana at level 17 with one hit. Since her HP didn't change after that, it was most likely from a trap, not combat. This dungeon didn't have any traps that caused direct damage, which meant it was a trap door. And the only trapdoor was in one of the crypts to the right at the start of the second floor. It would be more direct to go down the same trap to find her, but I was already deep in the second level, and the stairs were closer to me. I raced to the third level, cut down any monsters I saw, and raced straight for the area where the trapdoor led out. Eventually, I sensed people ahead, but all I saw were 2 unidentified cursors. They were both green, but I hid just in case, approaching the little room in the cave until I saw the 2 men in black coats. Soon after, I heard one screech about a chivalric rapier +5. As soon as I saw the silver sword in his hand, I felt all the blood in my body freeze and boil simultaneously, a sensation I would never forget. Asana's HP bar was still displaying in the corner, yet I couldn't stop myself from imagining that they PK'd her to get the rapier. Perhaps the cyclical updating process of the HP information was behind, and when it refreshed, it would instantly drop to 0. My body trembled at the thought. At that moment, in the cave on the other side of the little room, Asana saw me emerge and face the cloaked men, assuming that it was a bluff on my part, but I was half serious. When Asana abruptly emerged from her hiding spot and retrieved the rapier with a brilliant aplomb, I thanked the god I assumed that did not exist in this world. It was time that I admitted it. The motive that I had for fighting at the very edge of human progress was no longer just yearning for numerical strength and superiority. The words I'd aptly spoken on the stairs of the 5th floor echoed through my head. "How long are you planning to work with me?" Asana had asked, and I'd responded as soon as the words popped into my head. "Until you're strong enough to not need me." To my surprise, that had turned out to be a very honest answer. I wanted the fencer, always no more than my temporary partner, to survive through the end of the game, and I wanted to do everything in my power to see that through. It was a true and ongoing sentiment. If the continued growing at her present rate, Asana would undoubtedly surpass me in both knowledge and ability in the not-too-distant future. The moment when she didn't need me would come one day. When it did, I could not hold her back. Unlike me, she had the talent to shine in a group. She would even eventually grow to be one of the true best players of the game, capable of leading a major guild that would free us from this prison. My duty was to protect her until that time, and give her all the information she needed to know. That was everything, and nothing more. Or so I told myself as I got up from the grass and heard a voice calling me from over my shoulder. "The bath is ready, Kirito!" I turned around and saw the same fencer climbing the little hill in the center of Shiaya. When she reached the top of the hill next to me, she plopped down on the grass. her dark red hooded cape. The hood wasn't down now, and her leather skirt were the usual, but there was a slight wetness effect remaining on her long chestnut brown hair, shining with the reflection of the midday sun. In the moment, I was seized by a desire to touch it. I didn't, of course. Instead, I looked in the direction of the large bathhouse and said, "Where's Zargo?" She said she was going back to Menonera, but she said hi to you. Oh. Just then, the third HP bar hanging from the left corner of my view disappeared without a sound. Argo had disengaged from the party as she left the village. The rat hadn't been taking part in the Elf War campaign quest, so we invited her into the village to deliver the appropriate information. And she spent almost all of her time in the bath with Asuna. That was a really long bath. What did you talk about? I asked, nonchalantly. For some reason, Asuna looked away in panic briefly. You shouldn't pry into girls' conversations. You're saying the Argo and the Asuna got together to have a little girl talk? I just told you not to pry. Besides, what do you mean, the Asuna? Sorry, I just taken aback. And I'll have you know that there were not engaging in girl talk, she snorted, opening her window to check the time. Ugh, it's already midday. If you're going to bathe, you should be quick about it. Nah, I'll do it next time. We've got to get moving on this. I looked to the north, towards the labyrinth, looming over a mile or two away. Asuna followed my lead and nodded. You're right, but do you think the ALS is serious about tackling the floor boss early on their own? Hey, it's your intel, Asuna, I pointed out. I know, but... She replied, non-committally. As I suspected, Asuna had fallen through the trap door in the Carluine catacombs, which made her unfortunately fortunate enough to overhear a massive secret that even Argo didn't know. One of the two best guilds in the game, Aincrad Liberation Squad, led by the spiky-haired Cabal, was going to skip out on the expected year-end countdown tonight in Carluine to take on the floor boss by themselves. At this minute, ALS and the other major guild, the Dragon Knights Brigade, would be staying at a village called the Mananamera, not far from Shiaya. The village was in the center of the floor, half a day travel from Carluine, but less than 2 hours if using the underground tunnel, so I understood it. The guilds planned to return to Carluine by nightfall, prepare food and music, then throwing Aincrad's first New Year's party at 9 o'clock. But if the ALS was heading from Manamera straight to the Labyrinth Tower in the northeast to challenge the boss and head to the 6th floor, and it was the result of the agitation from Morche's mysterious PK gang, that was a development I couldn't ignore. Asuna, Argo, and I spent much of the previous night discussing how to react to this plan. Ideally, the ALS would give up on their reckless plot and join the New Year's party in Carluine as planned, but they weren't the kind to take such well-meaning advice to heart. More likely, Cabal would turn on us and demand, "Where'd you hear that info from?" We couldn't leak the ALS plan to the DKB on the sly as well, hoping that they would also try the tower, but it would mean canceling the big party. The countdown party had been proposed and planned by the more relatively peaceful members of the DKB like Shivada and Hafner. Together they were similarly cooperative officers of the ALS. If it was a success, the guilds would be on the better terms in the future. That was Morche and his cohorts weren't trying to prevent. So if the party never happened at all, their goal would be at least partially successful. I sighed, wondering what we ought to do, when I heard Asuna whisper, "If only Kismel was with us." Puzzled by this, I blinked and asked, why? With a completely straight face, the fencer suggested a rather alarming plan. Isn't it obvious? Together with Kismel, we could beat the floor boss first. Then the ALS would have no reason to rush ahead of the others. Right. That is a good plan. I hesitantly agreed at first, then switched gears and shook my head violently. Actually, no, not a good point at all. Even with Kismel, that would be insane. Kismel, the Dark Elf Knight, had visited Shiaya yesterday to our delight, but unfortunately, if you saw it that way, the 5th floor chapter of the L4 quest was quite brief. So after a few short quests and the battle against the fallen elf officer, Kismel moved onward to the 6th floor. Thinking back on our fun, but brief quest with her, I continued. We were only just barely able to beat the hippocampus on the 4th floor with Kismel, Viscount Yophlis, and the entire full raid party. The 5th floor is a milestone floor, so we'll have a tougher boss than usual. Oh, what kind of boss was it in the beta? It was a gigantic golem, the guardian of the ancient ruins. However, the area boss in the catacombs was completely different from the beta boss, so they could have totally changed the floor boss as well. We don't know anything until we scout it out. Good point. Speaking of which, Asuna wondered, staring pensively toward the tower. The ALS haven't done the boss quests, have they? And they're going to attempt the floor boss on the first try without any of Argo's strategy guides? Where are they getting the confidence to try this? Boss quests were a series of quests related to the boss of each floor. Doing them earned you hints about the boss's category, strengths, and weaknesses. But because the quests were heavily story-based, time-consuming, and offered poor rewards, the ALS and DKB preferred to wait for the info to get out. In other words, for Argo to put out the boss issue of her strategy guide. Asa and I had been busy enough with the Elf War campaign that we hadn't gone around to the boss's quests yet, so we couldn't act too high and mighty about it. And Asuna was right that the ALS was being reckless, even if an insider from the PK gang was inciting them on. We needed to figure out what sort of criteria was causing this headless plan to be accepted by the group. Do we know anyone in the ALS who understands enough to share more information? I wondered. Asuna looked pensive. I don't think so. Most of the current frontline group is made up of Diavel's raid party from the 1st floor, right? Since he died in that fight, Lin took over and created the DKB. Then Cabal resisted the hierarchical structure of Lin's style and formed the ALS based around solidarity. Given that history, the DKB members will feel that they are the original group, while the ALS feels like the underdog that has to seize the reins from the DKB. So it's like the majority and the minority you have political parties, I noted, impressed, but Asuna's troubled expression didn't fade. It's just that the difference in strength between them is minor, in the sense that the ALS is working really hard. The problem is that you and I, if anything, members of Diavel's team, the ALS seems to think that we're both DKB leaning. What? Who would believe that we're DKB leaning? I shook my head, gaping. In fact, along those lines, wouldn't Cabal be considered part of Diavel's team? He seems to really look up to Diavel, in fact. As I spoke, I recalled the scene at the very first strategy meeting we held in the town of Tolbana on the 1st floor. That had been December 4th, so it wasn't even a full month ago, yet the image seemed so distant now. A blue-haired young man standing at the lip of the fountain, silver armor gleaming in the setting sun, and a friendly smile. My name's Diavel, and I like to think of myself as playing as a knight. With that cheerful greeting, Diavel seized the hearts and minds of the players present, and when he met the heroic, fateful end at the Ill-Fang, the Kobold Lord boss at the 1st floor, no matter the circumstances behind the scenes, Diavel the Knight became a sort of holy figure for the players in the front line. Asuna echoed this opinion by saying, I think that's why Cabal really respected Diavel. So he believes that by leading the DKB, Lind is trying to use Diavel's image for his own purposes. Yeah, you could be right. Ever since the first meeting, Cabal expressed his anger with the former beta testers. I'm sure he can't stand the thought of a small percentage of player monopolizing the best resources in other MMOs. Now that SAO is a game of death, in that sense, you can see why he can't hang with the DKB, given the stark difference in how they treat their officers and normal members. Uh-huh, Asuna agreed, looking down at the brand new boots that she was wearing. They were magic boots she'd received as one of her rewards from Viscount Eoflis. They were items that everyone had a chance to earn if they made their way through the Elf War campaign, so it wasn't truly a monopoly, but there was clearly a kind of conflict between their gradually growing layout of elite gear and Cabal's mantra of redistribution. I reached out unconsciously toward Asuna's knee to break her gaze on the boots below. It's true that Cabal's assertion that we should share what we gain equally, whether it's information, items, that has merit. Now that this game is deadly, the most valuable resources of all player is life, so it must make sense to maximize our protection of it. But in an extreme situation, like a boss fight, it's impossible to treat your own life and others as equal. First, you protect yourself, then the next closest player. That's why I want you to put the most effort into keeping yourself safe, Asuna, including equipping yourself with high-level armor. Yeah, she nodded timidly, then cleared her throat. I get it. You don't have to press so hard. I happen to like these boots. I'm not thinking of giving them to someone else. Okay, I said, relieved. Then I noticed that through her socks, I was firmly gripping Asuna's shapely knee. Whoa! I yelped, removing my hand at light speed and hiding it in my coat. Sorry. I wasn't doing that cop a feel or anything. It was just your boots. What about my boots? I was trying to touch your boots. That's the same thing. I withdrew my argument, properly scolded, and fortunately, Asuna did not let that distract her from the topic at hand. At any rate, from the ALS's viewpoint, we are the targets for correction. I doubt that any of them are just going to reveal sensitive guild information to us. Actually, wait a second. She frowned, then glanced at me. It wasn't just the DKB members who planned tonight's countdown party, was it? I think so. Shivata and DKB led the planning, but the goal was to bring the two guilds closer together. So a member of the ALS was going to cooperate, I think, I said, recalling the instant message that Agile sent us 4 days earlier. Asuna thrust her face forward. So maybe the person on the ALS side will talk to us. I mean, the big party where they're planning could be ruined by the sneaky boss plan, right? It might be their guild, but they can't be happy about that. I was recalling the note about inviting my partner at the end of Agile's message. So it was a second later that I finally processed that what Asuna was saying. I smacked my knee. Good point. If their early boss plan was forced by the hardline members, then the moderate party planner would have been overruled. They must have some private thoughts about that. But then I trailed off. But then what? Asuna asked suspiciously. I avoided meeting her gaze by pulling up strands of grass nearby. When I continued, my thought, it was a darker tone. Unless I'm just thinking too hard about this. The party could have been just a part of the plan. If they proposed the New Year's event to distract the DKB and keep them tied to the city, that would give them a better opportunity to jump ahead. If that's the case, then we won't learn anything from the player that's going to the ALS side. Instead, they'll be suspicious, and it'll make things worse. Asuna didn't respond for a while. Her left hand began pulling grass next to mine. Starting a little competition, tiny plants like grass weren't treated as separate items in the game. They disappeared as soon as you pulled them loose, but did not vanish from the ground. So you should just keep pulling them indefinitely if you wanted to. For the minute, we yanked and yanked at the blades of grass until Asuna finally spoke. I don't want to imagine the ALS would go that far. The non-Morche player on the third floor on the catacombs was definitely a spy within the ALS. Even if he's agitating the hardline faction to give them an edge, there must be a player in the guild that want to be on the peaceful terms with the DKB. Now it was my turn to fall silent. In all honesty, my party planner is an agent of sabotage theory, and Asana's ALS moderate faction theory could coexist. If the planner was a secret hardliner, the plot could have been happening behind the moderate's back. But no amount of thinking in this situation was going to bring us an answer. Ultimately, it came down to whether or not we believed the good nature of SAO players. I knew it didn't have the right to believe in that. On one day SAO began, the moment that Kayaba's welcoming tutorial ended, I was the first to race out of the town of beginnings. I couldn't imagine a future in which 10,000 players banded together as one to defeat the game. I sought to make myself more powerful, so I could avoid the malice of some unforeseen fellow player. But Asuna was different. She didn't pick up her sword and leave the safety of the town to be stronger than others. After we ate black bread with cream at the back streets of Tolbana, I asked her why she left the town of beginnings. So that I can be myself. If I was just going to hide back in the first city and waste away, I'd rather be myself until the very last moment. Asuna was battling herself. She believed in the strength within her and was trying to prove its existence. That strength was radiating out of her now, shining upon me as I sat next to her. "Let's go ask," I said, giving the grass a break. I sensed Asuna looking over at me. I glanced into those hazel brown eyes, feeling the powerful light within them, and continued. The ALS is planned to jump the boss is too dangerous, and even if they succeeded, it will create a huge rift between them and the DKB. If there is a chance we can stop them, we should act, not sit here. And if he were able to see us now, I'm sure Diovel would scold us. "You're right," Asuna said, a faint smile on her lips. I thought I heard her say, "Thank you," as I stood up, without reacting, not knowing how I should respond anyway, and clapped my hands. "In that case, let's go back to Manamera for lunch." "Sure thing, but how will we identify the member of the ALS that's responsible for planning the party?" Asuna asked as she got to her feet, brushing the backside of her leather skirt. I smirked. "We could ask Argo for help, but she's probably tackling the boss quest about now. We'll do it the orthodox way." As befitting an elf village, Shiaya was full of water and greenery. By contrast, Menamanera was a dusty place built in the remains of an ancient mine. Stores and homes lined the sides of the mortar-like depression that extended down into the earth, with the yawning mouth of mine shaft dungeon at the very bottom. In there were ores and fossils, as well as rich assortments of relics. But for now, Asa and I headed to the biggest restaurant in town. If we kept following the downward spiral path, we would eventually arrive at our destination, but we were in a hurry and used the staircase shortcuts here and there. At about the middle of the descent, we came into view of a large building exuding lively music and pleasant smells. The fragrance of cooking meat hit me directly in my empty stomach, but first I had to check the interior through the window. As I expected, the place was full of players, but most were DKB members. The ALS would be staying in town too, but they were likely congregated with a different restaurant in the town. From what I could tell, peeking through the window, the DKB looked cheerful. Even through the window, the jostling of mugs, cheers, and raucous laughter were obvious. The fulfillment of ample money and experience earned from the dungeon and the excitement about the upcoming countdown party in the town were bringing those smiles to their faces. "I don't think I've ever seen Lind and the others smiling like that," Asuna noted. I glanced over at the table in the center of the restaurant. The man at the head of the table, with the long blue hair tied back and his mug in the air, was undoubtedly Lind, the leader of the DKB, the man most recognized for the ever-present disproving wrinkle between his brows was smiling wide. Maybe he got hit with a curse that caused him to keep laughing, I suggested. Asuna elbowed me in the side. This isn't the time for stupid jokes. Yes, ma'am. I tore my eyes from Lind and continued scanning the room, then found the person I was looking for, a tall, thin man, ordering from an NPC in the back of the counter, standing apart from the rest of the group, Shivata. Here we go. I opened my menu and moved the Messages tab, typed up a quick instant message made out to the player named Shivata, and sent it. Through the window, Shivata reacted instantly, with his back towards us. He checked his menu, then glanced around surreptitiously. Once he saw me looking through the window, he made a face of obvious displeasure, but left the counter, said a word to no one of the other members, and left. By the time he got outside, Asa and I had moved away from the window and into the shade of an adjacent building. Over here, I called quietly, and Shivata walked over to us, but kept going without slowing down. As he passed, I heard a faint, "Follow me," and we let him go before following at a distance. Shivata climbed the spiral path for 100 or 200 feet, then walked into an empty dwelling. Once we were certain no other players were in the vicinity, I opened the same door and set foot inside the dark interior. As soon as Asuna closed the door behind me, a voice of pure 100% irritation shouted, "What are you playing at?" From the darkness, leaning against the back wall with his arms crossed, was Shivata, his eyebrows angled in a way that would give the impression in real life. Asuna prodded me forward and whispered, "What kind of message did you send him?" I just asked which of ALS members had been involved in planning the countdown party with them. And that's why he's so angry? You didn't put anything else especially insulting in there? I didn't, I think. As if he heard us, Shivata's brows began to change angles. They started at a V for maximum fury, then shot past horizontal and ended with a slight reverse slope of miserable concern. You didn't contact me because you knew about my partner?" he asked. I frowned. Partner? We know that tonight's party was jointly planned between you and the ALS, but nothing more than that. For some reason, Shivata clamped his mouth shut, looking guilty. His eyes started wandering suspiciously over the ceiling, and he cleared his throat evasively a few times. I had no idea why the DKB officer would need to react in such an inexplicable way, but Asuna had latched onto something. "Oh, she gloated, stepping past me and pulling back her hood. "All right, Shivata, we just want to know how the party was put together. If you simply tell us that, we won't pry into anything else, and we won't tell anyone what we learned here." That seemed to bring some calm to Shivata's nerves, but the suspicion in his eyes hadn't disappeared entirely. The tall man leaned over a bit and grunted, "How can I be sure of that?" "We just want the party to happen as it was planned. Now I'm guessing, but have you perhaps received a foreboding message from the planner of the ALS side?" How did you know?" he asked, stunned. Asuna took a step forward. "We'll help you solve the problem. So, will you tell us more in detail? With your ALS counterpart, if possible?" I panicked a bit, thinking she had gone too far, but Shivata's athletic features only contorted it with indecision. He grunted, "You're certain you'll keep our secrets?" "I swear on my blade," Asuna replied theatrically, which seemed surprisingly effective on Shivata. He nodded his head in defeat and opened his window. While the DKB member tapped awkwardly at his hollow keyboard, I leaned toward Asuna and asked, "What in the world just happened?" The fencer chuckled smugly back at me and whispered, "You'll find out soon." However, when the door opened again 3 minutes later and a smallish ALS member entered, I still hadn't found my answer. He was probably a tank, outfitted with a full steel plate that was rare at this early floor, and a heavy armlet helm that covered his whole head. A long mace was slung over his back. Even in town, the helm's visor was down, so the face behind the vertical slit was invisible. If our bad suspicions were true, this man was a hard-line saboteur of the ALS, and was in an ongoing play to deceive Shivata. In the worst case, he was the second companion of Morche, infiltrating the ALS. In fact, he might even be the same man Morche was meeting in the catacombs. If that was the case, he might start swinging that mace at any second now. The man glanced in our direction as I went into full vigilance mode. Then he turned back to Shivata.
"What's this all about, Sheba?"
The man's words were distorted by the metallic effect of the closed helm, so I couldn't tell if they belonged to the cloaked partner from the few days before. Shivata scratched at his short hair and gave his excuse. "Sorry for calling you out like this, but they kept saying they were going to help the party. Plus, I think the fencer figured it out." I looked at Asuna in disbelief, but I still had no idea what she figured out. The man in plate armor budged, clanking from joints, as he looked up at Asuna.
"Really? How could you tell?"
Asuna returned a very confident smile and said, "From the way Shivata reacted, it was obvious." After a long silence, the metal helm creaked in Shivata's direction.
"I told you, you let too much show on your face, Sheba."
I can't help it. The nerve gear just takes your emotions and puts them out there."
"Then you ought to wear a face-covering helmet too."
Come on, you know I can't." I listened to the plated man and Shivata talk. An indescribable feeling began to eat away at me. I tugged on Asuna's cape. "Hey, what's going on here?" But the fencer merely grinned back, then took a step forward to the plated man. "Listen, I don't mean you any harm. We're looking forward to tonight's party, and we know there's a problem on the ALS side. We just want to know more so we can help solve the issue." After a full 5 seconds of silence, the man nodded, slowly at last. He lifted his right hand, clad in heavy gauntlet, and opened his window. He placed his finger against the top slot of his equipment mannequin and flicked. The armlet vanished in a brief spray of steel-colored particles. What emerged was an orangish haircut neatly above the brows, and the cute, doll-like facial features of a girl. No way. You can't determine sex in SAO by the features alone. You can't just say for sure that that's a guy. It would never look like this. That thought was cut off by the very cute sound of a female voice, nothing like the metallic echo I heard earlier. "We believe you. I have a lot of respect for you, Asuna. Plus, Sheba. I put a lot of work into this party, and we want it to succeed." Shivata's track runner features took on an expression that should have been accompanied by the sound of angelic chorus. So that was what it meant. The plate-armored man from the ALS was a plate-armored woman. And she and Shivata from the DKB were more than strangers. Though it wasn't clear when it started. What the hell? It was all I could do to hold in my head in my hands and shout. The woman, whose name was Lytton, sat down in an old chair with her helmet off, but the rest of her heavy armor still on. Shivata sat next to her, and Asuna and I took the seat across from them. The chairs had been abandoned long enough that I was concerned for their sturdiness, but the furniture from NPC houses was all essentially indestructible, so even the weight of a full body armor wasn't enough to break them. I leaned across the singularly ragged table and asked the first question. "So, Lytton, how long have you been in the ALS?" "December 22nd, she said instantly, her bowl-cut orange hair totally still. I consulted my mental calendar. So, the day after the 4th floor was opened, did you enlist, or I was scouted because of this? Litton spoke frankly, glancing down at the suit of armor covering her body. I'd felt earlier that the type of steel plate armor she was wearing was rather rare for the 4th or 5th floor. NPC shops did not sell the complete set, and I couldn't think of any monster that dropped it, which meant it had to be crafted. But it was a difficult task to commission NPC blacksmiths or player with metal armor crafting skills for something like that. Just seeing a list of the crafting ingredients you would need would be enough to put off the task. Collecting metal materials started with mining ores with a pickaxe from the walls of caves and the sides of rocky boulders. Once the player's inventory was full of heavy, bulky ores, they needed to return to an NPC smith to have the ores refined and forged into metal planks or larger ingots. It took 2 ores to make a plank and 6 to fashion an ingot. Iron in Aincrad was what they would call pig iron in the real world, just a rank above bronze in quality. But iron ingots could be used to produce the more valuable steel ingots. It was a simple process to melt down iron ingots, but the yield was poor. It took 4 iron ingots to make 1 steel ingot, meaning 4 times the iron ore. And to create a full set of steel heavy armor required at least 60 steel ingots. That meant 60 times 4 times 6 iron ores, or 1,440 in total. I couldn't imagine how many days it would take to mine that much ore. If things hadn't changed since the beta, 10 ores was the maximum extractable for a particular vein, and on the lower floors, such veins were few and far between, so crafting seemed to be ruled out. Then how did Litton get this armor? Yet, that suspicion of mine was flatly denied by the first female voice I heard in ages, and that didn't belong to Asuna or Argo. This armor was player-made, of course. I didn't make it myself. Really? Which means you mined out 1,000+ ores? How long did that take you, if you don't mind me asking? I said, aghast. Litton only grinned and shook her head. You don't have to be so polite with me, Kirito. You're my senior among the advanced group. Right. I glanced beside her where Shivada was nodding, his athletics mask cracking to reveal some kind of emotion. Yeah, that's fine. You and I are on pretty much equal terms, so it would feel weird for you to act formal around Litton. Well, if you insist. I really wanted to bust his balls about the nickname he was nearly given her, but my sense of propriety prevailed. So about the topic at hand, I prompted. Litton pursed her lips for a moment, then spoke heavily. Well, this is something I told the only Shiba, so I'd appreciate it if you keep it between us. Of course, that was our promise from the very start, Asuna intercepted. I agreed. Satisfied, Litton resumed her explanation. It was about a month ago that I left the town of beginnings. Of course, it was my very first time playing a VR MMO, but I tried online games before, so I didn't want to just wait around in town for someone else to beat the game. I wanted to join the fight and help out. It was a very late start compared to Shiba and Asuna, but I had chosen the heavy armor skill just after the game started, and it was a huge task to put together my armor. So, you were planning to be a tank? Asuna asked. Litton immediately answered, Yes, usually I played defensive roles in other games too. I hunted the boars and such outside the town of beginnings, and when I got a full storm made of copper mail, I thought I could finally proceed upward. But then I found out that no parties would accept me. I know it's not something I can help, but I kept hearing that they couldn't trust a woman to be a tank. Even though it has nothing to do with your fighting abilities, Asuna added, incensed. Litton's eyes narrowed. I should have told them that, but instead I got very stubborn, and I said I'd make the front line as a solo tank, and started mining ores for my armor and grinding levels. I know tanks have a high strength and thus high carrying capacity, but mining 1,000 ores is still incredible work, I commented, impressed. But Litton looked down for some reason. Meanwhile, Shivada muttered to her that she didn't have to mention it if she didn't want to, but the bowl-cut girl shook her head. Yes, I gathered all the ores to make this armor myself, as you said. I had to mine at least 1,500 iron ores, but it's not something to be proud of at all. What do you mean? Asuna asked in a calm, gentle tone meant to reassure. Sadly, a sound I never heard from her. I was grinding levels near the town of Marome on the second floor, Litton went on. I found a vein of ore in a little valley, so I switched my mace to a pickaxe and started to chip away like usual. Normally I would get 7 or 8 and that would be it. But at this point, I just kept producing and producing without running out. At first, I thought it was just found a lucky spot and was very excited, but eventually it got scary. By the time I pulled out over 100, I finally figured it out. That it was an infinite bug? I asked, stunned. Litton nodded. Asuna looked confused. I explained, it's a bug in the program that causes monsters or items to continue generating past their normal limit. I've never heard of one in SAO, but I guess everything is prone to them. Oh, so you could just keep mining the same vein of ores as long as you wanted? It's like winning the lottery or something, Asuna said innocently. The rest of us grimaced. Shivada spoke as a representative for the hardcore gamers. It's not that simple, Asuna. Taking advantage of such a bug is called glitching, and whether or not you take advantage of it in a single-player game is up to you. But in an MMO, if the management finds out about it, they can roll back your status or even ban you. So Litton didn't give up on it? I mean, you have the armor after all. The short hair bobbed up and down in affirmation. Yes, I was conflicted, but I couldn't stop myself. With an infinite supply of iron ore, I could skip right past iron armor and go to steel. It was all I could think about. I don't blame you. If I found a spot like that, I'd go crazy mining it, I reassured her. Shivada said, I'd do it too, in an oddly competitive way, steeling myself against the look I was certain Asuna would give me if I asked. And, just out of curiosity, this infinite generating point is still active? No, Litton said, shaking her head sideways this time. I mined it nonstop for about 30 minutes, until suddenly, the rock texture seemed to fail. It came back normal right away, but no ores dropped it from it anymore. So, the devs noticed the bug and fixed it. I mean, if there are any devs, I wondered. Shivada shrugged. Well, the bug was fixed, so what other possibility is there? But none of the Argus staff can tamper with the SAO server now, right? The only person with administration privileges is Akihiro Kayaba. Then Kayaba fixed it. At that point, I had no grounds to deny it. I mumbled that maybe he was right and got back to the topic. Meaning that you made your plate armor from the ores you mined there. I'm surprised you could carry over 1,000 ores, though. I remember that iron ore had pretty long decay period, but even then, it had to be a monster task, right? Lynn shook her head again. No, I didn't transport it all myself. In fact, even after I brought it to the village, it wouldn't all fit into the storage at the inn. Oh, good point. If you rented out an inn room, it would come with its own chest, which could be used for external storage, but the ones at the budget rate inns were small in size. Of course, it was enough for extra gear and food and potions, but not hundreds and hundreds of metal ores. Storages for heavy ores was an issue for everyone and the biggest initial challenges for a player who wanted to be a blacksmith. In that case, what if you brought a portable forge into the mining spot and melted them all down? You can carry way more as ingots. And if that wasn't possible, you could go straight to an NPC smith and do the job, Asuna suggested. I had tried that idea in the beta, a fond memory of my early trial and error days. I explained why it wouldn't work. Unfortunately, you can only use a portable forge to craft gear and upgrade it. Ingots have to be cast at a large, fixed forge. You could take them to a blacksmith, but that could lead to trouble if the other players saw you. A combat-centric player hauling in tons of ore to melt down is practically advertising that there's a huge stack of it outside of town. I was afraid of that too. It was right around the time that the big fuss over the upgrade scam on the second floor, so I was worried about the dangerous people following me around. Litton admitted. It seemed that this was news to Shivada, who had lost his main weapon to that very scam. He turned to her in concern. Lichan, there was a lot of stuff that went on behind the scenes with that scam. You can't go into specifics, but the people who did it weren't just plain bad people. They apologized to the victims and compensated them for their loss. So there's no bad guys anymore. Oh, thanks for letting me know, Shiba. If I was a kid in grade school, I might have gotten away with whistling and taunting. Hey guys, things are looking so hot between you, the South Pole's gonna melt. But I was going to be in the third year of middle school next year and needed to be more mature than that. Sadly, Shivada's words were already being proven false. Perhaps it was known only by Asa and me among the front line, but there was a true group of bad guys, a PK gang, working in the shadows. The entire point of setting up this meeting was to help fight back against Morche's plot. I wanted to get right to the point, but it wasn't clear yet if Litton could be absolutely trusted. It was a surprise that she was female, and that she and Shivada were like that, but that brought its own suspicion to the plate. I didn't want to think about it, but I couldn't rule out the possibility that of a honey trap in play. At the very least, I need to hear the story of this steel armor to the end. Then, how did you move the ore? I asked. Litton straightened up and resumed her story. Well, before the physical transportation even entered into it, I wasn't sure if I should use the ore. As a tank, I was desperate for it, but it was obvious in an infinite supply bug, so I wasn't sure if I should use the armor I got through a glitch because I was afraid of what could happen if I got banned. So I decided to just ask a friend who was helping repair my gear on the first floor for advice. Repair? So your friend was a blacksmith? I asked, envisioning the face of Neza, the blacksmith, at the center of the very upgrading scam we talked about a minute ago. Litton nodded. Yes, she's not really a blacksmith, not with her own shop. She was just putting a bit of work into her weapons and armor crafting skills. We got along, both being girls, and so I started asking her if I could for help with the maintenance and crafting a bit. Oh, a female blacksmith. That alone confirmed it wasn't Neza. It was at this point that I was reminded that there were still plenty of players in the town of beginnings who were taking on the game as best they could. I sent her a friend message about the ores, and she replied at once. She hadn't had much MMO experience before SAO, but she was absolutely decisive. A little smile appeared on Litton's lips. She said I shouldn't hesitate, that the most important thing in this world was to survive, then beat the game in that order. So I should use whatever bugs I needed in order to get stronger, and that even if I got banned, it would mean getting out of here, so I shouldn't be afraid in the least. I realized it was totally true, so I asked her to help me carry the ore, and we got back to the smith in Marome to turn them all into steel ingots without being detected by any other players. So it wasn't an NPC that made your armor, but a friend of yours? Asuna asked. Litton nodded proudly. Yes, it was just barely within her skill level, and she said I should pay an NPC for it. But I insisted she try. She failed over and over, turning it back into ingots, then pounded away again through the night until she had made all 5 pieces: torso, legs, gauntlet, boots, and helm. Wow, She must be a good friend and a good blacksmith, I said admiringly. This time, Litton's smile was clear and undeniable. The moment was enormous and convinced me for good that she was not Morche's saboteur. The rest of the story was short, with a 5-piece set of steel armor that was rare even among the best players. Litton leveled up against the tree ants on the 3rd floor until the ALS recruited her, which she accepted on her blacksmith's friend's advice. On the 4th floor, she met Shivada from their rival group, and they ended up hitting it off. And the fine details of that part of the story would be unbearable without alcohol. At any rate, they continued to grow closer in secret. They started planning to bring the guilds together in harmony, the first step of which would be tonight's countdown party. On the DKB side, Lind was surprisingly enthusiastic about it, and the others seemed to be eager as well. The problem was the ALS. Now that the story was finally adding up to the present, I pulled 4 little bottles of lime water out of my inventory. Sadly, they weren't chilled, but they served to quench the dried throats to everyone present before we got to the most crucial part. First, how much have you told Shivada about the problem with the ALS, Litton? Shivada reacted to this question before Litton did. Exactly. You sent me that message yesterday saying a problem arose when you were going to handle it, Lichan. I was worried about what that meant. I'm sorry, Sheba, Litton said, but it was obvious from the look on her face that she was caught between a rock and a hard place. No doubt the ALS had issued a stern gag warning to all members about their plan to jump the boss early. As a member of the guild, she had a duty to obey, but Litton was also an executive member of the Countdown Party Planning Committee with Shivata. If something happened, why won't you tell me? I know I'm in the DKB, but more importantly, we're both SAO players. The ironic thing is, you were the one who helped me realize that... He pleaded, placing a hand on her armored shoulder, but Litton only stared at the floor. I made eye contact with Asuna and cleared my throat. If Litton can't explain it to you, then I will. Listen carefully to what I say, Shivada. The core members of the ALS plan to ditch tonight's countdown party and attempt the floor boss on their own. Shivada wasn't the only one who looked shocked. Litton leaned back with a metallic clank, nearly falling out of her chair. Her topaz eyes, close to her orange hair color, were bulging. Kirito? How did you know that? Sorry, I can't tell you yet, but I assure you that it wasn't a leak from within the ALS, and I didn't buy it from the info broker. Oh, I see. Well, it doesn't matter. I'm sure players like you too have your own top-level information gathering abilities. You're getting the wrong idea about us, I pleaded, after an awkward look from Asuna. I'm an outsider within the group and was just doing my own thing, so I'm not in a position to give any orders to the ALS or the DKB. But Asuna and I really truly want to make sure the two guilds don't engage in hostilities. Sure, a reasonable rivalry might help advance the pace of the conquest, but this act of going behind each other's backs and crossing a line, if they succeeded, it will totally ruin relations with the DKB, and if it fails, it could result in the total collapse of the ALS. I mean, they're going after the milestone 5th boss in a single guild. Shivada had his head in his hands. He groaned. But why would this happen? Kabao is gruff and rude, but he's not stupid. He should know full well how reckless this to challenge a floor boss on his own. Asa and I had come to Menamera to find an answer to that mystery. With 3 sets of eyes on her, Litton bit her lip in indecision, then finally made up her mind. If you already know about that, then I will tell you what I know. Then the newest tank in ALS took a sip of lime water, stretched, and began to speak. The ALS stressed equality among members, so meetings are held with full attendance as a basic rule. But the meeting about the boss strategy in question was held among only a dozen or so of the oldest members. I was still fresh to the new recruit, so I wasn't called to join. So everything I tell you came from my group leader. The meeting was held 3 days ago, on the night of the 28th. One of the senior members got crucial information from a beta tester because the topic was so sensitive. Cabal made the decision to limit attendance just to the senior members. So the info was about an incredibly important item dropped by the 5th floor boss, something that would change things drastically depending on whether the ALS or the DKB got the drop. My group leader and some other officers argued that if it was that important, they should bring it to the DKB's attention and propose a joint management before the fight. The party would be better settling things and hash them out, but joint management of the item in question was apparently impossible by nature. That led to the opinion that they should defeat the boss while the party was happening, to ensure that they got the item. Otherwise, the ALS might end up being absorbed into the DKB. Ultimately, Cabal didn't have any choice but to approve the boss strategy. That's everything. That's all I know about this. When Litton finished, Shivata turned to his left, twisting at the waist, and rasped, "Lichan, what in the world is this item?" But she could only shake her head, and sadly, "Sorry, Sheba, I learned about the boss plan just this morning. I asked my group leader for more information, but that was all top secret. The group leader was all for our party, but there was nothing they could do about this. I'm new. What could I do? I talked with the rest of the group, and we just decided that we should state our case to Cabal directly when I got Sheba's message." "I had no idea," Shivata groaned. He looked up, straight into my eyes, swallowed, and then asked, in a deadly serious tone, "You're a former beta tester, so do you know it?" "What's this crucial item the 5th floor boss drops?" I crossed my arms and tilted my head as far back to the side as it would go. "Crucial item from the 5th boss? I took part in that fight, but I think it was a two-handed swordsman who got the centerpiece drop. I mean, any boss drop is going to be great, but I don't recall something so powerful would destroy the balance between guilds. Besides, a weapon can just be joint managed." I pulled my head back to a normal angle, shut my eyes, and replayed the distant memories. The 5th floor boss in the beta was a huge golem made of blue stone, much like the ruins. Naturally, it had a tremendous defense, and it was nearly tall enough to scrape against the ceiling of the boss chamber. A considerable challenge, but at the time when you could laugh off dying, with the sheer suicidal force of nearby hundreds of players were crumbled the stone into golem dust, and 10 so items dropped for a lucky few. After a brief assessment of the loot, we climbed the stairs to the 6th floor. It was just the usual excitement after beating the boss. No, wait. There was an odd item that dropped for someone. It looked like a fancy pole arm, but it had an extremely low attack power, which we all laughed about in puzzlement. So the winner tossed it aside angrily. Someone else picked it up, and within a few days, displayed its true worth to the shock of all. A story that I had just barely recalled in the corner of my mind. In any case, it was an item that meant nothing to me, but if the memory was correct, it was a flag. The three looked at me. A flag? What about a flag?" Asuna asked. The image of a tri-corner pennant flag flapping over the battle flickered into my mind. I sucked in a sharp breath, clutching my hands together, and I rose slightly out of my chair. Oh, yes, that would be bad. What is it, Kirito? When you say flag, what do you mean? A switch? Some condition that will prompt a change in the game? Shivata shouted, also out of his chair. It was probably the first time the athlete called me by name instead of you, but I didn't even register it. I shook my head. No, not a programming flag. I mean a literal flag. Why would a flag be an ultra-powerful item? It's not just an ordinary flag. It's a guild flag. If you carry it around, Every guild member within 50 or 60 feet gets a buff to all of their stats. Shivada's narrow eyes went round. He gaped. What? 8. I wasn't sure if it was based on the spiral structure of the town, but Manamera's local speciality was a jumbo roll cake of thin sponge and heaping helpings of banana-flavored cream. I was determined to have one when I got here, but now the moment had arrived and I'd lost my appetite. The 8-inch long spiral of cake stared at me in the face of a middle of the table. Meanwhile, on the other side, Asuna looked deadly serious. So I wonder if they're officially a couple. Huh? It was not at all what I had expected her to say. She continued, her manner still completely serious. Shivada and Litten, I mean. How they got together, and what's happened between them since. We missed out on all the important details. You've got a point. I honestly didn't know how I would be expected to react to a story of that nature. So, for my part, I was relieved that Shivada abridged the details, but Asuna seemed quite interested. I forked a large piece of banana cake and brought it to my mouth, choosing my words carefully. But that deadly serious track athlete was calling her Lichan, so I'd say they're going out. Oh, Shivada's on the track team? No, that's just what I imagine. And to think I actually believed you for 2 seconds. She raised an eyebrow at me skeptically and stuffed a big bite of cake into her cheeks. The miraculous power of the specialty dessert eased the crease between her brows, and I decided it was safe to present a concern of mine. But what exactly does going out entail in this world? What does it entail? Well, it's the same as the regular world, she said matter-of-factly. I would be lying if I said that didn't make me more than a little curious about a real-life experience in that field. But I couldn't very well ask, so I deleted that question from my mind and moved on. Anyway, I think that doing the same stuff as regular world would be impossible here. Huh? Oh, right, because of the protective code, Asuna muttered, glancing around. After the two of us parted ways with Shiva and Litten, we moved into this cafe, a secret landmark of Manamera. Unlike the restaurants where the DKB and the ALS hung out, it didn't face the main spiral road, so you had to know where it was first. As I hoped, there was no customers inside, but we were still in the mood to speak in hushed voices. The harassment prevention code in question was the most uncomfortable of SAO's many in-game systems to discuss. I knew why it was necessary. Without it, there would be no doubt some male players who exposed enticing female NPCs to unsavory behavior. The system worked in very simple ways. Any inappropriate contact with an NPC or player of the opposite sex for a certain length of time would elicit a warning and repelling force, and repeat violators would be automatically teleported to the prison within the Black Iron Palace in the Town of Beginnings. I myself was momentarily terrified of being spirited away in the workshop of Old Man Romolo's, the shipwright of the 4th floor, when I shook Asuna's shoulder in an attempt to wake her from the rocking chair. Asuna was rubbing her left shoulder and glaring at me, clearly remembering the same situation. She cleared her throat. Well, yes, you might not be able to touch the other person, but you could still be in a relationship. Right. But the condition of the codes are too vague to grasp. How do you know where the fine line is too inappropriate for contact? In my case, I didn't get a warning or a shock or anything before you got forced teleportation window. Maybe a bit of research is in order. So if I press the yes button, you would have gotten a very valuable piece of data? Never mind, I said, shaking my head. Asuna glared at me again, then thought something over. But on that topic, I didn't even get a teleport window this last time. Last time? You know, after we escaped from those guys in the catacombs, She suddenly stopped, so I looked up from cutting myself a piece of fresh cake. The fencer turned away just before we would made eye contact, but upon seeing the tinge of red to her cheeks, I remembered. Ah, right. She had a point there. After Morche and his companions were chased by the swarm of monsters, Asuna was so overcome with the release of her tension that I had to hold her and stroke her head to calm down. Thinking back on it now, I was impressed with myself. The contact lasted for at least 3 minutes, much longer than the contact at the workshop, so it was a mystery that Asuna hadn't received a window prompt to teleport me away. Maybe the shoulders are a no-go, but the head is okay? But if the one being touched doesn't like it, there's no difference between the head and shoulders. Besides, you were also touching my shoulder at the time. Oh, I was? It's a mystery. Maybe it's because on the 4th floor you were asleep. That wouldn't be it. Why show a window to a sleeping player? They can't press the buttons. Very true. We should just ask Shivata next time. Ask him what? Asuna wondered. I unveiled my brilliant idea. Well, if that track athlete tries to make physical contact with Litten, then he should inevitably be collecting data on the limits of the conditions of the harassment code, right? Suddenly, the fork in the fencer's hand shot audibly forward towards my nose. If it had been a knife, she might have successfully pulled off a linear. Listen to me. You are absolutely not allowed to ask an indecent question like that. I don't care about the guy, but that's not fair to Litten. I don't understand. I won't suggest it again, so please put the fork down. Once it was safely resting on the surface of the table again, I breathed a sigh of relief and leaned back in the chair. The only other thing I can figure is that it evolves depending on the target player. What do you mean? I'm saying that it could be triggered almost easily between two strangers who have never had contact before, but that it gets eased as the player's relationship grows. I can't just imagine how they track and quantify the emotional closeness of two players. I looked down from the ceiling, and the fencer was quiet, her expression flat. I worried that I might have said something stupid again. But for whatever reason, I noticed that redness was rising on her skin, from the collar of her cape up to her mouth and nose. Anticipating an eventual eruption, my legs tensed and prepared to dart away and escape. But my considerable fortune, the jingling bell at the door, rang at that moment, cutting through the thick tension. The visitor at the cafe was none other than Argo, who had sat up in Menanamera before we arrived. It wasn't a coincidence, of course. I had sent her a message as soon as we were done with Shivata and Litten. Hey, The tired-looking whiskered broker walked over and sat at the chair next to Asuna. She ordered a roll cake triple thick and let out a long breath. You dragged me out of my own business, so I hope this is more important than the boss quest, Keyboy. Of course, I reassured her. For a brief moment, I considered breaking the ice with a silly question about the harassment code conditions, then decided it wouldn't be worth it if nobody was going to laugh. I think we figured out why the ALS is planning to sneak ahead of the boss. As befitting a creature that fed on information, Argo's face immediately brightened up. Wait, really? Even I haven't caught that morsel on my net of intelligence. This is quite impressive. Rather surprising, isn't it? I asked. What is? Well, I would have thought you knew already. Don't you remember anything about an item from the 5th floor boss causing trouble in the beta? Trouble. Her painted whiskers twitched. I had successfully tweaked her pride as information. Argo pursed her lips for a while, consulting her memory, then eventually lifted her hands in surrender. I have to admit it, but I can't remember. If I can make an excuse, I wasn't an information broker in the beta. I also wasn't a frontrunner, so I didn't take part in that boss fight. Oh, you didn't? Well, I won't hold it over your head then. I think the ALS is after a guild flag. Guild flag? Why would they want a flag? As an object, it's no more than a low-powered long spear. But if you do this... I stood the fork in my hand straight up and stuck the base into the table. When a player with it equipped sticks it into the ground, all guild members within 50 or 60 feet get increased attacks and defense, as well as extra resistance against debuffs. What? Argo said, the same as Shivado's stunned reaction. She pointed at the fork in my hand and asked in rapid succession, Can the player move the flag around? How long does the buff last? Is there a limit to how many players it affects? The answer to your first question is half yes. If you take the flag out of the ground, the buff shuts off. But once you move it and plant it again, it kicks right back in. The answer to your second question is as long as the flag is planted. The answer to your third question is no limit, as long as they are guild members. Argo crossed her arms, grunting, as a piece of banana cake 3 times as thick as mine and Asana's arrived. At 8 inches long and over 2 inches wide, it was nearly the size of a small whole cake. Argo split the quarter of it off with her fork and stuffed the entire mound into her mouth.
This is indeed very big trouble, T-boy.
Exactly.
The statistical boosts are one thing, but the effect of the player's mentality is especially dangerous. If the ALS gets that item and plants it during the battle, their morale is going to skyrocket, and the DKB will plummet.
The same could hold true for the reverse. It's more than powerful enough to crush the uneasy balance that exists now.
You can understand why Cabal would decide to attempt the boss prematurely once he learned about it, I murmured, bringing a piece of cake up to my mouth. In the meantime, Argo had made another quarter of her own cake disappear. She glanced over to the left.
You seem pretty quiet today, Chan?
No, it's nothing, Asuna insisted. Finally getting her conscious brain back into motion, she scrambled to eat more cake, and Argo blinked in surprise.
So, how'd that spiky-haired buffoon manage to get the word out this time? It's kind of a shock to me that they got this intel before I did.
Well, you and I aren't the only beta testers, Argo, I pointed out. I hadn't told Argo about the PK gang lurking in the shadows of Einkrad, a decision that Asuna was holding me to. Naturally, we were afraid that if she learned about them, she would attempt to collect information about them on her own, and that was a job far more dangerous than compiling boss intel. I didn't doubt Argo's ability. I knew that she had the speed to dart out at the most dangerous locales, but the ability of the man in the black poncho, the suspected leader of Morche's gang, was a total unknown. Until I could find out what kind of danger he represented, I didn't want Argo to get involved with them. The informant smiled in an all-knowing way and nodded, giving in.
Well, you got a point there. What's important now isn't where the deeds come from, but what to do about them. If it's really that huge of an item that they can loot, the ALS won't be deterred by direct arguments.
I was thinking, Asuna started. She had finished her cake a bit later than I did, and took a sip of tea before suggesting, what if we just shared the information about the guild flag with the DKB? The reason the ALS is being so reckless about looting it isn't because they want it that bad, but because they're afraid if the DKB will get it, right? If Lynn proposes a fair way to split the loot,
yeah, not a bad idea.
I thought of Lynn's deadly serious face. If Shivada was imaginary track field athlete, then Lynn belonged to a martial arts club, or even a calligraphy club. No matter what, Lynn can be reasoned with. He might be able to force a conversation with the ALS. It's just joint managing a guild flag is impossible, not just sharing its power. Once the item is registered under a guild, I can't imagine that you can alter it, and I wouldn't be possible to split the flag apart either. Ultimately, they're going to come down to the rock, paper, scissors match, or roll the dice, or even a 5-on-5 group duel. I can't imagine that Cabal would accept that proposal, Asuna muttered. Both Argo and I nodded. It was an ironclad belief of Cabal that all resources should be shared to hold the casualties of the game to a minimum: gold, items, information. It was the foundation philosophy of the guild he started.
Lind and the DKB held that the top players with the deepest knowledge and the greatest power should fight bravely at the front line and serve as a symbol of hope, thus generating the energy and inspiration to defeat the game. I didn't know which was right. All I could say was that both were successors of Novella the Knight, and that Wood strongly desired the guild flag to further their respective causes. Neither would dream of succeeding it to the other. "Why did you have to die, Novella?" I asked the departed knight, leaning back in my chair, staring up at the boarded ceiling. There was no answer, of course, but somehow I heard his final words repeat in my mind. "You have to take it from here, Kirito. Kill the..." His avatar blasted into pieces before he could finish his sentence. Yes, I too had inherited something from him. Gabao inherited the knight's sense of fairness, and Lind had taken his heroicism. And what I took, as a fellow beta tester, was a sense of realism. I opened my eyes slowly, looked at Argo and Asuna, and turned and said, "Let's beat the boss." The words melted in the air in the room, echoing and vanishing, but the info dealer and the fencer did not speak. Argo's fork, which had been hovering in the air for several moments, finally stabbed into the remaining thick roll of cake and lifted the mass of sponge and cream, which disappeared as if it was a magic trick. It's a true rodent fashion. The rat's cheek bulged comically as she chewed away at her meal. At last she asked,
"You mean the three of us?"
"Oh, no, not at all." After all, when Asuna suggested the same thing, I stated that it was impossible, even with Kismel, the elite knight, on our side. Asuna turned to me, curious. "Then who are you going to ask for help?" Well, I started to list the candidates on my fingers. First, there's Agile and his 3 friends. Then, Neza might help us. That's it? Asuna wondered, staring down at my folded thumb and finger. I coughed and cleared my throat awkwardly. Argo, do you know anyone? "Come on, don't be ridiculous, key boy," she said. But even my safety net with her entire intelligence network could only shrug. "Well, I'll keep an eye out on people trying their best to join the front runners, but that very potential means they can't invite them to a dangerous mission." "Why do you think I've been handing out those strategy guides on the lower floors for free?" Yeah, good point. Well, if Neza says yes, that's me, Asuna, Argo, Neza, and the Bro Squad for 8 in total. I'm going to say that we'll at least lead 12 for 2 parties. "No way. Even with 2 parties, that would be hard enough," Asuna said, waving her hand in front of her face. "You were the one who said that we just barely beat the 4th floor boss with a full raid, Kismel and Viscount Yolflis. If the next boss is tougher than the Seahorse, then how is this group of 12 going to win?" In numerical terms, every 5th boss is always going to be especially tough, assuming that each boss grows stronger at the same equivalent amount. I made imaginary slices along the edge of the table, setting aside 4 chunks, with the 5th being slightly larger. Then imagine that the 5th floor boss is going to be close in strength to the 6th floor boss. But a boss's strength isn't measured in just attack and defense and HP. If that giant golem hasn't been altered since the beta, there's a way for even a 12-man raid to beat it. Depending on the information from the boss quest and recon of the boss chamber, of course. Only when the sound of my own voice hit my ears, I processed what I was saying, and did I remember the other side of the table. Argo had been doing those quests already. "Oh, right. What kind of hints were the boss quests giving?" "Kirito, are you forgetting I work in information dealing for a living?" I quickly opened my window to propose a trade, but the rat was already smirking at me. "I'd thank you for the transaction, but I'll give it to you in return for that tidbit about the guild flag. Speaking from conclusion first, it seems like the boss is still a golem." She opened her own window and switched to the memo tab designed for her saving notes and such. "Let's see here. Remember what you told me from the elf quest, the secret of Einkrad's creation and whatnot?" "Oh, the Great Separation, you mean?"
I'd already given Argo a rough outline of the elf legend that Kismil shared with us. It said that hundreds of floors in Aincrad had always existed as they were now. The various elf, human, and dwarf realms had been cut into circular chunks from the earth and surrounded and summoned up to the sky to form a floating castle. In that moment, all the powers of magic had been lost, but that story hadn't played any part in the game yet, outside the elf campaign quest. Argo grimaced and explained, "Well, in shorthand form, this floor was originally an industrial area from the human kingdom. They dug up metal and magical ores with spells and mass-produced arms that were sold into a regional conflict elsewhere. But the king of that land did not export the truly powerful magical ore, saving it up to build a massive war weapon, the Golem. When the Golem was finished, he was going to use it to invade the dwarves that were his trade rivals when the separation occurred. And then the Golem and the king were summoned up into the sky, the power of the magic was lost, and they couldn't mine or refine the material. And that's the story." I see. Across from me, Asuna realized something and spoke up. Now that I think about it, when we fought that zombie boss in the catacombs, wasn't he wearing a crown of some kind? Yeah, since you mention it, so that giant zombie was the king from the past? But he wasn't human-sized at all. Argo chuckled at my bafflement. "Hey, it's customary for all those evil king bosses from video games to magically grow in size." Either that, or being in a damp place for eons made him bloat from all the moisture. Zombies have always seemed highly absorbent to me. I had to move on quickly once the two girls wrinkled their noses at my sizzling hot sense of humor. Anyway, back to the floor boss. If that's what the boss's quest said, then it seems like we can rest assured that the golem from the beta is still in place. In a basic sense, yes, Argo confirmed. She closed her window and downed the rest of her tea. It's just, even the bosses that have looked the same as their beta form have changed in some way. The Minotaur on the second floor got an extra companion, for example. That's something we won't know until we scout it out. Also, we should plan out an escape method for the boss chamber, I said, switching to concrete boss strategy topics when Asuna cut me off. Wait, Kirito, you just said 12-man raid party would be enough to handle the boss. That still leaves us 4 short. We don't even know if Neza and Agile Group will help us. If the Bro Squad says no, we're playing out of luck. If that happens, we can tell Lind about the Guild flag and pray that his talk with Kabao reaches a peaceful conclusion. As for the 4 other members, I paused, then went with my gut. Let's ask Shivada and Lytton. What? Asuna blanched, leaning back. You know that won't work. They're members of the DKB and ALS. That's exactly why. If they were members of the same guild, they wouldn't want to assist a plan that ultimately undercuts their groups. But since they're each from one, I think there might be a chance. At that suggestion, Argo perked up and grinned. Lytton's the one in the plate armor who joined the ALS. So she and Shivada from the DKB? That's a new one to me. Hey, no, Argo, you can't sell that to anyone. I know, but I like Keyboy says. If they're that close, they might help us out. Love is stronger than guild regulations, as they say. That line was so out of character, I had to hold myself back from commenting on it. Anyway, if Shivada and Lytton can each bring a partner, that will make 12. Fortunately, they're both members of the party planning committee, so they should be moving from Menamonera to Kaluin soon. If we can catch them before they head straight to the tower, their guilds won't find out about their participation in the boss battle, I think. You better be certain about that. Also, assuming Shivada and Lytton even agree to help us, how will we help them if they get kicked out of their guilds for what they do for us? I can't agree to bring them into our plan if you can't give me a proper answer to that, Asuna stated decisively, leveling me with a determinate gaze. Our insane plan to attempt the floor boss was just 2 parties, was meant to prevent either of the ALS or DKB from taking the unstoppable lead, and it seemed likely that if we don't
carry the plan out, Shivada and Litten would be forced to choose between their guilds and each other. But Asuna wasn't talking about logic. She was talking about loyalty. They had trusted us with their private information and wouldn't be right for us to use them like disposable pawns in our game. Agile's party has exactly 4. I'll ask them if they mind letting another 2 join up. If that's a no-go, we'll invite them into our party. I said, displaying no small amount of determination. Asuna smiled and nodded. Agile and Shivada were on the 5th floor, so we could contact them with instant messages. But we'd last seen Neza on the 2nd floor. If he hasn't been up here, we'd have to take the tunnel back to Caerluin, then teleport down to the lower floors and send messages there. If he happened to be in a dungeon, even that wouldn't work. We'd have to forget about him. With a silent prayer, I decided to attempt contact with him first. Long time no see. Where are you now? I wrote simply. Just 15 seconds later, he replied, "It's a pleasure to hear from you. I'm collecting relics in the dungeon beneath the city." I pumped my fist and thanked my lucky stars that the relic hunting festival was still ongoing in Caerluin. I'm going back to the main city to meet Neza. Asuna, can you get in touch with Agile and Shivada and Litten? Me? Your persuasion skill's a lot higher than mine. It is? Hey, there's no such skill in the game, she pouted, even as she brought up her hollow keyboard. Meanwhile, Argo smirked. And what should I be doing, keyboy? I want you to stock up on consumables for us. Budget isn't a variable here, so just get as many of the good potions as you can. I brought up a trade window and sent Argo more than enough money for the trip, then left the cafe. The underground tunnel that connected Manamanaira with the main town of Caerluin had a fair amount of monsters and treasure, so the trip might take an hour or two for a party battling its way through, but that time could be compressed significantly by a single player racing through it. It took me just over 20 minutes to finish the 3-mile route, evading groups of monsters and dispatching singles with a good thrust of my sword skill. I emerged into the large waiting room of the first basement level of the dungeon and searched for Neza. Before I could spot him, I heard someone call, "Kirito!" from behind me. No sooner had I turned around than my hand was being clasped warmly. "It's been so long! I'm happy to see you again!" He said the very same blacksmith, well, former blacksmith, I'd met on the 2nd floor. But unlike before, there was no shadow of timid and fright in his smile. I couldn't help but grin and squeeze back. "It's good to see you too, Neza. Or should I call you Nataku?" The other man's name dimpled shyly and said, "No, just Neza is fine. My companions still call me Nezu anyway." "Oh, they do?" I glanced around the chamber and caught no sight of the legend braves. Neza let go and looked up. "I was doing the whole relic hunt thing with the guild, but they went back into the first town." Ah, that was a relief. I felt bad about it, but I was planning to ask him to do that anyway. We wanted as many people as possible, but given that we forced them to give up their powerful gear to make amends, it wouldn't be fair to make them fight a deadly boss now. Anyway, sorry about the sudden message. "No, not at all. What did you want to discuss?" Neza asked curiously. I tugged his arm to move him to a corner of the room. The base camp for the relic hunting wasn't as packed as when the first round opened, but there were still a good dozen players hanging around. Once we were a safe distance away, I kept my voice low and got right to the point. "Neza, I hate to be so abrupt about this, but I need to ask you a favor." "Anything, as long as it's something I can do." "Okay, I'll just say it. I want you to come help me beat the 5th floor boss right now." Beneath his evenly parted bangs, his eyes grew as wide and as round as 1,000 coal gold coins, and sucked in a sharp, deep breath. I clamped my hand over his mouth before he could shriek in shock. Once the muffled yelp was over, I let go. The former blacksmith heaved a few deep breaths before turning on me with as quiet a bellow as he could manage. "What are you talking about? The 2 guilds are the ones who manage the floor bosses. Are you doing this with their knowledge?" "Nope, not at all." Not at all.
I grabbed the speechless blacksmith's shoulder and pulled him closer so I could explain. For reasons I won't get into here, we need to beat that boss before the DKB and the ALS. I'm not going to put you in any direct danger. You need to hang out at the back and hit the boss's weak point at the right time. Please, will you help us? He took a deep breath again, let it out slowly, then glanced down at his waist. On it hung a thin metal circle of about 8 inches across. It was a rare chakram. It belonged to the throwing weapon category. Fingers that once held, gripped a hammer traced the side of the chakram instead. He clenched his fist and raised it to chest level.
They're very important reasons, I assume, he whispered. I nodded.
That's right. Important enough to determine the future of the frontline group, of SAO as a whole.
All right then,
Neza said, clapping me on the shoulder.
Since you seem like you're in a hurry, I'll let you explain as we go. Just lead the way.
Thanks, I said, turned toward the stairs I'd just taken to get there. It wasn't as if I had no misgivings about this. Based on his gear, I estimated Neza around level 12 or 13. It wasn't completely beyond the safety margin for fighting the 5th floor boss, but it definitely wasn't well above it either. I wasn't planning to have Neza in front and center, of course. I wanted him to provide a long-range attack from the rear. The golem boss used physical attacks only with its limbs, so with enough distance, there was no worry about losing HP. But the previous 4 bosses had taught me that in their battles, there were no absolute guarantees. Ilfang, the Kobold Lord, boss of the 1st floor, used a katana skill that weren't there in the beta to end the life of Diovel the Knight. Asterios, the Taurus King, boss of the 2nd floor, nearly wiped out an entire party with a lightning breath attack that had never been seen in the beta. Nereus, the evil Treant boss on the 3rd floor, made a use of a wide-ranging poison attack that would have destroyed the raid if we hadn't stocked up on tons of antidotes. And Withagi, the Hippocampus boss on the 4th floor, flooded the boss chamber with water, which nearly drowned the entire raid. It was clear that the golem boss of the 5th floor would also be different in the beta in some way. We needed to observe these details carefully ahead of time to eliminate all unexpected dangers. Now that we were bringing Neza into this, we didn't notice wasn't going to be cutting it anymore.
I contacted my team. I should be fine for the rest of the day,
Neza said, after a long stretch of keyboard tapping. I looked at him closely. He really did look different than before. All right, let's go. Nine. In a forest clearing a short distance from Mena Manera, the other members had already congregated ahead of us. Thanks to Asana's formidable persuasion skill, I saw Agile's bro squad, Shivada, Litton, and the other players from each guild, wearing their respective colors. I'd asked the 2 of them to recruit members if possible, expecting to be futile, so this was a pleasant surprise. Neza went off to pay his respects to Asana and the others, so I approached Shivada's group. Sorry for being so late, I was going to say, but the large DKB member with Shivada spun around ferociously and grabbed me by the collar. "Hey there, Nightwing," said Hafner, a greatsword user, sub-leader of the DKB, calling me by a nickname that referred to my outfit. He leaned in with a menacing face that made me think of a soccer team member and growled, "I'm going to clobber you if it turns out that you told us a single lie about any of this." Setting aside the fact that the anti-criminal code in town and the threat of going orange out of town prevented him from actually clobbering me at all, I nodded obediently. Shivada grabbed Hafner's shoulder with an awkward smile and pulled him back. "Half this idea came from our side. All Kirito offered was info about the guild flag. I don't think he's lying. Why would he? There's nothing for him to gain from it." "Well, you might have a point there, but why would he put together such a dangerous plan? Doesn't he have a good reason to keep the ALS from getting that flag thing?" "Hang on," I interrupted, waving my right hand to cut off the DKB officers. "First of all, the point of this operation isn't to keep the ALS from getting the guild flag. When the flag drops, we can't give it to the DKB either. If either guild gets the flag, it might spell the collapse of the other. It seemed that Shivada had explained this premise to Hafner already. The soccer player scowled, but fell silent. So I took the opportunity to ask, "What about you, Hafner? Are you sure you should be taking part? We're extremely grateful for your help, but as a sub-leader of the DKB, you'll be betraying your own guild." Hafner ruffled his long blonde hair, which was held back at the hairline by a string, and grumbled, "Yeah, I'm not thrilled about it, but beating the game comes first. We need both the DKB and the ALS to get out of this shitty MMO. I can't betray the thousands below who are waiting for freedom, even if it means betraying Lind and my guild. That's why you're here too, right?" That last question was directed towards Lytton and the other ALS members, who were standing a short distance away. The mid-sized, mid-build older man, he looked to be in his 30s, carrying a halberd on his back. He drew his faintly whiskered lips together and nodded. "That's right. Our plan to charge ahead is the reckless result of a few hardliners playing the fears of the officers. Cabal knows that, but he was forced to approve the plan to keep the guild from fracturing. But if getting that flag means destroying the already unstable relationship with the DKB, then it means nothing." The halberdier said calmly. He walked over to me and stuck out his hand. "We've met a few times in the boss battles. I'm Okatan, the leader of the ALS recruiting team. Good to work with you, Kirito." Thanks for being here." I was momentarily surprised by his name, which was rather cute for a scruffy-faced dandy like him, but I recovered in a timely enough fashion to shake his hand. However, a thought occurred to me. "So, if you're the head recruiter, does that mean you were the one who scouted Lytton for the guild?" "Yep, that was me." The look on his face as he turned back to appraise the plate-armored macer was fatherly. It made me wonder if he realized Lytton and Shivada were a couple, but that wasn't for me to bring up. With our greetings out of the way, Hafner slapped me heartily on the back. "Well, Nightwing, me and Oko have explained our motives to the group. Before we get to this shindig on the road, why don't you tell the group why you're leading this charge?" "What?" I tore my eyes away from the soccer player and saw Asuna, Argo, and Neza, Agile, and the bros were all gathered round, waiting to hear my answer. There was no escape. I cleared my throat. "Well, it's the same as Hafner and Okatan, and probably everyone else here. The ALS and the DKB are the two wheels that run our progress forward through the game. And if they aren't attached by the center axle, we will lose one or two. The whole cart is going to grind to a halt. If I figure out the only way to prevent this situation is to beat the boss before the ALS does, and that's why I gathered you all here." Of course, that was barely half of my true motivation. Okatan described the ALS plan as a rampage of hardline minority in a guild, but there was a darker side of the story he didn't know about. There was an external evil that had infiltrated the guild and was fanning the flames of conflict within the DKB, the mysterious Poncho Man and his provocation PK gang. Stopping them was my true motive. But I couldn't reveal that yet, until I at least knew the names of the other members aside from Morche. Bringing the subject up would only lead to distrust and paranoia within the guilds. Fortunately, everyone aside from Asuna, who already knew the truth, seemed to be satisfied by the speech. Even Hafner, though disgruntled, nodded in agreement. At that point, Lytton raised her hand with a clank, her features hidden once again by the metal visor. She spoke in that androgynous, metallic echo.
Kirito, I've been meaning to ask you, if you were concerned about the state of the group, why didn't you join a guild? I'm certain that given your skill, you'd be placed as party leader in either guild immediately."
A murmur ran through the group. It was an honest question for someone new to the scene, but given that she probably didn't even know the word beater, it would be very difficult to give me a detailed explanation of the touchy situation between me, Cabal, and Lind. After about a second and a half of frantic thinking, I decided to lay the blame for that question at the feet of the two guildmasters. Well, you see, Lind and Cabal said that if me and Asuna were going to join guilds, we'd have to join separately. Another murmur ran through the group, which gave me a brief moment of panic that I'd said something stupid. Red-faced, Asuna wailed, "Why would you say that?"
Yes, I understand. That's beautiful.
Meanwhile, Agile bellowed with laughter and Argo crackled. In the end, I wasn't given the opportunity to plead my case against her misinterpretation. By the time Argo had divvied up all the potions and everyone had lent and borrowed gear until each slot had the highest stats possible, it was just getting to be about 3 o'clock in the afternoon. According to Okatan, the ALS would leave Menamanera for the tower, pretending to be leaving the party for Caerluine at around 6 o'clock, which gave us a 3-hour advantage. Even with the scouting run, it would likely take 3 hours to fight the boss, so we had plenty of time. Still, it didn't hurt to ration it carefully. So I left Argo to be our guide and ran along the back of the group with Asuna, jotting down a loose estimated breakdown of the group according to level. Kirito, level 18, one-handed sword, leather armor. Asuna, level 17, rapier, light metal armor. Agile, level 16, two-handed axe, light metal armor. Hafner, level 16, two-handed sword, heavy metal armor. Shivada, level 15, one-handed sword, heavy metal armor, shield. Okatan, level 15, two-handed halberd, light metal armor. Wolfgang, Agile Squad, level 15, two-handed sword, leather armor. Lobaka, Agile Squad, level 15, two-handed axe, light metal armor. Naijian, Agile Squad, level 14, two-handed hammer, heavy metal armor. Litten, level 13, long mace, heavy metal armor, shield. Neza, level 12, chakram, light metal armor. Argo, level unknown, claws, leather armor. It was a very short list for a floor boss raid party. The path through the woods was lined with the bluish rock that made our group's footsteps ring loudly, but Asuna still heard me mutter and looked over for clarification. What's a about? Well, I made the memo visible and showed it to her. We need to figure out a formation before we get to the Labyrinth Tower, and I'm noticing that we have an awful lot of DPSs. What's a DPS? It means damage dealer, an attacker. Out of the 12 of this list, me, you, Agile, and Hafner, Wolfgang, Lobaka, and Naijen are DPSs. That's more than half. Shivada and Litten are our only true tanks, and Okatan, Neza, and Argo are CCs. CCs? Crowd control responsible for controlling the enemy mobs. These are mages in most other games, but since there's no magic in SAO, it mostly comes down to using debuff sword skills that freeze and weaken monsters. Ah, right. Most of the long-reaching weapons have debuffing skills, noted Asuna, who deftly crossed her arms to think, even as she ran. The momentum pulling her body forward, she murmured to herself the same way I had earlier. If it's just 2 parties, so we can ask Shivada and Litten to be a tank in each, then we split the DPS and the CC between the 2, right? That would be the orthodox method. The thing is, the golem only has direct attacks with its hands and feet, and they're all extremely powerful. The normal attacks are one thing, but even a shield isn't going to stop the skill attacks, so we have to avoid them no matter what. Shivada's experienced, but Litten just joined the guild, and it's a bit scary to push such a difficult role on her, Asuna finished. We groaned together, my arms crossed, too. I glanced at the list again. Even with a simpler lineup of 12 total, there was no single answer. If it was a full raid of 48, the possibilities were limitless, and Lind and Cabal were doing this process for every floor and field boss. The realization brought a wave of newfound respect for the two, but the goal here was to beat them to the punch. As we grumbled over the quandary, the dead forest around us thinned out, revealing a long stone wall snaking ahead. Its length and breadth was on the scale to remind me of the town of beginnings, but it was not a city on the other side of this fortification. Instead, it was a large maze of the 5th floor, which had to be maneuvered before you could reach the labyrinth tower. There were monsters too, of course, so it would take more than a day or two to map it all out. However, as long as you solved a few environmental puzzles, you could take a shortcut on a virtual straight shot through the maze, and we had a helpful companion with us in that regard. I unfolded my arms and sped up to catch Argo, who was at the head of the right column of the group. Miss Argo, is there a map to the maze? You bet! I sighed in relief. The information broker glanced over at me and grinned. And it's piping hot and fresh, so it's worth 5,000 coal, I reckon. What? You're gonna charge me? Argo the claw wielder fighting the boss with you for free, but Argo the information dealer needs to earn a living. I gnashed my teeth, wishing I had done more relic hunting back in Caerluine. No worries. I just thought I'd tease you a bit for that lovey-dovey stuff back there. Argo cackled and winked at me. Yes, I mapped the labyrinth, but you won't need it. What do you mean? You'll see when we get there, she hinted and turned us to the right. The 5th floor labyrinth was in the northeast corner of the floor and the maze, which was 1/3 of the mile in radius, surrounded by a semicircle, which meant that on either end, looming stone wall intersected with the outer aperture of the floor. Argo was leading us towards the southeast end. It took us off the path, so we ran into a few mobs, but with 12 members of each battle would be over in an instant if we fought a full strength. Instead, we used a bit of time to allow for a show of our combinations work, and it was about 3:45 when we reached our destination. Nice work, everyone. That ends the trekking across the wilderness at least, Argo noted, and we gratefully came to a stop. I stretched and glanced around us, taking in the rather desolate sight. To the north loomed the 60-foot wall, and to the south and west there were barren gray wastelands without a blade of grass on them. Beyond that was the dead forest we just traveled through, dyed in monochrome by the lengthening rays of the winter sun. When my eyes rolled to the east, they beheld the expanse of endless sky through the nearby aperture. But the faded grayish-blue color struck me as ominous, not the sweeping majesty of the starry sky that Asa and I saw at Blink and Brink. I turned back to the dark stone wall and looked up. According to the legend that Argo told the group on our trip, at the middle of the giant maze was the secret development center of Ancient Kingdom, and the maze was built to detour outsiders from infiltrating. That only made the massive wall even more foreboding. But to do anything, first we had to somehow get past it. So, where do we get in? I asked our guide, as she chugged lime water, wiped her mouth, and grinned. Argo pulled out something shiny out of her cloak. It was a giant key, about 6 inches long. Whoa, did you get that from the boss quests? Exactly. Argo strode over to the stone wall, spinning the key around her finger with the leather cord it hung on. She leaned close to the rough, weathered blocks, searching for something, then struck the key into a particular gap, turned it with a click. Everyone else murmured in admiration, no doubt as a part of the wall would open as if by magic, revealing a hidden passage inside. Instead, the stone wall rumbled. A few of the blocks sank into the wall by 6 inches or so, and that was it. Argo, where's the hidden door? There's no hidden door. She stuck the key back into her cloak and put a hand into one of the sunken gaps, and then lifted herself. 10 feet up the wall. I looked up, stunned, to see that the pattern of sunken blocks continued straight up the wall, to the top, like an unconventional ladder.
Wait, we have to climb over? Agile noted in a panic.
Argo looked down, hanging on by one hand, and grinned cheekily.
Uh-oh, does this mean the biggest tough guy in the front runners is actually afraid of heights?
I'm not saying that, but you can't laugh off a fall from that height,
Agile retorted, and he had a good point. There were many sources of damage in SAO, and the one that everyone agreed was the scariest was fall damage. Next to me, Asuna trembled, no doubt thinking about her fall through the trapdoor in the catacombs. The stone wall was over 60 feet tall, and the ground was dirt mixed with gravel. Anyone who fell from the top had lower HP was in danger of instant death. I decided and was about to ask Argo to wait so we could set up a lifeline, but she spoke up first.
Oh, well, here's a special gift for you, just for you,
Argo said, one of her eyes closed, and she started generating several large items from her inventory. They fell and bounced softly on the ground. Large cushion for player homes, but which hardly any player was yet rich enough to start bothering with. They were quite light for their size, so she must have packed her inventory with the things. We stacked the cushions high next to the handhold ladder, and Argo fell backwards onto them. She landed with a heavy boom, but hadn't suffered any damage. With the demonstration concluded, she popped up, glanced at me sidelong.
I'll go last so I can pick up the cushions before I go. You're up first, key boy.
Me? Well, okay. I looked over at Asuna, who made a silent you first gesture. The only skirt wearer present certainly was not eager to climb up with all the gentlemen below. I nodded. I stepped onto the pile of cushions and grabbed onto the wall. Once I got climbing, I noticed the alternatively spaced handholds were quite deep and easy to grip, which made physical processes fairly simple. The real problem was the mental pressure that arose once you're halfway up. I knew that with the cushion stacked below, there was no way I'd die if I fell, but that didn't prevent the cold sweat from forming on my limbs. I scaled the last of the wall, wondering if that sweat was just virtual sensation from the nerve gear or my real body was seeping liquid from my pores too. On the other side of the wall was a narrow walkway, set a bit lower. I hopped over and heaved a sigh of relief and called out to the group below. "It's not hard. Just stay calm and you'll be fine."
All right, I'll go next,"
called out Hafner, beginning a 10-minute process that ended with Asuna and Argo. No one ended up falling, but that was probably thanks to the mental reassurance offered by Argo's cushions. It occurred to me that it was a good idea to keep 2 or 3 of those things in my inventory, just in case. I grabbed Argo's hand and she finally made her way to the top and pulled her over. With the wall climbing phase concluded, we traded high fives and turned our gazes north.
"You weren't kidding when you said this labyrinth would be a big deal to tackle,"
muttered Wolfgang from the Bro Squad. He used the same greatsword category as the DKB sub-leader did, but while Hafner looked like a heavy knight in his metal armor, Wolfgang's skin-tight leather gave him an air of a veteran mercenary. As he said, it was hard to imagine an easy route through the massive maze stretching out before us, even with a map. The layout seemed different from the beta, so I couldn't even use my old memory as a guide. "And the ALS were going to charge through this place at night, without scouting it first?" Shivada asked Okatan skeptically. The halberdier, who appeared to be the oldest of the group, nodded awkwardly, his whiskered mouth twisted into an abashed smile. "It's rather embarrassing to admit, but their plan, from what I understand, is we'd have information on the puzzles and traps from the beta testers. The schedule called for the entire process to take an hour." Asa and I shared a look. It had to be the same beta tester that told them about the guild flag. From the way Okatan spoke, it sounded like this wasn't a fellow guild member, so it likely was one of the cloaked men we ran across in the catacombs, Morche. Which would mean the other man was undercover in the ALS. Given the circumstances, I really wanted to tell Shivata and Hafner and Okatan about this plot to identify the spy, but that was difficult to do with Argo and Agil's team present. Not only that, but we had an urgent question at our plates. If the boss battle went well, I'd suggest a celebration to find the time to bring it up, and told myself. My eye swung right to the massive tower, looming over the labyrinth center. They were all categorized as labyrinth towers, but each floor tower had a different scale and design. So the unifying feature was that they're 300-foot height. So while some were fat and squat with uniform width, the others were narrow and willowy. The 5th floor tower was an orthodox cylinder about a third as wide as it was tall, which put it at the small side. There was a grand entrance door at the base, but the wall we were standing atop stretched from the very edge of the floating castle, all the way up to the tower itself, ending in a small door. In other words, we were getting a shortcut that put us 20% through the tower just as we entered, thanks to Argo's tedious work to completing the boss's quests. We were going to shave a good 2 hours off our time. "Thanks, Argo," I said softly, her curly-haired head swing toward me, blinking in surprise, but it was quickly replaced by her usual sardonic grin.
"Don't be silly. We're only getting started."
Good point. I took a deep breath, preparing to move the group forward once more. We traveled in a line down the walkway, atop the stone wall, and took a short break at a small observation deck where the wall connected with the exterior of the tower. The toughest dungeon on the 5th floor was on the other side of the door, so we needed to prepare ourselves. "Here you go, everyone." Asuna was pulling one of those massive cakes out of her inventory. It was only famous local confection of Mana Monera, but given that you had to know the secret cafe, it was new to most of the group. Hafner and the Bro Squad stuffed handfuls into their mouth, grunting about how damn good it was, while Litton and Shivata got cozy with some forks against the wall. I looked around in alarm for Okatan, but he was already chatting mirthfully with Neza, which caused a different kind of alarm to fill me when I imagined the former blacksmith being recruited into the ALS. With the cake all distributed, Asuna brought me a piece and glanced up at the tower looming overhead as she ate. "So it's time?" "Yeah." I picked up the cake with my fingers and took a bite. The banana flavor, which had been so thick when I ate the same items an hour earlier, hardly seemed to register on my tongue this time. It made me realize just how nervous I was. This was supposed to be our only option to defeat the game of death and escape the electronic prison that bound us. Whether ALS' plan to race ahead was successful or not, it would cause a major rift in the group's advanced players and disperse the collection of energy that had been driving our pace and speeding us along. We would slow down, and players like Litton, who were doing their best to catch up to us from below, would lose hope. Despair would settle upon all of Eingrad. It would be like an eternal night, without glittering stars or rising morning sun. I put the half-eaten cake back onto the plate, surrounded by a sudden wharf of music. I knew it was an illusion, but I shut my eyes to hear it nonetheless. An eerie sight appeared on my closed eyelids. 3 dancing silhouettes lurching against a blood-red sunset to a mad, racing, mocking melody. The hems of pitch-black cloaks and ponchos flapped like bat wings. The mouth of the figure on the right turned visible, displaying a familiar twisted leer. What if my own actions here are an intended result of their provocation? The sudden thought caused my limbs to freeze to ice. Here, on the milestone 5th floor, we would fight a floor boss that was far harder than any previous. I'd warned Asuna about it again and again, and I believed I was preparing myself accordingly. No matter how I rationalized my current actions based on what was happening in the game, I was leading a tiny group of 12 against that boss. There was a way to win. We were going to scout it out vigorously. If there was a problem here, it was that my choice and actions were not based on absolute rock-solid belief. When I left the town of beginnings, I prioritized my own survival above all else. Asuna and Argo were with me now, but I hadn't developed a new grand ideal like protecting all the captive players of SAO or beating the game with my own 2 hands. Meanwhile, the other players here were participating in this impromptu strategy out of their own strongly held beliefs, with full knowledge of the risk. Hafner, for example, was a man who moved by the priority of beating the game above all else. He moved brusquely to the front of the line, waiting for the gondola ride in Rovia on the 4th floor. But that was surely because he'd been irritated at the tourist. He was thinking of a man who would chastise them for having the energy to enjoy themselves rather than helping attack the game. I understood that feeling, and his current actions spoke to the strength of his belief, given that he was prioritizing this over Guild's profits. Then there was Shivada, whom I only speculate about, but seemed to be here for Litton's sake. I didn't know how it was that they had come together, but they had drawn their swords to ensure their guilds did not come to blows. That was an admirable motive itself. Agil's group, Argo, and Neza all had searched for their own feelings, on their own answers as well. So why was I, the guy who spurned the guilds and prioritized his own personal gains, going against my own beliefs, not only by participating in this group, but by also leading it? The answer to that had to be antagonism towards Morche and his provocateurs. They had attempted to dual PK me and put Asuna through a terrible fright. And now I was moved by furious determination to keep them from continuing their ways. In that case, I had to admit that it was they who had stoked the fire within me. Was I losing my cool? Was I letting my antagonism and hatred guide me to a reckless strategy that would end up sending me and the people I cared about into their certain death? I realized I was gritting my teeth and staring down at the half-eaten cake. But suddenly, my cold, numb hand was enveloped in pleasing warmth. I looked down to see that the spot hidden from the rest of the group behind my black leather coat was a silk cape. A small, pale hand was gripping my own. I looked up to catch the side profile, the fencer's face. Her expression was the usual aloof, vaguely hostile one, but the undeniable warmth that covered my hand was like touching spring sunlight. I stood there, dumbly, until her pursed lips finally opened. That's for giving me that buff on the camp on the 3rd floor. Oh, right. I forgot about that. I recalled the moment when she'd melted down her wind florette to create the chivalric rapier and squeezed my hand back. Why had Asuna agreed to this plan anyway? The story about the guild flag and the competition of the 2 guilds couldn't have meant this much to her. If she was here, out on her own, unyielding personal belief, what could that possibly be? I wanted to know, but I didn't seem like the right moment to ask. If we defeated the boss and made it back to the town alive, then I'd bring it up, but I would make that my biggest motivation to fight and win. With that determination in mind, the foreboding music that had been ringing away in the back of my head finally faded, along with the eerie dancing silhouettes. Without letting go of Asuna's hand, I lifted the paper plate up to my face and flipped it over to dump the rest of the cake into my mouth. I chewed and looked up to the tower again. It was a darker shade of stone that made up the ruin here, the left side lit by the midwinter sun. Gleaming coldly, it was as if the countless monsters inside and the menace of the floor boss was to be exuding like a frost. But the heat of Asuna's hand flowed through all my veins, keeping the chill at bay. I squeezed it one last time and then let go and lowered my face into its normal level. Immediately, I began smirking gaze at Argo and had to cough awkwardly and clear my throat before I could step forward to address the group. Well, everyone, I think it's time to announce my idea about our group formation. Once the party had finished eating its cake and gathered around, I explained, A team will be with Hafner, Shivada, Okutan, Lopaka, Naijan, and Litton. Team B will be me, Asuna, Agile, Wolfgang, Neza, and Argo. What do you think about this split? This apparently ran counter to their expected groups, and a murmur ran through the gathering before Shivata cut through to ask, "So, Team A will be the tanks and Team B is the attackers?" "That's right." "That goes against common theory. Why didn't you split us up evenly?" "We didn't have quite enough tanks to pull that off. Shivata and Litton are the only ones with shields, so if we pull them into separate parties, they might not hold out long enough for potion rotations. In that case, we should have one party with high defense maintain boss aggro, which should make it easier to manage HP. Of course, that will create a heavier load of our tanks." Shivata shook his head at the last statement and said, "Don't worry about that," before continuing with his rebuttal. "But if we have all the tanks together, we won't be able to handle them in a wide-ranging simultaneous attacks. Won't that be a problem?" "Well, just going off the beta, the golem boss of this floor doesn't have any area attacks like breath. It mostly punches, with stomps and different timings for either side. So as long as we manage its hate levels, a single party should be continually able to defend us." "Ah, I see," Shivata murmured. I looked around at the other members of the group and added, "Of course, I'm going to scout out the boss first to make sure there aren't any unexpected attack types. Once we start from the real, we'll make sure that there's a clear escape route for when the HP's boss gauge changes color, so we can dart out in case any unknown patterns. Yes, we're fighting only with two parties, but we've absolutely got a chance, and I don't intend for us to lose a single member. So to make sure Litton's and Shivata's countdown party is a success, and to ensure that 2023 is a year of hope for all of us, let's pool our strength together and win this battle." For some reason, it turned into a bit of a pep talk at the end, and I was momentarily afraid that I'd overstepped my bounds. "Hell yeah! Let's do this!" Agile roared, pumping a fist, followed by a chorus of approval from the group. I silently thanked the man. 4:15 p.m., December 31st, 2022. The hastily assembled floor boss raid opened the steel doors and set foot inside the labyrinth tower. 10. Switch! Shivata and Litton gave the command in unison from behind their steel shields, blocking the small, though still over 6 foot tall, golem 3-part punch attack. They used the force of the punches to leap backward, and Hafner charged between them, his greatsword raised. The thick blade glowed orange, and the system lurched the heavy warrior forward. The overhead double-handed sword skill Cascade hit the small golem on the forehead, blasting away the remaining third of its HP. It fell apart along the seams of its limbs, and once it was lifeless hunk of rock, it shattered into a little blue shards. "That was quite some power attacks!" Neza murmured in admiration. I turned to him and whispered, "True. But he also hit in the right spot. Did you notice how the golem had a symbol of some kind on its forehead?" "Ah, right!" That's the weak point of all golems, including the floor boss. Naturally, the boss is way taller, so normal attacks and most sword skills won't reach it. "I see, but this thing will," Neza said, holding up the metal circle in his right hand. "Yeah, the chakram can hit it, just like with the Minotaur King on the second floor. You wait for the right timing, and you'll be able to cancel the boss's special." "Got it." Meanwhile, A-Team finished its post-battle cleanup. The party leader, Hafner, gave the call to continue onward. I raised a hand in acknowledgement, and gave the order to my team, B-Team, to follow. The two parties had been taking turns fighting monsters, and for being assembled on the spot, the teamwork wasn't bad. While A-Team could have used the golden pattern of guard switch attack, I was more concerned about B-Team, which was stuck repeating attack switch attack. But between Agile's two-handed axe and Wolfgang's greatsword, they had enough power to knock back our opponents, giving Asuna and me the time to leap in and follow up. What was most important, however, was the combination work of the two parties. At the larger chambers, where we ran into mini-bosses, we tried having A-Team defend and debuff, while B-Team attacked from the sides and rear. But, as I feared, there were a few times when B-Team got carried away and earned too much hate, drawing the boss's aggro away from A-Team. Since the hate statistic was given from players, we would just have to consciously hold B-Team's attack from attacking too much in the big fight ahead. Until experienced in it for myself, I had no idea how difficult it was to be a raid leader. I understood a bit better Lin's feelings now, trying to lead his guild with ironclad rules and clear hierarchicals. And on the other hand, I could also imagine Kabao's desire to raise the feeling of the guild solidarity and giving in to the temptation of the guild flag. Once this mission was over, I'd go back to my easy solo, duo life, and never step into leadership position again. I swore to myself as I walked down the dim hallway. Asuna prodded my arm to get my attention. You know, I think it's getting more like it, she commented. I looked around and saw the dungeon itself was indeed changing from its previous design. The walls scrawled with mysterious ancient letters, and massive pillars were now carved into stacks of angular golem heads, while the floor and ceiling were made of polished black granite. The increased interior detail was a sign that we were approaching the boss chamber. I checked my window to see that it was after 7 o'clock. 3 hours had passed since we entered the dungeon, and considering the number of staircases we'd climbed, it was about time for us to reach the goal.
Finally at the boss chamber, huh? I should have figured the labyrinth tower wasn't going to be easy to rush all the way through, Agile remarked, his hands on the back of his bald head. I smirked at that. Actually, the 5th and 6th floor towers have fewer rooms and simpler layouts. The 10th floor labyrinth is insanely huge and complex, and even after 3 days in the beta, we never made it to the boss chamber.
Ugh, groaned Agile's companion, Wolfgang.
So you guys just gave up getting ahead right there?
We didn't give up. We ran out of time. I think I got the highest out of anyone. But I was fighting one of the real bastard snake samurai when they announced the end of the beta test and teleported me back to the town of beginnings.
Oh, you're kidding about the snake samurai business, I hope. I hate snakes,
the macho man grumbled, which drew a giggle from Asuna. Wolfgang had long, scraggly brown hair down to his back, an impressive beard of the same color, which gave him an appearance of a lupine as his name. According to him, however, he got the name from the famous American steakhouse. If he raised enough money, he was going to open his own on the cow floor below, so it was no wonder he got along with Agile the merchant.
The meat from the giant snakes on the 10th floor is pretty good, so when you open up your restaurants, you should put that on your menu. Hell no. Steaks from cows, and that's that. The only thing you'll find on my menu is perfectly prepared dry-aged beef. You realize that if you dry-age beef, it's gonna lose all its durability and disappear, right?
Agile noted dryly. Argo crackled. If he was limiting himself to beef, I was going to ask if he considered Tauruses in the 2nd floor labyrinth to be fair game, until a voice from the A-team farther ahead cut me off. Hey, look at that! I stretched up to see down the dark corridor and caught a sight of something that was half what I expected and half not. In the labyrinth before this point, these crypts corridors always had an eerie set of doors at the end, leading to the boss chamber. Yet, up ahead were not double doors, but a huge staircase as wide as the hallway, and above there was a huge gaping black hole, which the stairs rose. For now, there was no sign of any monster in the corridor or the staircase. Proceed with caution, I warned, and Hoffner responded in an affirmative. A-team stayed up in front, and we watched the sides and the rear as we walked forward in a half minute. A-team stopped before the staircase, and when I caught up to them, I slipped through to stand at the head of the entire group. There's no signs of gaps to the side, I noted. At my left, Hafner said, meaning we'll just have to climb up. Coordinates put us right about at the center of the tower. But But will there be another hallway and then the door up there? Or will it just be the boss chamber? It wasn't like this in Beta? Shivada asked from the rear. I turned back around to speak. Nope, before there was just another normal set of doors, and then the chamber with the golem. But pretty much everything's been changed in one way or another, so there might not be a grand meaning to the addition of this staircase. I looked ahead again, staring into the square darkness at the top of the stairs, but I couldn't make anything out. No sooner had I thought of throwing a torch up there, it occurred to me than Argo passed me on the right carrying a light.
Guess we just gotta peer inside.
Right. Well, assuming that goes straight into the boss chamber up there, I'm gonna go up alone to scout first. I turned back to give a formal command to the rest of the group, but Argo intervened, looking deadly serious.
Hang on, leave this to me.
Huh?
This staircase is worrisome. Could be a trap. Where the stairs rise up from the floor and seal the exit. If that happens, I'm quick enough to slip out before it does.
She kicked the stone step with the toe on her shoe. At that point, I noticed that even the side of the step of the ancient letters had carved into them, which made her suggestion seem a little bit more likely. But I'd already forced Argo to do a solo reconnaissance on the boss catacombs. Just because she came out fine that time didn't mean everything would go smoothly again. Let's do this together then. I'm not backing down on this.
What?
Don't give me that look. I may not be as fast as you, but I'm still a speed type. I'm capable of escaping too. If the stairs start to move, you'll know.
Sheesh, fine.
Argo accepted, pouting. I gave the order for the others to watch our backs. Asuna came forward and whispered, "Be careful." I reassured her that I would be fine and be back soon. I put my foot on the very bottom step and began to climb the massive staircase carefully. After Argo, the darkness up ahead grew closer in, bit by bit. Eventually, the stairs met the ceiling of the hallway and continued onward. It meant that the layer of rock separating the floor where the rest of the group waited and the floor above was extremely thick. The only source of light was Argo's lantern, and although it was brighter than a torch, the thick darkness rebuffed its prying light. Once we had climbed over 15 feet from the hole's entrance, I noticed a shift in temperature. A heavy chill was washing over me from above, and that was the air of the boss chamber. "Argo," I called. The informant nodded, still looking ahead. 3, 4, 5 steps later, the material under our feet changed. The hobnails of the soles of my boots hit hard, smooth surface producing a sharp ringing. Immediately, there was an eerie vibration, and a number of lights sprang into being in the distance. The pale light, which looked like an LED bulbs, cast away the darkness. When I saw what the light revealed, I gasped. It was vast. The circular chamber had to be 100 feet across, the 50 feet tall. That meant the entire top portion of the labyrinth tower was taken up by this one boss chamber. The curved walls had to be the very walls of the north tower itself, and the ceiling would be the bottom of the 6th floor above. But that left one question. Wait, there's no staircase going up, I muttered, and Argo nodded as she put away the lantern. She cast a thorough glance around the chamber and said nervously, "There's no sign of a boss either." It was my turn to nod. Until this point, the sequence was always enter chamber, lights go on, boss appears. But even though we had moved from the staircase out onto the floor, there was no polygon block phasing into existence. The floor and ceiling were flat and smooth, gleaming like black crystal, with fine lines crisscrossing here and there like electric circuits. I crouched down to touch one of the grooves, but nothing happened. You don't think the ALS has already beat it, do you?
Not a chance. We left Manamannera. We confirmed they were still in town. They've probably left by now, but we got a good 3 hours lead on them,
Argo pointed out, inching forward. Wait.
I don't think the boss will pop unless we move a bit farther. You wait next to the stairs, key boy, she said, proceeding cautiously.
I peered ahead of her, where 30 feet away there was a spot where the lines on the floor came together in a complex concentric pattern. It looked likely to do something, but only made me more nervous. Argo knew it too, though I had to just stand here and watch her. The information broker glided down smoothly over the black surface, lit by the pale bulbs, and, after a deep breath, stepped into the circle. 1, 2, 3. Between the 4th and 5th second, a number of things happened. The lines on the floor glowed, and an instantaneous, fierce vibration rumbled the entire room. I shouted Argo's name, but she was already preparing to leap away from the spot. If she attempted the same thing 100 times, she would have succeeded at evading 90% of those times. But in Ironcrad, all outcomes were the result of a system calculation that only appeared to be random. If the system decided it to be so, the player could not override that outcome. The momentary vibration threw Argo off balance, and she toppled into the circle. The next moment, 5 square pillars burst up from the ground in a pattern around her. There were 3 long pillars, and 1 short pillar, and 1 shorter still. The pattern, the layout. They weren't just pillars. They were fingers. It was a giant hand. Argo! I screamed, racing forward. She tried to stand up to escape the fingers, but a tumble in this world wasn't just a lack of balance, but a system-recognized negative status. She would be under a brief stun effect after falling and couldn't move until it wore off. The black fingers covering the glowing blue lines started to close around the girl. I crouched, ready to pounce between them and rescue her. "Stay back, Keyboy!" It was a sharp command, the likes of which I'd never heard from her. Argo's right hand flashed from her spot, sprawled on the floor. Something flew by and grazed my left cheek. The pick. She always had a quip by her side. My avatar's legs disobeyed my command and froze for just a brief instant. With a deep, explosive rumble, the black hand trapping Argo began to stretch upward from the floor. In the air, the 5 fingers clenched shut tightly. Through the cracks in the pitch black, first I heard a faint bursting sound and witnessed a glittering of clouds of blue particles. If I hadn't tasted that same fear in the catacombs 2 days earlier, I might have been truly too late this time. When I had seen the one cloaked man holding the chivalric rapier +5, I lost my cool. Just the image of her being PK'd took over my mind altogether. I simply did not think to check her HP bar in my party readout. But even after I did, I nearly convinced myself that it was just a delayed reaction from the game system. To my good fortune, her shout drew monsters that forced Morche and his friends to flee. But if I'd maintained my wits, I could have come up with a smarter plan. I couldn't make the same mistake this time. I tore my gaze away from the floating lights in the air and checked my bottommost 6 HP bars on the upper left corner of my vision. It had taken about 10% damage, but the bar was still intact. The crushing effect I saw was not Argo herself, but her equipment. It was too early to be relieved, though. Argo's HP was slowly but surely dropping. She needed to be freed from the huge fist as soon as possible. I drew the sword of Eventide from my shoulder and slammed it against the black arm stretching 30 feet up from the floor. The collision produced an ear-splitting blast, a shower of sparks, and nasty vibration running from my wrist to my shoulder. A red damage line ran down the smoky quartz surface, but promptly vanished. The fist above did not open. I held my sword to my left side to initiate a sword skill, trying to contain my rising panic. The light blue glow flashed back and forth at high speeds before my eyes, creating a large impact than the last. The 2-part horizontal arc got clear reaction from the fist this time. A bellow like thunder erupted from above. The arm pulled down toward the floor and the fist opened. A small shadow darted forth from the palm, hovering 25 feet above, hurtling into a spin and landing next to me. I did a backflip away from the scene. I took a took distance from myself from the massive arm. As the arm sank down into the floor with a smaller rumble, then when it appeared, I heard Argo comment blitherily,
Whoa, that startled me.
"That's what I'm saying," I quipped. But in truth, I was relieved. Argo ended up suffering only 15% damage, but her trademark hooded cloak was gone, and the leather armor below was in terrible conditioning. The bursting effect I'd seen was from the cloak. "I think we should go back." "Below," I was going to say, but Argo cut me off.
Keyboy, down there!
The light circuits running along the floor were undergoing a dazzling transformation. The blue lines were gathering around my feet, forming a number of concentric circles.
Nyah!
Argo and I jumped away immediately before a giant black arm burst from the floor again, clenching its fist audibly in the air. It was a close call, but at least we'd identified one of its patterns. As long as we paid close attention to the lines, we wouldn't get snagged like below.
Below, below!
Argo shouted again. I looked down to see that concentric circles were forming again, despite the arm already being in place elsewhere. Ugh! Another jump. A second arm erupted, just barely grazing the toe of my boot, and clenched the other fistful of air.
What? There are two? Most people have two arms, Keyboy,
Argo remarked, rather calmly given that she nearly died less than a minute earlier.
Look at the thumb. It's in a different spot. That's a right and left hand.
Oh, yeah, that's now how that you mention it. Indeed, the way that the two arms were placed, they looked like a giant stretching up through the floor. That meant the grabbing attacks were done with now. The downstairs were a good distance away from the boss chamber, and I started to head for it when I got a bad premonition and looked up. Those blue lines had been forming on the ceiling earlier, just as they had on the floor. "I knew it!" I shouted, grabbing Argo by the arm. The danger circles were forming directly overhead, like a targeting reticle. This time was not an arm that burst forth through the stone, but an enormous foot. Just behind me, a bare black foot, size 200, stomped onto the floor. The shockwave of the impact nearly took me off my feet, but I just managed to stay upright.
Keyboy, if there are two arms, that means...
"I know!" I kept running, watching the ceiling. Sure enough, the lines wound together, forming up another target. "Here it comes!" I shouted, but the blast drowned it out. The second foot stomped down harder than even General Baron Sub-Boss of the second floor, sending more ripples through the floor. This time, we were ready for it and leaped over the shockwave, then hit the brakes as we turned around. Near the center of the 100-foot-wide chamber, the two arms and legs stood like creepy towers. We had evaded the clutch, stomp combination, but since we ran toward the wall, we were now 50 feet from the stairs. It was hardly distant if within a safer environment, but in this battle, it was a nearly endless expanse. For the moment, the lines on the floor and ceiling and the giant limbs were still, so we could either try to sprint for the stairs or watch carefully for a third arm or leg. Something else entirely.
"Don't move, Keyboy."
Huh? I started to turn toward her, but another "don't move" command froze me. I held my breath, wondering what she was talking about, given that the lines weren't moving.
"Look down very slowly, without moving your feet."
"Oh, okay." I obeyed, looking down at my feet with the bare minimum of facial eye movement. There was black floor, blue lines, and my leather boots.
"And I'm looking at... Look closer. See your feet, and my feet are just barely not touching the blue lines?"
She was right. All four of our feet were touching nothing but flat floor, without intersecting any of the lines. But at this narrowest, there were less than an inch in gap between our shoes and the lines, so any more would cause us to step on them. "So stepping on the lines causes those target circles to appear and summon giant hands and feet?" I asked.
"That's what I think."
"And if we move without stepping on the lines, we can get the stairs without being attacked?"
"That's what I think."
Still, it was easier said than done. It would be one thing for the lines if they were in a lattice pattern, but they formed and twisted in rather random ways. And the spaces were only big enough to hold a single person at their widest, while barely an inch apart at the narrowest. Even careful tiptoeing along, it would be extremely difficult to return to the staircase without stepping on a single line. In that case, maybe it would be best to just make a break for it and expect to be attacked. But then again, that kind of desperate thinking is what gets you in trouble. The floor trembled again. I looked forward in panic, but it wasn't an attack. The 4 limbs were retracting back into their respective surfaces. Apparently, if none of the lines were broken for long enough, the trap would reset. Well, we just have to sneak our way back to the stairs, I decided, and turned to suggest this to Argo, but the next words to be spoken didn't come from me. "Hey, are you all right?" It was Hafner, who led the other 9 up the stairs in the chamber. 20 feet pounded the lines, causing the 4 target circles to appear simultaneously on the floor and ceiling. "Weird, the boss hasn't shown up yet," Shivada squawked. I drowned him out by screaming, "Evade! Evade!" If I'd had time to be accurate, I would have said that only those who saw the circles of blue light under their feet needed to evade. But it was all too sudden. 0.3 seconds after that, the raid members showed admirable reflexes in leaping back. But as the 10 members had been bunched close together, Shivada and Lobaka collided and fell in the process. And due to some cruel law of the universe, Lobaka was the one of the 4 who had stepped on the lines first. A target circle appeared like a menacing eyeball beneath the 2 where they fell. Go, go, gong! The 2 enormous arms thrust to the ground, and 2 enormous legs fell from the ceiling. 2 enormous arms thrust out of the ground, and 2 enormous legs fell from the ceiling. The right hand clenched to empty air, the legs slammed fiercely against the stone floor, and the left hand closed on Shivada and Lobaka, lifting them high into the air. Whoa! Their surprised shouts were cut off by the shutting of the fingers. They were 2 grown men, so unlike the tiny Argo, their limbs were sticking out, still in view, but there wasn't enough room to escape. Because they were in the raid, but not my party, their HP bars were visible in the abbreviated form. Still, the sight of the little horizontal bars bleeding downward only accelerated my haste. Their damage wasn't as rapid as Argo's, thanks to their high defense and HP. But the real trouble was the armor-breaking effect of the grappling attack. Shivada was the indispensable tank of the A-team, with his experience as a heavy shield user. If he lost his armor, our battle would fall apart. I just need an item that can freeze time for a minute, even 30 seconds, I wished frantically. Given that we could stop the limb attacks not by stepping on the lines, it was possible for this boss to go easier than usual. If we executed it properly, it would help us pause the battle, giving us a moment to drink recovery potions. But I didn't have time to share that info with the others yet. I wanted to order them to rush back to the stairs, but they weren't going to run away, with Shivada and Lobaka's trapped like that. Litton and Hafner already had their weapons out, prepared to battle the towering arm. Meanwhile, the arm and legs that missed in the attacks were returning on the floor and ceiling. The instinct to fight wasn't wrong, but normal attacks would not undo the squeezing trap. You need a sword skill above a certain level of power, I suspected. But with multiple panicked fighters using huge attacks in such narrow space, it might lead to collateral damage disaster. But who to command, and how? As my brain ran into overdrive, something hit my eyes like a meteorite. I had crossed glances with a pair of hazel brown orbs. Asuna, the only person standing still amid the chaos, waiting for me to say something. I delivered the shortest order I could to my partner 50 feet away. "Parallel, on the arm!" She nodded without missing a beat, and held up her chivalric rapier already drawn. Her sword skill, parallel sting, started with a forceful step forward. It carried her past Lytton and Hafner, hitting the black stone arm with the 2 lightning-fast thrusts. The attack emitted bursts of light, and the same roaring sound as before issued from the ceiling. The fist opened, liberating Shivata and Lobaka. They fell from 30 feet above, and Lytton and Hafner did their best to catch him. All 4 of them did lose HP, but the biggest news was that they escaped without losing any armor. That was a relief, but the tension wasn't over. The other limbs had already withdrawn, and the new target circles were forming beneath Neza's feet and over Okatan's and Naijan's head, closer to the staircase. "We can't escape now!" Argo shouted by my side. I suspected she was right. The lines on the floor were spaced farthest apart towards the wall and bunched up closer as you approached the stairs. It was impossible now for us to get to the staircase without stepping on the way. "Everyone, run closest to the wall!" I shouted at maximum volume. And within a second, everyone was sprinting. The next moment, a hand burst out of the circle next to the stairs, followed by 2 pounding feet. I sucked in a deep breath for another command. "Once you're at the wall, stop and make sure you're not stepping on any lines!" The rest of the group looked down as they ran. The problem was that the lines were currently reconfiguring, making evasion impossible. Eventually, the movement slowed until it was possible to track with the eye, then slowed more. "Now, avoid the lines and stop!" I shouted for the 3rd time within a small window. Everyone else came to a halt. I held my breath, looking back and forth between the floor and ceiling. No target circles yet. None yet. None yet. Came a quiet voice from nearby. Neza, who had been running in my direction, was standing on 1 foot, waving his arms in an attempt to regain balance. There was a fairly large gap near him, yet, for some reason, he was hesitant to put his raised foot down there. In an instant, I understood why. He had been assigned a minor FNC, full dive nonconformity status in nerve gear, meaning that he had difficulty with depth perception in this world. That's why he'd been given the up-close range combat to become a blacksmith. He didn't have trouble with walking and running, but the finer skills of judging the distance between his feet and the lines was beyond his grasp. "Hang on a bit longer," I called, careful not to step any lines myself as I approached him. When the chakram thrower leaned over and nearly fell onto the floor, I grabbed his outstretched hand and helped him up. "You're okay, just let down your foot down there, right there, below. That's good, that's good." Sorry. Neza's balance returned. At last, I could let out a heavy breath of relief. We had successfully managed to get all 12 people to avoid stepping on the lines, giving us a much-needed pause. We couldn't let this moment go to waste. I wasn't going to ask pointless questions about why they'd come up. The scouts had lost HP, and there were huge booming sounds coming from above. Of course, they charged up the stairs. "Everyone who suffered damage, drink a pot while you listen. Those arms and legs belong to the floor boss," I announced. I could see Hafner's eyes bulge as he tilted a bottle to his lips. "Those blue lines on the floor? Step on them and the lines on the floor and the ceiling will start moving around randomly, creating target circles either below or above the person who stepped on it. When the lines stop moving, the arms come up from the floor to grab you, and the feet come down from the ceiling to stomp you." "So you're saying that as long as we keep straddling the lines, the arms and legs won't attack us?" Agile shouted from the other side of the chamber, quickly catching on. I couldn't see his expression 100 feet away, but the echoes from the enclosed chamber were audible at least. "That's right! At max, we can attack with 2 arms and legs at once. If arms grab you, it'll lift you up about 30 feet and do simultaneous damage to your HP and armor durability. But if you hit it with a sword skill about equal to 2 hit attacks from one-handed sword, it'll let go of its prey." Once I made sure everyone had heard that, I continued. I don't know how powerful the legs are because we didn't get stomped yet, but I'm guessing their damage is worse than the arms. And like the General Baron, they create an outward shock waves when they stomp, so you might get tripped up if you don't avoid them. Again, the other 10 acknowledge outstanding. I consulted my memory of the last few minutes for anything else to say, but I couldn't think of anything. Well, that's all. A stunned silence fell over the chambers. A few seconds later, Asuna spoke up from about 25 feet away. So if we just stay like this, the boss won't attack? But we can't hit it either? I don't think so. The silver lining is that if we had a full raid party, there'd be no way we could get all those people to avoid stepping on the lines. But with our smaller number, I considered whether we should intentionally step on the line so we could begin attack, or if we should attempt to get back to the stairs to go down. But just as that moment, as if the game system itself refused to allow such relaxed moment to pass in the boss chamber, the lines in the center of the ceiling directly over the stairs began to move on their own. We were all frozen in place, so we could do nothing but watch in horror. The ceiling began to jut down in complex shape. The black surfaces started connecting, lining up along the glowing blue boundaries, forming a symmetrical object. It was a jutting forehead, sunken eyes, a square nose, and a horizontal mouth. The rough, blocky face, like something from the early days of 3D game engines, was about 10 feet tall from forehead to chin. The black sockets suddenly lit up with pale circles of light, and an eerie, complex symbol glowed from the center of the forehead. As 12 pairs of eyes watched in silence, 6 HP bars appeared, one after the other, over the giant head. The first bar looked slightly shorter because the sword skill we'd used on the arm, but the damage was paltry. At last, the proper name of the 5th floor boss appeared in ghostly white font. Fuscus, the Vacant Colossus. The name is totally different from the beta, I whispered, aghast. As if in response, the 2 pupil eyes moved, and the angular mouth opened wide. The blue symbol on the forehead turned an ominous red. That was bad news, but I didn't have time to issue a defensive command. It wouldn't have helped anyways. The cave-like mouth let out a bellowing loud enough to shake the entire labyrinth tower, and every member of the raid wobbled to some degree. Fortunately, no one stepped on any lines, but that was only a temporary relief. The moment the boss had bellowed, a defensive lowering buff icon appeared under all of our HP bars, and the previous still blue lines burst into movement again. The unavoidable defense lowering debuff was bad, but it was also breaking me out of my shocked paralysis. I roared my orders to the group. Spread out! Watch the lines carefully, dodge them whenever possible, and if you step on one, check the floor and ceiling for circles, and get out of the way if you see any. If you can attack the limbs when they appear. I heard a fierce, bold response from around the chamber. At a much quieter volume, I told the nearby Neza, the gaps are bigger along the walls, so it's easier to avoid the lines. When they stop moving, aim your chakram at that symbol in the giant's forehead. Got it, he responded, and ran to the nearby wall. The dizzying speed of the lines was slowing now. Next, I gave orders to Argo and Asuna. I'm going to trigger the lines on purpose. Get ready to use sword skills. You betcha. All right. I watched the lines on the floor closely. We'd gone to the trouble of grouping up the tanks into A team and attackers in the B team, but if the boss continued this irregular attack pattern, sticking to the formation would only work against us. We'd just have to individually avoid the lines and have to find chances to counterattack on our own. The countless lines sliding over the black floor slowed down. I shouted, "Here we go!
stepping up intentionally on one with my right foot. The lines reacted like a living creature, forming a target circle around my foot. Once it fixed into place, I leaped out of the way. A black arm passed right before my eyes, tearing through the air. Asana and Argo and I closed in from 3 directions. I raised my new sword to deliver the vertical arc 2-part scale, ensuring I wouldn't hit either of my companions. Asana did another parallel sting, and Argo executed a 3-part attack with the claw on her right hand. Enveloped by a tricolor blast of light, the giant black arm flinched in pain. The face up on the ceiling roared in anger, and I noticed that the first HP bar was visibly lower than before. The injured arm sank into the floor, and the lines repeated their dizzying dance. While I waited to try the same strategy again, I checked on the defensive down icon from earlier, but it wasn't blinking yet. The effect was frustratingly long-lived. I sensed movement on the ceiling and looked up to see the boss's mouth opening wide. The symbol on its forehead was glowing red, and it was going to roar again, and would certainly cause a different debuff this time. I tensed, realizing it was pointless anyway. But just before the boss could bellow, a little silver light shot across the room. It was Neza's chakram, whirling softly as it flew. It struck the boss's forehead with a pinpoint accuracy, and the symbol returned from red to blue. The giant face shrank back, shutting its eyes and mouth, retracting into the ceiling a bit. Meanwhile, the rotating chakram made a hard turn back to the direction from which it had been thrown. So far, everything about the boss had been changed from the beta, except for the weak point on its forehead. Just being able to cancel out the buffalo attack was a huge on its own. I resumed watching the lines on the floor and held out a thumb up in Neza's direction. The line stopped. This time, the target circle appeared on the ceiling. But the idea was the same. I avoided the golem leg plunging down from above, and the 3 of us hit it with sword skills at the same time. As the foot rose from into the ceiling again, I heard Hafner's voice from across the chamber calling out, "Affirmative! We'll try attacking next!" Agil and Okutan chimed in.
We will too! And as for us over here...
I scanned the room and took note of the different groups. Hafner, Shivada, and Litton were on the north side of the stairs. Agil and Wolfgang were on the east side, and Okutan, Lobaka, and Naijan were on the south. Heartening by the quick reaction of my fellow elites, I shouted as loud as I could, "I leave it to you! Give it hell!" But even then, as I resigned to grab a stomp or two, they got used to the process. Step on the line when it stopped, evade the onrushing limb, then hit with the sword skills. When the boss started its debuff roar, Neza would cancel it with the chakram. Our hastily assembled raid party carried out a pattern admirably, and I was executing it safely by the 3rd attempt. With both arms and legs being hit by simultaneous sword skills, the damage inflicted was hefty, and it took us less than 10 minutes to wipe out the first HP bar. Then the second, and then the third. Our plan prior to the battle was to pull back when the boss switched to a new HP bar, in case the attack pattern changed. But even into the 4th bar, more than halfway through, there was no alteration. It was unlikely to stay that way until the end, but we could probably get through one more before the shift. Just as I was executing another vertical arc, having lost count on how many times I'd done it already, I heard Neza shout in panic, "Kirito, the wall!" I spun around. The blue lines from the floor and ceiling were stretching out into the previously flat plane. The 2 sides moved towards each other, like some kind of prehistoric creature filling the blank space. Like the bars of a cell. "Retreat downstairs! A-team first, then B-team!" I ordered spontaneously. If we left the boss chamber and its lost aggro, all of the HP that we had worked to reduce would heal very quickly.
but it was dangerous to go too deep when you didn't know what was ahead. We only needed one person to see the new attack pattern for himself, and I would serve that role. But Hafner protested, and Shivata tugged silently at his cloak. The heavy warrior gave in reluctantly and ran for the stairs in the center of the room. SAO was cruel, cold game of death, but there were certain ways in which it maintained a minimum of fair play. One was that there was always an escape route from a boss chamber. In most MMOs I'd played before this, the arena was inescapable once the boss fight started. But SAO was different. The water battle against the hippocampus on the 4th floor did have closing doors while Submerge Attack was active, but it was easily opened from the other side. So I believed the 5th floor would naturally hold true to that pattern. "Kirito!" Asuna shrieked, pointing to the ceiling. I looked up to see the giant face, which had been stuck to the ceiling since it appeared, was now gone. The 3 HP bars were still there, so we hadn't defeated it yet. The lines on the floor and ceiling and now the walls were moving restlessly. So where did the face go? I looked all over the vast ceiling, feeling a sense of eerie foreboding stealing over me. Then I heard Litton's helmet-filtered metallic voice cry out,
"No, Shiva!"
My eyes were sucked right toward the direction of the stairs. In the center of the room, where the staircase had been just seconds before, the boss's face was bulging from the ground, and sunk up to his waist inside the gigantic mouth was Shivata. But why? Why would it be there? Where did the staircase go? I was frozen in place, my breath held, when Hafner turned to me in the process of pulling Shivata's from the boss's mouth. "The stairs turned into its mouth!" he shouted. It took a brief moment for understand that piece of my brain. The boss's face disappeared from the ceiling and appeared in the floor. That was fine, but if the down staircase, our only means of out of the chamber, turned into a boss's mouth, then nobody could escape the chamber. No. More importantly, now was rescuing Shiva. His heavy armor was bleeding red damage effects from the boss's attacked black teeth, each one as big and round as Mana Minera's massive roll cakes. He hadn't lost any HP yet, but it was easy to imagine that if armor broke, he'd suffer fatal damage on the spot. "Damn it, not again!" Shivata hissed as he tried to pry open the boss's mouth. He'd already suffered the clutching attack earlier. Litton was helping him, but the enormous jaw was not opening in the least. On the other side of the face, Agile was repeatedly slamming his double-handed axe against the weak point on its forehead. But unlike when a single chakram strike could knock it back to the ceiling, it was easily repelling the heavy blade now. Perhaps, like with the arms, sword skills were necessary to effect it. But given that Shivata was trapped in its mouth now, he was hesitant to attempt them. I wanted to rush over and help, but the lines were still moving on the floor. Hafner and Litton were too busy with Shivata to bother avoiding the lines, so it was necessary. Me, Asuna, Argo would need to stomp on them to draw the limb attacks. Damn, what's the deal with this boss and all the appearing and disappearing? I growled under my breath. Nearby, Asuna rasped. So this is what they meant by vacant colossus. She had figured out something about the boss's name. I glanced over to her, and she continued. Vacant, meaning empty, and the colossus meaning giant statue. I think it's referring to the entire chamber. This room is the boss of the 5th floor. I was speechless. I looked out in the entire room, the floor, ceiling, and walls writhing with organic glowing lines. If Asuna was correct, 12 of us were trapped inside the empty interior of Fuscus the Colossus. If the whole space was part of the boss's body, then of course it could produce arms and legs wherever it wanted, and it would change the stairs into its mouth. I don't care if it's a magical golem. This is crazy, I wailed. Meanwhile, Shivata screamed, It's not so good. I can't get loose. Hafner and Litton tried to offer encouragement, but there was fear in their voices as well. Don't give up, Shivata.
We're gonna save you, Shiva.
It's no use. My armor is going to break. Lichan, let go of its mouth. Shivata cried, a remarkable act of willpower, but Litten only shook her head.
No, I'm gonna save you, Shiba!
That was right. We couldn't give up now. Shivata was nearly full HP, so even if he got hit by some sword skill damage, it wouldn't kill him outright. My mind was made up. Agile, attack the forehead sigil with the sword skill, I ordered, but the burly fellow, bald head shook back and forth. I can't! There's no sigil anymore! What? My mind was shocked into a blank state yet again, until the metal screech of Shivata's armor began damage broke through. If he died here, the other members would be petrified, and we'd be reduced to running around Fuscus's unfair attacks helplessly. And since the stairs were gone, there was no escape anymore. The entire raid party could be wiped out. Is this it? My unsteady eyes traveled over, locking on the profile of Asana's pale, frightened face. The same face I'd been looking at on the spiral staircase up to this floor, when I promised that I would protect her until she didn't need me anymore. Perhaps I never had the right to make such a promise in the first place. From the moment I abandoned my only friend in this game of death, right at the start, my path had been set in stone. I was meant to wander its wastes alone, without a goal. Was this my punishment? Meted out by a digital god? My just deserts for not only seeking a partner to protect, but also leading a group into battle against a boss? My feet, the blue lines that served as Fuscus's nerves, slowed their movement. In the distance, Shivata's armor cracked, spilling bright red damage effects. The sword of Eventide suddenly went heavy in my right hand, right at the moment of despair, when every player present might have thought all was lost.
I won't let you kill Shiba!
Litten roared ferociously and launched into a totally unexpected plan. The steel-covered heavy warrior jumped onto Fuscus's square jaw and thrust herself without hesitation into the mouth, with Shivata still inside, his iron mail bursting into a cloud of little blue shards. The lines of teeth plunged cruelly towards the swordsman's torso, but when they hit Litten's steel plate, they crunched, sending up sparks and stopping still again. What? Lichan, why would you do that? Shivata demanded, grabbing his partner's shoulder. As she pushed against the golem's mouth with both hands, she said,
Because I'm a tank, and it's my job to protect others!
50 feet away, those words struck my numbed brain like a hammer. Aside from Argo and Neza, Litten was the last member to join the raid party, and she was fulfilling her role more bravely and admirably than anyone. I wasn't even directly exposed to danger, and I was ready to give up. Litten's job was to protect. My job was to think. Think until every last brain cell burned into ash. Fuscus' weak point. Where did the forehead symbol go? It couldn't have just vanished. If he was a golem, there had to be a symbol or letter carved somewhere on the body, as the Hebrew legend suggested. Fuscus' face vanished from the ceiling and appeared in the floor. That meant that most likely the symbol had moved from its forehead to some other location, somewhere on the floor, walls, or ceiling. No, there was a place more likely than those. I squeezed my weapon handle and shouted toward the group at the center of the chamber. Do whatever you can to avoid those lines, guys. If you can't help it, then climb up on the boss's face. They looked toward me in surprise, then nodded. Hafner, Naijan, and Akatan, all heavily armored, clambered onto the boss's cheeks and forehead, while Agile, Wolfgang, and Lobaka spread apart to focus on the floor. Next, I issued commands to my companions nearby. Asana, Argo, Neza! Step on the lines and bring out the arms and legs. That symbol has to be on one of them. If you find it, we'll all attack.
Got it. You bet. I'll try.
All three of them crouched in preparation. As the line slowed down, they seemed to react briefly as they crossed beneath each foot. There was no need to avoid them this time, but the evasion would be easier if the target circle appeared in front. I rebalanced my feet, and the instant the line stopped, used my left leg to step on one directly in front of me. Immediately, the blue line swirled into a concentric pattern beneath my boot. I leapt back. It was Fuscus's left arm that shot up toward me. His right arm at Argo, his left leg at Asuna, and his right leg at Neza, all about the same moment. I swung around my arm, searching frantically, but there was no symbol. I didn't hear any of the others shout about it. If I was wrong about this, we were going to lose both Shivata and Litten. It has to be there. It had to! It had to!
I found it!
A panicked, littling scream came from Neza, 20 feet away from the wall. I spun to see the chakram user pointing at the back of the left leg blocky knee, but he had to been focused on looking for the symbol, and he wasn't able to evade the shockwave after the stomp. He toppled on the floor and couldn't get up. The attack finished. The leg began rumbling back toward the ceiling. The back of the knee was 12 feet off the ground, as high as I could reach, but I had no other choice. "You're not getting away!" I shouted, racing toward it. I held out my sword as I ran, preparing Sonic Leap, the longest distance jump sword skill at my disposal. "Duck, Keyboy!" came the shout from right behind me, and I instinctually crouched. The next moment, something slammed into my right shoulder. I just barely managed to stay on my feet, looking up to see the leaping silhouette that had just used me as a launching pad. Even with every last point put into agility, her air was nothing short of stunning. When Argo the rat hit the peak of her jump, the claw on her right hand glowed purple. The system acceleration sped her up, tiny body flipping as hurtled forward like a cannonball. If I recalled correctly, that was the claw-type charging skill, Acute Vault. At odds with Argo's epithet, she shot forward in the carnivorous feline ferocity, digging deep into the back of the left knee. When 3 diagonal damage lines covered the blue symbol, I heard a deep roar like a subwoofer feedback from the rear. I turned around, boot sole sliding to see Fuscus's face protruding from the floor, mouth agape in a howl. Shivata and Litten popped right out of the mouth, pushed by the sheer pressure of the sound, and fell to the ground together. Litten's plate armor had ugly-looking damage spots on it, but hadn't broken entirely. As long as it didn't fall apart, it could be repaired. Fuscus's face sank into the ground, mouth still wide, and disappeared. Like before, the descending stairs were left behind. After a brief pause, the players present a cheer in unison. Hafner leaped into Shivata with joy and hauled him onto his shoulders, while Okatan extended a hand to pull Litten up. I was relieved that we had still at least avoided the worst-case scenario, but the fighting was still far from over. I looked around cautiously and spotted Fuscus's face in the center of the ceiling. Its circular lighted eyes blinked, while its mouth opened into a diamond and boomed with an eerie was on back of its forehead, but there was no telling when it would vanish again. "Guys, it's too early to celebrate," I shouted, brandishing my sword. "Let's keep fighting now that we know the change its pattern. Shivata, I want you to go down the stairs and recover HP." Without his iron mail, it was a bit too dangerous for Shivata to continue fighting, I thought. But the veteran frontrunner already had his equipment mannequin open. He shouted, "Sorry, but I'm going to ignore that order. I'm not walking down those steps until we beat this boss. But your armor! I have replacement set. I can still fight." Just as he said, his shirt was promptly covered by a fresh set of armor. It looked a bit weaker from the iron mail he just lost, but there was enough defense there to do the job. "All right, just don't push it," I called out. Shivata gave me a thumbs up, potion in his mouth. Up on the ceiling, Fuscus mocked our newfound determination, the glowing lines resuming moving. From that point, we managed to not stumble into any major injuries, though we didn't exactly break it down into perfect stable patterns. The big trouble was still when the boss's face moved to the floor. Nobody got gobbled up like that again, but because of the position of the symbol shifted around to different limbs, there were a few times we failed at preventing the voice debuff attack on time. In addition, the lower defense, the debuffs cause a variety of random effects like reduced vision, reduced hearing, reduced balance, and slipping damage, and those suffering sensory effects couldn't always avoid the grabbing and stomping attacks. But with admirable coordination, our impromptu raid managed to free the trapped members, or carry the stomped ones to the wall for healing. After nearly 30 minutes, we had taken down the 4th and 5th HP bar. At 8:05 p.m., about an hour after the battle started, we reached the 6th and final bar. The face in the ceiling roared at maximum volume, and the eyes' rings turned into a deep red. "It's going to change patterns again! If you're short on potions, say the word!" I shouted. "I'm in a bit of trouble!" "Me too!" shouted Hafner and Wolfgang. So I pulled the 2 small bags containing 6 potions each out of my inventory and handed it to them. Meanwhile, the blue lines crisscrossing the entire chamber were moving in an entirely new pattern. The floor lines shrank down into the staircase center and then returned out towards the wall. As they reached the wall, they climbed up vertically, gathering around the face in the middle of the ceiling. The lines that had harassed us all battle long disappeared, leaving only blank black floor behind. All 12 of us tensed nervously. The blue light writhed wildly around Fuscus's face like a mane, and he dipped downward. The lines gathered into 4 thick, boundless target circles, forming at the end of each one. The players stuck beneath them darted away, but the arms and legs that appeared were slower than before. This time, they continued growing, producing elbows and knees, eventually shoulders and hips, and then a blocky torso. Fuscus the Vacant Colossus, boss of the 5th floor, separated from the ceiling as a proper humanoid golem at last, roaring even louder than before. "Retreat!" I didn't even need to give the order. Everyone was sprinting to the south side of the chamber. A moment later, Fuscus landed on the floor with a deafening crash. The blue lines covered the face of the 30-foot-plus giant's body. Starting from its face, they quickly turned from blue to angry blood red. In any second, it was all red all the way down to the tips of its feet. Fuscus roared for a 3rd time and raised its arms high and the ends of them bulging like hammers. Seeing that my companions had been bowled back by the sight, I called out orders instinctively. "Now that the boss is human shape, we can use our original strategy. A team blocks, B team attacks. Prioritize hate management." Got it, said Hafner, leader of Team A, called to his party members. Asuna, Agile's group, and I fanned out on either side, so that the heavy team fighters were in front of the boss, and the lighter troops were at the sides, weapons bristling. "Let's whittle down that last bar," I called. "Yeah!"
Oh no, I have to do everyone's line. No.
Yeah! Came the responses in a fierce wave. The boss responded by stepping forward with a massive heavy foot. Shivata and Litton, main tanks of A-Team, came forward, holding their shields up on the left side. With perfectly synchronized motions, they raised their right hands and thrust their left hands forward. The shields glowed silver, rang like temple bells. It
was Threatening Roar, a taunting skill that required a high shield skill proficiency. Depending on the boss's type, it sometimes had no effect, but fortunately, Fuscus was susceptible. He roared and moved faster. Shivata and Litten stood bravely against the enormous golem, which was even bigger than Asterios the Taurus King of the second floor. Our opponent bellowed, raising his right fist to nearly scrape the ceiling and slammed it down onto the pair. They stood fast against the blow with their shields. Even tanks had to perform upkeep on their shields, so the ideal defense was sidestep move, but they wanted to see if blocking was a viable strategy while they still had the leeway to try it. As I watched with equal parts admiration and terror, Shivata's heater shield and Litten's round shield collided with the giant boulder fist, generating a huge blash and flash of lights. Sure enough, they were pushed about 6 feet back, but stayed on their feet without suffering damage. Since that was just a normal attack, they certainly wouldn't be able to block a special attack with unique effects, but knowing something that could be blocked was a mental boost. Fuscus's right arm was briefly immobilized after the attack, and Hafner tore into it with Katerik, a 2-parts greatsword skill that knocked down 3% of the last HP bar. "All right, let's attack," I ordered Asuna. Leaping into motion, I struck the golem's tree trunk-sized left calf with a vertical arc. When the pause ended, I yelled, "Switch!" and pulled back. Asuna jumped into my spot, dancing into a high-low diagonal sting. At the right leg, Agile and Wolfgang were swinging their two-handed weapons with abandon, tearing out solid damage. Fuscus faltered with the damage to its legs, roaring. For a moment, I was afraid we pushed too far, but thankfully the golem kept its sights on our tanks. In the distance along the wall, Neza was preparing to launch his chakram at the weak point, while Argo darted nimbly across the chamber, leaving healing potions on the floor around A-Team. "It's finally looking more like a boss fight," Asuna murmured as she darted back past me. "Yeah, but it's not going to just end with a struggle. Stay focused." "Of course," she replied, a grin tugging at the corners of her mouth. There was nothing of old newbie Asuna from the first 2 floors left in her. There were many pieces of knowledge left to teach her, but perhaps for the moment, that she didn't need me anymore was going to come sooner than I expected. The sudden realization caused the breath to catch in my throat. But that was what I wanted, of course. Only when she left my side and joined a major guild would her ability to truly blossom. It was all for the sake of beating this deadly game. Asuna was fighting to get herself back to reality, too. I clenched the grip of my sword and returned to the smile to my partner. "Okay, next time we'll attack a different spot and find its weak point." "Sounds good. Maybe it's Achilles tendon, or a pinky finger," she suggested confidently, whipping her silver rapier back and forth. As I suspected, Fuscus's attack expanded to include a simple punching attack, a foot-stomping combo, that aggravating debuff voice, heat lasers from its eyes, and frenzy mode from its final stage. I considered a brief retreat every time the pattern changed, but the 6 members of A-Team, particularly Shivata and Litten, were standing strong through the occasional potion rotation. When the last HP bar went red, all 6 of them withstood the golem's furious double-fisted whirlwind attack. Shivata turned to me and yelled, "Kirito, you have the last LA, make it look good!" At that, I had no choice but to put on a show. "All right, I'll take it then." I rested the dark elf sword of Eventide against my right shoulder and ran with all my might. It hadn't been powered up yet, but the sword had a magic boost of +9 to AGI, a remarkable effect for just the 5th floor. I made a full use of my speed boost, sprinting at full blast as I drifted towards the wall. When I got there, I leaped onto the curving surface and kept running, practically parallel with the ground, passing over A-Team on defense, and when I couldn't climb any farther, I jumped as hard as I could. Fuscus' enormous face was directly in front of me. The red ring eyes shrank, trying to focus on a small leaping human approaching them. I did my best to cut through the golem's bellow with a shout of my own.
This is the end! I held the blade at my left side, activating horizontal square, a 4-part skill that no other player had learned yet. The long sword whirled like a coaxial helicopter rotor, striking Foscus's red forehead symbol with 1, 2, 3, 4 glowing lines. The sigil split off of the surface and vanished into little glowing light. The ringed eyes began to blink irregularly. The red lines covering its body flashed brighter. Something like a flame erupted outward from the lines. Fuscus's, the vacant Colossus boss of the 5th floor, exploded. The last attack bonus readout appeared as I landed on the ground again and fell to one knee. The boss's death effect was more impressive than any of the previous ones, but even after it faded away, at last, no one spoke. Amid the silence, I noticed a change in the texture of the floor. That smooth, crystalline reflection was gone, replaced by the same rough, dark blue stone that the tower was built from. I reached out, still kneeling, and touched the craggy surface. The entire floor suddenly began to rumble. At first, I was afraid that, like on the 2nd floor, there was another boss to deal with. This time, a new object descended from the ceiling, and, to my grand relief, it was not an arm, leg, or a face, but a spiral stone staircase.
It's over.
I wasn't watching, but I guess the voice would belong to Shivada or Hafner. Like the breaking of the floodgates, that comment let out a loose storm of cheers from our little raid party. I wanted to join them more than anything, but an onrush of fatigue threatened to knock me out. It was all I could do to steady myself by jabbing the sword into the floor. As I struggled to use that prop to get to my feet, a pale hand appeared in front of my face. "Good job, Kirito." I clasped it, pulled myself up, a shaky standing position. My partner was grinning next to me. Her rapier was already put away. We celebrated with a light fist bump. Behind us, and even louder cheer arose. So I turned to see Shivada lifting Litten up into the air. He was spinning her around, holding her under the arms, as though a full plate armor weighed nothing. "It looks like they could be the talk of Aincrad by tomorrow," I muttered, but Asuna shook her head. "Nobody here is going to spread the irresponsible rumor. I think even Argo wouldn't sell that information." Argo herself was standing not far away. She managed a brave, "Never." Neza joined in the laughter, and the 4 of us all shook hands. "You were excellent leader, Kirito. Why don't you try recruiting members to start your own guild?" Neza suggested innocently. I shook my head in vigorous terror. Don't even joke about that. Besides, there's no use inviting you, remember? "That's not true. I am sure the entire Brave team would love to join your guild, Kirito." "Nope, no way. Then Hafner would kick my ass and accuse me of having planned that all along," I protested, quietly glancing over to see that he and Okutan were still enraptured in a glow of victory. I had reluctantly taken on the role of raid leader to prevent the disastrous split between the DKB and ALS, not lay the sparks of my fresh conflict. In any case, we had beaten the boss without losing a single person, so disaster was averted for now. The only issue was the item in question. I thought with a weary heart. At that very instant, my body shot through with an unpleasant shiver, as though a needle of ice had pierced my spine. I was so involved with the strategy of the boss that I'd forgotten the most important part until now, the most basic rules of SAO. When any monster, including bosses, dropped an item, it would appear directly in the player's inventory, and even the other party members would not know about it. Meaning that when the group's celebration ended, we got the post-battle phase. I would ask about who would get the guild flag, the ultimate purpose of the entire plan, and if no one raised their hand, it meant that either there was no flag dropped by the 5th floor boss in the official release of SAO, or whoever actually got the flag wasn't telling anyone, and I would have to discern between the two. Technically, It was possible for all of us to set our menus to visible so everyone could gains could be examined. But the contents of one's inventory was the most crucial personal information in SAO, and even bossy guild leaders like Lyndon Gabao would not dare to conduct forced inspections of members' items. I briefly considered sorting the item list to have the newest items at the top, but I discarded that one as well. The sort of feature worked only on the main inventory window, like a root folder in a file-based OS. It didn't work on subfolders. If the flag would have been moved to a container or sack within the inventory, it wouldn't show. I'd have to inspect all those containers if it was within a multi-layered sub-storage, like a sack inside a box. Inside a sack, inside a box. Not only would the process take forever, but it would be easy to miss. I should have noticed the issue before we started fight and talked it over. If we had established a protocol where nobody opened their window after the boss was defeated, we then checked just our main inventory screens one by one, nobody would even attempt to hide the item. So what should be done? Did I raise the issue now and get permission to check everyone's stuff? Or did I put my hopes on the probability that someone would just materialize the flag and drop it out in the open, preventing my fears from coming true in the first place? "What's wrong, Kirito? Does your tummy hurt?" Asuna asked, noticing my unnatural state. What am I, a little kid? I wanted to snap, but I wasn't in the mood for jokes. I looked at Asuna, Argo, and Neza and turned and asked, did the guild flag drop for any of you? All three of them shook their heads. Asuna gave me a questioning look, so I shook mine in return. Nope, nothing for me. So it must be someone over there. It was then that Asuna and Argo realized my concern. The two girls grimaced and muttered, "Oh, right," and "Dang, how careless was I?" That was to get Neza's attention. But the chakram thrower only grinned and said quietly, "It'll be fine. We all work together to win this fight. I'm sure they'll come forth." "Yeah, I'm sure," I replied, then turned and steeled myself. The spiral staircase touched the floor about 10 feet away from the descending stairs. I met the stone seamlessly, as though it had been in the exact spot. As I approached, Shivata lowered Litten at last and turned to me beaming. "Hey, we did it!" he cheered, raising his hands, and I tried to put up the most natural smile I could summon as I slapped his palm. The sound brought the other members over, and I addressed the entire group. "First of all, congratulations to everyone, and thank you. We managed to beat the boss, and it was thanks to you and your incredible effort. Lots of stuff didn't go according to plan. I mean, our reconnaissance run ended up being our final attempt, but you all did admirably against the undoubtedly toughest boss yet." I paused, and Hafner, hands on his hips, filled the silence. But not with what I expected. "Given my position, I probably shouldn't be saying this, but maybe we were able to defeat the gimmicky boss like this without casualties because we had a dozen players. If it was a full raid of 48, I feel like it'd be impossible for each last one to avoid the floor lines." As if noticing what he was saying, he looked at the ALS halberdier. Oko, do you think the ALS was planning to attempt the boss with just their core members because they knew how to tackle it properly?" Okatan lifted his hand and shrugged and said, "Nope, I think it was total coincidence. Plus, all this is totally off the record. I don't think the ALS 3 main parties could have done this without losing anyone. We don't give members any orders based on build, so we don't have any pure tanks in that group. It's too tough a role for too little experience gain. Scouting Litten was a big step forward to fixing our tank situation. I knew she would be a bearer, but I mean a bear for us."
"I am not a bear, Oko!"
The maiden, in love, protested from inside her damaged plate armor. Okatan smiled in mild panic at the unintended insult, but Shivata, Hafner, and Agile's team roared with laughter. With the conversation at a lull, Shivata opened his window and looked at it, and then looked at me. It's already 8:30. The ALS should be showing up any moment now. Have you thought about how we're going to return, Kirito? I was taken aback. I'd been occupied with a different question. Yeah, right. We might run into the ALS if we go back down the tower. I think we should go up to the town on the 6th floor and teleport back to Caerluine through the gate. We went through the trouble of beating the boss. You want to see the next floor, right? You bet I do. I'm so excited, Hafner bubbled. The group laughed again, but I cut them off by raising a hand. Like Shivata just said, we don't have much time. I'd like to rush up to the next floor, but before that, there's something very important that needs to be taken care of. The group grew serious again, with my expression and tone of voice. I motioned Asuna forward, then looked at each of the raid members in turn. Hafner, Shivata, Litten, Okatan, Agile, Wolfgang, Lobaka, Nijin, Asuna, Argo, and Netza. The purpose of this fight was to get the guild flag from Fuscus. I want whoever got the flag to speak up now. Oh, right. That was the point. I totally forgot, said Agile. He rubbed his head and held his empty hands out, indicating that it wasn't him. His companions shrugged and shook their head, and the pairs of the ALS and DKB members gave similar reactions. Of course, neither Asuna, Argo, nor Netza spoke up either. After 5 seconds of silence, Wolfgang says hesitantly, It's not you, Kirito? Nope, didn't drop for me. So, that means the 5th floor boss in the official game didn't have the flag after all? The Wolfman asked in surprise, stroking his beard. Meanwhile, the even hairier Lobaka raised his arms over his head in disbelief.
Well, that's a bunch of nonsense over nothing! What was all this hard work even for?
His words slowed and faded out as he came to the realization. At the same time, the expressions wore off everyone else's face. The possibility that someone had the guild flag and wasn't announcing it to the group mercilessly shredded the post-victory glow hanging in the air. The companions who had fought the boss with one heart and one mind looked at one another in suspicion. It was stoking all of my worst fears. It would be so easy to simply declare, the 5th floor boss did not drop any flags, and head upward. But that only put off the problem at hand. In fact, I would be abandoning my duty, because I already had suspicions about who had earned the guild flag and was hiding it from everyone. Of course, I couldn't present the undeniable evidence, but if I framed the discussion just right, it might be able to put pressure on the guilty party. Still, if they insisted innocence, I could not force an inspection of their inventory or threaten with my naked blade. I had to produce a willing confession, not create a stalemate. But how could I fashion that outcome? I never attempted to understand the minds of others before this. I only pushed them further away from me. Even with my family in the real world, the people whose faces I saw every day, I often found myself wondering what they were thinking. What kinds of people were they truly? The feeling of not knowing who another person really was drained the feeling from my real life, and, at times, filled me with an inexpressible emptiness. I found my escape from real life in online games, starting in elementary school, because the idea of communication through an avatar seemed very natural to me. The 3D avatar and the real human manipulating it were separate realms, completely isolated from each other. The way I didn't have to worry about who anyone was. That was why Sword Art Online, the world's first VR MMORPG, appealed to me so much. My application to the beta test and eventually imprisonment in this virtual world were essentially inevitable. But from the day the logout button disappeared and my avatar turned my own body, I tried to distance myself from people again. I abandoned Klein, my very first friend, and was nearly killed by the Copel, my very first collaborator. But the root of the problem was with me. for being afraid of getting close to others. Once this world became my second reality, I tried to have zero connection to anyone else, just like before. The player was always a player. Even with my life on the line, I would continue to roleplay under the fictional name. Maintaining that mindset allowed me to engage in a minimum of communication with other people. I might be able to pressure whoever was hiding the guild flag with logic, but I could not convince them with the truest sense of the word. I let out my breath and started to lower my head, but my attention was drawn by a small but bright light in the right corner of my vision. The source of the light was a pair of hazel brown eyes staring straight at me, not pleading, not urging, just watching silently. Asuna. Since the start of this game, I had undoubtedly spent more time with her than anyone else, yet she remained an enigma to me. I wasn't honestly sure why she kept working with me. There were so few times I felt I truly understood exactly what she was thinking. I could count them on my fingers. But for whatever reason, I had never felt that sensation, that suspicion. Who are you really? Question about her. Not even once. She was always existed in a neutral state at my side, angry, sulking, laughing. She wasn't acting out a temporary disguise of herself here. Whether her body was a digital avatar or not, she was herself. Asuna could be more natural with herself than anyone, not because she was a newcomer to MMOs, but because she possessed a firm sense of self. When I first found her in the Labyrinth Tower, she was empty-eyed and nearly suicidal in her abandon. Now she found a reason to fight, gained knowledge and skills, and had worked her way to being one of the very best players in the game. Could I change like that too? I returned her glance and resumed facing the group. My upright stance bent at the waist and my head lowered in a deep bow. The vast chamber echoed with startled murmurs. I searched for the right words, not as a speech, but my own true thoughts. First, I need to apologize to you all. I should have started discussing how to handle the guild flag first before we started the fight. We needed to know what to do if the flag dropped and to confirm if it didn't. It was my mistake that we didn't do that until now. And that has caused mistrust among the group. I straightened up at last, looking right at the faces of the other 11. But I don't want the ALS and the DKB to fight over the flag. I want both guilds to work together and to help us expand our frontier in the game. That's why I summoned you all here, to take part in this boss raid. It was what I believed before the fight, and it's still what I believe now that we've won. I paused, silently, and called upon the late night. Diavel, what would you have done here? I can't be your successor. I don't have your nobility, leadership that you represented. But the desperate way you went after the last attack, the honesty which you asked your former rival to carry things on, I admire those qualities. Yes, I had to do everything I could before giving up on an option, just like Diavel did against the first boss. Just like the Legend Braves did against the second boss. I drew my right foot back to an even position with the left, straightened my spine, all my fingers, and held my back hands at my sides. From my position, standing at attention, I looked directly at a single player. Then, bent at the waist, lowering my head as far as I could until I saw nothing but blocky stone floor. There is no longer any way to determine who got the guild flag using system tools. So I'm begging you. I don't want you to give it to me. I want you to let the group determine its use. For the sake of the frontline team. For the sake of all the players waiting on the lower floors. And for the day when someone finally beats this game. Silence filled the chamber. The murmurs were gone, as were the clearing of throats, the rustling of equipment, and even breathing. The silence was so complete that it almost seemed as if the auditory input had been cut off somehow. A clanking metal footstep broke that illusion. The footstep, somewhere between the dull thud of heavy armor and the light pad of leather armor, approached with purpose and stopped right in front of me. "Please straighten up, Kirito." I slowly looked up to see the oldest member of the raid, the head scout of the ALS, Okatan. I took his outstretched hand and straightened my back. This time, it was his turn to stiffen formally and bow. "Kirito, my companions, I am very sorry. I was the one who failed to announce that I had earned the guild flag." No sooner had his confession and apology ended than a muffled voice came from the back.
"Oko? But why?"
The figure stepped forward, raising the visor of the armet helm to continue in a sweet, clear voice. "Remember what you said? That the entire frontline group needed to stick together, and that our two guilds shouldn't be fighting. Why would you do this?" When the tear-streaked plea was over, Okatan turned. "I'm sorry, Litten. I'm afraid I betrayed your trust." He turned back to me and opened his window. After a few taps of his inventory, it seemed to have been hidden in a subfolder, as I suspected. He materialized the item. With a spray of a little dots of light, a 10-foot-long spear appeared, even longer than the halberd slung over the man's back. In fact, while the end was pointed, it was not a spear. A pure white triangle banner was attached to the upper end, wrapped gently around the mirrored silver handle. "Oh," someone murmured with awe. I had never seen it before, either, but it was clear at a glance that this was very special to the item. Fine detail adorned at the tip and the butt of the slender shaft. The border of the banner and the lustrous material were elegantly filigreed. The sheer presence of the item cast it in a different light altogether from other items at the lowest floors of Aincrad. Okatan hefted up the guild flag, witnessed in person at last, and asked gently, "Kirito, you looked directly at me. Could you tell me how you knew I was the one?" "Ah, yes." I took my eyes off the flag and looked at the halberdier in the face. "Okatan, you were a heavy FPS player before you joined this game." He was taken aback by the way I turned the table on him, and then nodded. "Yeah, for a while. I played shooters more than MMOs." My suspicions confirmed. I started to explain the detail in his words that stuck in the back of my mind. "Well, I only tried them a bit, but you know that type of team battle and shooter called CTF, Capture the Flag? The one where two teams fight over a single flag?" "Right," said Shivata, who clearly had no idea where I was going with this. I pressed on. "In that mode, the player who has the flag in his possession is called the flag carrier, or flag bearer. Bearer for short. And earlier you said Litten would be a bearer. No, a bear for us. You changed the word on the fly, but I figured you wouldn't have thought to use that word at all unless the flag had been dropped into your inventory and was already on your mind." When I said it aloud, it sounded less like a reasoned, educated guess and more like a nonsensical accusation, but Okatan only nodded his head slowly. "I see. I suppose that's why I get for attempting for something I'm not used to." He looked down, and beautiful flagpole in his hands, and smirked bitterly. "Maybe I'm not in the position to say this, but Kirito, Litten, everyone, I want you to believe me. I did not want to participate in this raid for the purposes of stealing this flag for myself. I have no connection to the inner circle of the ALS. And first, I wanted nothing more than to protect the relationship between the two guilds. That was my only desire, but..." Okatan's finely whiskered mouth twisted, and his eyes clenched shut. His hoarse voice echoed through the stone chamber. "When this flag, the flag of valor, dropped into my inventory, I realized that nobody had noticed, and that I could hide it if I wanted. The thought entered my mind, the thought that I could use this as a bargaining chip to have the two guilds united into one.
Hafner's armor clattered faintly, but his lips and maintained silence. Shivata and Litton looked at each other, but also said nothing. When Okutan opened his eyes again, the self-mocking smile returned, and he shook his head. But that would never happen. If the guild flag appeared in the hands of the ALS members, then the rest of you would know that I kept it. How could we have a good faith negotiation like that? It was a stupid dream. Once again, I apologize to all of you for my foolish actions. Still holding the flag, Okutan bowed deep again. Hafner clinked forward a step, his fist clenched. Yes, that's a stupid thing you did. So stupid, in fact, that it could have led to open war between the guilds. But your dream wasn't stupid at all. Okutan's shoulders twitched, but the DKB sub-leader took another heavy step forward, and, slightly quieter tone, continued. I had a little dream of my own during that battle. If me, Shivata, you, and Litton could fight together so well, and being in party together for the first time, then maybe there was no use at our bickering. Maybe we shouldn't split into two squabbling guilds, but form an ideal parties, and not give up on that dream. Maybe it won't lead to our guilds merging, but I'm not going to stop thinking about what ifs, so I forgive you. Hafner's sudden speech paused, and he surveyed the rest of the group. If any of you still can't forgive Oko and want to see him penalized in some way, raise your hands now. Agile spread his hands wide and smirked. Come on, Haf. You know that when you put it that way, nobody's going to raise their hand. The bro squad all nodded in agreement, while Asuna, Argo, and Neza smiled. Okutan's back trembled, his head still lowered toward the ground. Thank you. His voice was halting, raspy, but with the echoing stone chamber floors and the walls, everyone heard it loud and clear. 11. Well, I wound up with the thing, so what do I do now? Holding it in my hand, I looked up at the mirrored silvered pole, which stood planted at the stone floor. I was the only person remaining in the boss chamber of the 5th floor. I'd sent the rest of the team up the spiral staircase, reassuring them I'd follow them in minutes. The stone-built chamber was utterly silent now, without a trace of ferocious battle with the golem just minutes earlier. With tension gone, I was now heavy with fatigue. I hobbled over to the wall, using the flagpole as a cane, and sat down with a spoken, "There we go." And the solitude was for me to think about a few things. First, Hafner had taken a vote, and the unanimous opinion was that I should be allowed to keep the guild flag. I tapped the side of the heavy pole with my left thumb to bring up the property window. At the top was the item name, Flag of Valor. It was categorized as a long spear, but according to the info from the beta, the attack power was extremely low. It was the magical effects that were truly extraordinary. That was the same as before, too. So, as long as it was planted on the ground during the battle, any guild member within 50 feet of the flag would receive its benefits. This chamber was about 100 feet across, so if the flag bearer stood right in the middle, the whole interior would be covered by the effect. To register the flag to a guild, all it took was for a player with guild leader status to hit register button at the bottom of the property window. The pure white banner would automatically change to the colors of the guild, and the flag could not be registered with a different guild. In other words, if Cabal registered the flag with the ALS and later merged with the DKB into a new guild, the flag would be useless to them. That could be circumvented by disbanding the DKB and having all of the members join the ALS, but that would never happen. In that sense, Okutan's idea to use the flag as a tool to merge the two guilds wasn't technically wrong, just realistically very unlikely. Hafner and Okutan had reached a sort of mutual understanding, but that was a miracle brought about by the success of the tremendous mission to defeat the worst boss yet, with a tiny group. Once we started the 6th floor, they would return to their guilds and resume their status as rivals. But surely today's events would not go to waste. They had been implanted deep into the memories of those involved, and would someday bear flowers.
I told myself. I opened my window and placed the guild flag onto it. With a little bling, the massive flagpole flashed into the inventory window. All I could do for now was stash it, but it took an act of will not to put away an item with such incredible stats. It was imperative that I find an ideal use for it. The clock on my window said it was past 8:30. The ALS could come back up the stairs at any moment. The second thing on my mind was how to handle them. I had the option to race up the spiral staircase, but take the teleporter gate back onto the 6th floor down to Caerluine. But if I did that, Cabal's group would not know what happened. They might go crazy looking for a way to summon the boss. That wasn't something I wanted on my conscience. I supposed I had a responsibility to explain that I had jumped the gun on their plan to jump the gun. So I leaned back against the wall and shut my eyes, waiting for the ALS to arrive. After a while, I heard the sounds of footsteps. It seemed rather early for them, but I grew suspicious. There was only one set of footsteps, and it was coming from above, not from below. When I opened my eyelids, I saw a fencer in light purple cape descending the spiral staircase from the 6th floor. Asana. I willed the strength into my legs to stand. What is it? Did you go to the city up there? She shrugged her caped shoulders as she stepped off the staircase and approached. I heard an interesting story as we were climbing the stairs, so I thought I'd tell you about it. Oh? What kind of story? Asana stopped next to me and turned around so she could lean her back against the wall. It's about the source of Okatan's character's name. What do you suppose it is? Huh? Well, I'd be lying if I said I wasn't curious. He didn't seem like the kind of person who would be quick to anger as the Oko would implied. Does he like Okotatsu? Those low tables with the heater underneath? Bzzz. She crossed her index fingers in an X and grinned. It's the name of a river that flows into the Lake Shikotsu in Hokkaido. He grew up near there, and he had a soft spot for the place. Oh, now that you mention it, Kotan sounds like an Anurish name. But did you really come back here just to tell me that? Of course not, she said, contradicting her earlier statement, but didn't elaborate. It was a reminder to me that she was truly an enigma, but before I could come up with a reply, she suddenly asked, You stayed behind to negotiate with the ALS squad, didn't you? I tilted my head at an awkward angle, neither a nod nor a shake. I wouldn't say that, necessarily. I wouldn't have anything to do up in town anyway. I'll join you, she declared. The ALS would be furious when they learned that they had been beaten them to the punch, of course, but it wouldn't turn them dangerous, I thought. But that depended on how serious they were about getting the guild flag. Did they just want to ensure the DKB didn't get hands on it, or were they determined to seize it at any cost? Even if it was the latter, I couldn't believe they would turn their weapons on a fellow player outside of town. They were the game clears, not bandits. On top of that, I knew that Asuna would not listen to any orders to leave. Thanks, just don't provoke them, please, I pleaded. Asuna murmured that she understood. For the next 5 minutes, we waited along the wall, chatting about mindless subjects. Eventually, the sound of clanking footsteps approached from the descending staircase. 3. It had to be the ALS scout party. The lightly armored fighters raced into the room in a triangle formation, looking around sharply for my spot on the wall, and called out, Hey guys! The men all looked in my direction. Their eyes and mouth went huge. Nightwing, what are you doing here? Where's the floor boss? Sorry, I already beat him. After a full 5 seconds of silence, the captain sighed and shook his head. One of the two in the rear mumbled, I just had a feeling. 1 minute later, the full 24-man ALS core group and the duo from the True Pioneer group faced one another across the descending staircase. Some of the men dressed in matching moss green and dark metal gear whispered among one another in the back, But the spiky-haired guild leader Cabal stood boldly in the center, his arms crossed, eyes, mouth shut tight, maintaining his silence, figuring it was a good opportunity to refresh my memory on the names and faces of the main ALS members. I turned to Asuna and whispered, "Do you know any of their names aside from Cabal?" The one to the right of Cabal with the trident is Hokaikura, the one with the scimitar on the left is Melon Masked, and the one to the left of him with a short spear is Chickenspeck, I think. Well, I'm glad they're not all named after food, I muttered, suddenly struck by a pang of hunger. Asuna promptly added, Chickenspeck is a type of Austrian smoked ham. It's well spiced and quite delicious. When we get back, we'll have to eat dinner. Before Asuna could reply to that suggestion, Cabal's eyes flashed open, and arms still crossed, he shouted, "At any rate, it seems clear that y'all beat the boss, so I'll tell you congratulations. But if you don't explain a few things right here and now, we won't be able to go trapsing back to town." Yeah, I get it. I'll explain whatever I can, I said. Cabal thrust out his hand, an index finger upright. "First, you ain't gotta tell me it was just you who beat the boss all on your own. Where'd you get the muscle?" "I'm afraid I can't tell you that," I replied. Cabal's eyebrows arched, but he withheld a comment and straightened another finger. "Second, it ain't a coincidence you beat the boss just before we showed up. How'd you know we were gonna tackle the boss tonight?" "Sorry, I can't tell you that either." His eyebrows twitched again. Half the members with him looked ready to explode with anger, while the other half shook their heads in disbelief or resignation. I heard one of them yell to take the question seriously, but Cabal silenced him with his hand and held up the third finger. "Those are just the warm-up, but this one you can't back out of answering. The floor boss must have dropped an item called a guild flag. What happened to it?" Now it was my turn to fall silent. Not because Cabal had caught me in a trap, but because I knew it was necessary for me to be honest about it. There was a danger to doing that, however slight. In the worst case scenario, the 24 players could draw their swords and PK me. If that happened, I needed Asuna to escape up the spiral stairs. Simulating how that reaction would play out in my head, I nodded. "Yeah, it dropped," the ALS members murmured, stunned. I held up the index and middle finger on my right hand and swiped them straight down. My menu appeared with a bell chime, and I used it to materialize the item I just placed inside it. The murmur increased when they saw the 10-foot-long silver flagpole appeared in the shower of light. I gripped the pole around the middle and closed the window, loudly stomped the butt of the flag of valor onto the stone floor of the boss chamber. "This is the guild flag, and I'm guessing you already know planting on the ground like this provides 4 buffs to all guild members within 50 feet of the flag. It's an extremely helpful item against bosses, but once registered to a guild, it can never be changed." My explanation was rather abbreviated, but even then, the ALS members were stunned into muttering for a third time. Some of them looked up at the pure white banner, clearly envisioning it dyed with the color and logo of the ALS. But Cabal had the presence of mind to hold steady. He snorted and got to business at hand. "Well, well, well, you got your prize, just like a true beater. So since you refuse to join any guild, what you gonna do with that thing?" This was the centerpiece of the conversation. I sucked in a deep breath, tensed my stomach, and raised the guild flag and slammed the butt again on the ground with a crack. "I am not opposed to leaving this flag in your care, Cabal. However, I have 2 conditions." "Let's hear them." "While there are 2, I need only one to be satisfied. The first is that if the future boss drops the same item, in that case, I will offer this flag freely to the guild that does not receive it, so that the ALS has one and the DKB has one." I heard cries of, "When will that happen?" and "Just wasting time until then," from the back. But Cabal only nodded, prompting me to continue with a glance. I took another deep breath and delivered my second condition. "Or, if the ALS and the DKB join forces to form a new guild, In that case, I will give you the flag instantly and without further requirements. Over 3 seconds of heavy silence passed. It was torn to shreds by cavalcade and bellowing voices. We can't do that! Merge with those elitist pricks? Are you joking? Go ahead and suggest the same thing to them. They'll tell you you're crazy. 24 angry men inched forward, and at my side, Asuna grew noticeably stiffer. I continued to stand tall against the shouts, mentally measuring the distance to the staircase. Just then, a high-pitched shriek cut across the rabble.
I know the truth! They're not planning to give us the flag from the start! They're demanding the impossible from us so they can keep it and start to get their own guild!
That ugly, eardrum-piercing voice was familiar to me. It was the voice that revealed I was a former beta tester in the first boss chamber. The voice that suggested the Legend Brave scam had caused a fatality in the second boss chamber. The voice that claimed Asa and I were trying to monopolize the Elf War campaign quests in the third floor boss chamber. Breaking through the crowd was the dagger user, whose name was Joe. I recall. He wore a leather mask with holes in his eyes and mouth, which made him look ridiculous, but also hid his facial features. Joe pointed a finger at me, bent like a claw, and shouted,
We don't gotta listen to their nonsense, Kiba! There's only 2 of them! There are plenty of ways we can take that flag back!
Wait. I'd heard that screeching voice somewhere else, too. Not a big group like this, but in town, or the wilderness, or a dungeon. Just as my mind was about to seize on some kernel understanding, a deep, threatening voice growled, You mean by Vorse, Joe?
Exactly! We got 4 full parties here. There's only 2 of them. It would be easy.
You idiot! Cabal thundered, grabbing Joe by the shirt. He lifted the smaller avatar and practically headbutted the leather mask. Yeah, the info on the guild flag you brought us was accurate. But no matter how important it is, if we draw swords on another player, that makes us nothing but a bunch of thugs and criminals. Sit your ass down and think about why the ALS exists again. He thrust Joe away and turned his back towards us, lowering his head despite the grimace on his features. Sorry about forcing you to hear that nonsense. As far as those conditions go, can I assume you'd tell the DKB the same thing? Yes, of course. Then I'll let you hold on to the flag for now. Wouldn't hold our hope for the merger, though. By Cabal's standards, it seemed like a rather easy resignation, but I suspect that it was just a sign that he, too, thought of the flag like a used unstable bomb. While not all of them looked entirely satisfied, the other members had no choice but to fall silent at their leader's order. Joe glared at us briefly before returning to his position. Cabal crossed his arms again, puffed out his chest, and barked, We're going back now! Nice work, y'all! He started for the stairs leading down. I was in the process of putting the guild flag back in my inventory, and looked up with a start at the spiky head. Actually, they should have activated the 6th floor gate already, so if you want to return to Kerluin, it might be faster that way. I see. Cabal spun around on his heels and headed for the spiral stairs instead. When he passed by me, I thought I saw his lips quietly form the word thanks. But that was probably my mind playing tricks on me. It took a while for 24 sets of feet to disappear up the stairs. When silence arrived at last, I felt the tension within me finally snap. I let out a long breath. Well, out of all the possible outcomes, I considered that was definitely one of the better ones. I still have to tell the DKB about this. But for now, nice work, Asuna. Let's take a little rest and then go back. I was going to finish, but the words caught in my throat. The fencer had been standing there, listening during the entire conversation with Cabal, her presence regal and confident. But now, 2 tears trailed silently down her pale cheeks. They formed droplets under her slender chin, glittering as they collected the light from the vast chamber, then fell, one and then another. Asuna? I whispered, completely dumbfounded by why she would be crying. There'd been some tension in the showdown with the ALS, but Cabal had kept a cool head, so I'd never felt in danger for my life. The boss battle before that had been much more terrifying ordeal, and Asuna had never raised a peep of concern during the long fight. So why cry now? Eventually, my mind ran out of steam and went blank. She looked straight at me, not bothering to hide her tears. Despite the situation, I couldn't stop myself from thinking that those wet, hazel brown eyes were the most beautiful thing I'd seen in the world. Her pale lips parted, vibrating the virtual air. Why? Why? She clenched her eyes shut, dripping large orbs of fluid, then raised her voice. Why do you have to be talked to like that? After how hard you worked, after you risked your life to fight for the sake of the group, for the sake of everyone trapped in here, after you bowed to them and apologized. Why do you deserve this? It took some time for those words, spoken in a voice like a tiny silver thread pulled to its absolute tautest, to form meaning in my head. Asuna was crying for my sake, but that understanding did not tell me how I should have reacted. Her wet eyes scrunched up. This is wrong. They make their guilds, put all their friends in, do whatever they want, bicker with each other, and you ran yourself ragged for their sake. Only to get accused like that. It's wrong. It's absolutely wrong. She protested, shaking her head. Asuna looked up at the ceiling and pursed her lips, helpless to stop the streaming tears. Finally, I succeeded in sucking in a breath. I took a step toward my partner and managed to put my thoughts into words. That's what I chose to happen. I chose not to join a group. I'm not fighting because I want people to recognize me or praise me. As long as I can protect myself and those around me, the rest really doesn't matter to me. I had kept an ugly bit of ego hidden from Asuna all this time. I didn't have a shred of dedication to others or self-sacrifice. The reason I avoided joining either of the two guilds and formed my own boss party and nearly killed myself fighting and apologized to the group afterwards was no other reason than my own survival. So I don't have the right to be recognized or praised. You don't need to cry for. An impact against my right shoulder cut me off. Asuna was clenching her fist. I'm the one who decides who I cry for! She shouted, her face a mess. She used her other hand to rub her eyes and attempted a smile. The hand still pressed against my shoulder, opened up and grabbed the surface of my coat instead. In that case, I'll be the one who praises you, Kirito. I'll do whatever I can for you. Whatever you say. Later, much later, Asuna would confide to me. A part of me was worried about the possibility that you would say something really crazy, with a gentle, beaming smile. But at this moment, I wasn't capable of saying anything crazy. The best I could do was offer her a very awkward smile. Just you saying that is enough for me. I don't want you to do anything for me. Then sit down, she ordered abruptly. Pushing hard, I gave in to her force and lowered myself to one knee. Suddenly, her hand left my shoulder and circled behind my head and pulled me against the light steel plate covering her chest. Her left hand slowly, gently, tenderly stroking my hair. She repeated the motion over and over and over. The softness of her hand, the scent like spring sunshine, the warmth of her body touching mine. As I soaked in these sensations, I eventually came to the realization that tears were brimming in my own eyes. The exhaustion that had set in over the 55-day battle that had taken me from the first floor to the 5th, and the support, healing, and courage that the fencer presence had brought me throughout that time. These things kept me locked in place, submitting to Asuna's embrace for a long time, and throughout, the movement of her hand never
ever stopped.
12. 10, 9, 8, 7. Caerluin, the main city of the 5th floor, rocked with the voices of over 1,000 players chanting in unison. 6, 5, 4, 3. There was no screen showing the numbers or an MC leading the crowd through a mic, but the countdown continued perfect in harmony, regardless. 2, 1. A number of flames leapt up from the teleporter gate at the center of town, toward the bottom of the floor above. As the crowd chanted 0, a huge circle of flowers bloomed in the dark sky. The cheers of the players blended into the booming of the fireworks. Calls of Happy New Year's and congratulations echoed off the buildings, and several players celebrated the moment by furling colorful sword skills against the walls here and there. We were standing on a terrace in ruined old castle on the east end of Caerluin, which offered us a view of both the fireworks display and the celebration below. It was a hidden spot, so no one else would bother us. It was absorbed by the show of light and sound, but my partner was not. "Happy New Year, Kirito!" she bubbled, holding out a narrow glass with a smile. "Happy New Year!" I replied, clinking it with my own glass. We drank champagne, if you could call it that. At the most, it was bubbling golden wine, and shared a smile, then looked back into the sky overhead. "I didn't know they had fireworks. Where do they sell them, I wonder?" I murmured, squinting as I watched the colorful bursts. Asuna was on the fireworks team of the planning party committee, so she had the answer. Litton told us there was a fishy item shop in the little corner of the town of beginnings. They spotted the fireworks there first, and that was what gave them the idea for a countdown party. "Oh, I wonder if those fireworks cause damage if they hit a monster," I suggested, which earned me the first look of exasperation of the year from Asuna. "I'm sorry to inform you that they are only usable in town." "Oh, I didn't realize. More importantly, it's almost over. Go on, watch those fireworks properly before they finish." At her suggestion, I looked over to the town, where the highest number of flames yet were rising from the ground. Da 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 doom! They exploded at the same time. The colorful flashes appeared, filling the night sky, sparkling like rain before they vanished. Another cheer rose from the town, and when it died down at last, I turned to Asuna. "So, it's 2023, I murmured, trying to grapple with the concept of a new year that had actually begun. "It's hard to believe we've been here for 2 months. "Yeah, when I was hiding in that inn in the room of Town of Beginnings, each day was like an eternity. But once I started helping out, they started passing in a blink. Well, sure, when you're doing quests, raising skill levels, and gathering ingredients and so on, there aren't enough hours in the day to manage it all. Still." I paused, and Asuna looked at me expectantly. I turned to the sky, which was dark again, and gazed at a massive lid of steel and rock and shook my head. "Just thinking 2023 is going to be a very long year. We've got 12 whole months after all." "Well, of course we do." She jabbed my shoulder, and I made an exaggerated display of falling over. In all honesty, I was wondering how long we could maintain our current pace of advancement. It took me 1 week to beat the 3rd floor, 6 days for the 4th, and this floor only took 4 days to finish. But the reason that kind of power playing worked was because we were maintaining a margin of safety above the recommended level for each area. Since the monsters were comparatively weak, we could cruise through quests and raise our skill levels and gather ingredients without stressing out about it. But that would not last forever. It would get harder and harder to maintain the safety margin until the point that we were spending every waking hour of the day farming monsters. And because we would need to fight tougher monsters for better experience gain, that would involve the heavy mental toll as well. By the time we got to the 10th floor, the spot where we ended the beta, the difficulty of beating each floor would be much worse than it was now. But bringing that up now wouldn't change a single thing about it. The point was, we'd survived to see a new year. No doubt the news that the 5th floor had been beaten on the very day of the countdown party would be a huge morale boost. It gave the DKB a nasty surprise. But tomorrow, later today, I would join Shivada and Hafner in properly explaining the situation and the guild flag to them. For now, I was going to enjoy the biggest festival ever held in Einkrad. That would help create the energy to fuel our conquest to the next floor. I started to pour a fresh glass of champagne for myself, then realized the bottle was running low. I turned to Asuna, who was nibbling on some cheese, and said, "I'm going down to get a fresh bottle and some food. Wait for me here." "Thanks, be careful." I waved at her and went back to the castle. The terrace was a special hidden spot, but the front of the courtyard of the castle was the main party area, where Agile was set up as a food vendor. He had an assortment of specialty foods from all the 5 floors available. So I charged through the castle, thinking excitedly about which items would give Asuna the creeps. I raced down to the steps from the 4th floor castle to the 3rd and headed through the secret door down to the dusty passage. Past a row of pillars, I made my way to the main street of the castle. Just then, I felt a powerful chill at my nape of my neck. I instinctively leaped sideways, but a sharp object pressed against my back through my coat. Someone hiding in the shadows of the pillars had jabbed the point of the blade against my back. This was not a prank from a familiar person. If this individual had been hiding for fun, even swept away by the celebratory mood as I would have noticed. The mystery person had been concealed with the hiding skill, one proficient enough that even my search skill did not detect it. I felt the person's face approach my frozen ear. It breathed softly and whispered to me, "It's showtime." It was a cold, deep voice, one I'd never heard before. It had more inflection than was necessary, yet there was not a hint of emotion in it. "Who are you?" I demanded in a rasping voice, measured the timing it would take for me to leap away, but the pressure of the point against my back increased only a bit. "Whoopsie, stay still now. Wouldn't want you to move and get stabbed by my knife." The only person I could imagine doing such a thing to me was Morche, the dual PKer whom I already had a history with. But this voice and the way it spoke was utterly different from his. I contained my breathing and whispered back, "We're in town. You can't threaten me with that thing here." I was absolutely certain of that fact, but the mugger at my back ruled that defense out. "Come on, Nightwing, get it right. The only front courtyard of the castle is in town. The interior is a dungeon, remember?" "What?" I fell silent, frantically searching through my memory. There were indeed a number of quests set around the ruined castle, and the secret doors here. There made it like a dungeon, but there weren't any monsters. Plus, there was no outside field notice when I entered the castle. But it was also true that Caroline was more vague than normal when it came to the boundary between safe and unsafe areas. I couldn't deny the possibility that I was so carried away with the party atmosphere that I simply missed the message. But even then, this isn't the real world. That's just one knife. Even an ultra-powerful boss drop wouldn't have enough power to wipe out my HP in one hit, and would make you an orange player. You don't think I'd just stand there and take it, do you? "Oh, very brave of you. Sure, it won't do much HP damage. But what if I told you this blade has level 5 paralyzing venom and level 5 damaging poison applied to it?" The fierce point of the weapon poked me twice again, teasing now. It was impossible. Even monsters using only level 2 poison at this stage, the poisonous a player could make with a mixing skill were only level 1, due to the materials available. That was all I knew from the beta, and I'd been shown in time again that my memory did not guarantee anything in Einkrad anymore. If his threat was true, then I would collapse on the spot for at least 10 minutes. If I was pricked, plenty of time for my HP to run out. I sucked a tiny breath into my stiffening chest and expelled it in words. "What do you want?" The voice chuckled just behind my ear. It was a theatrical laugh, quite joyful, by the sound of it, yet clearly containing no true emotion within it. Isn't it obvious, bro? I want to have fun. Fun? That's right. I want to have a good time. They built this incredible stage for us, you know? I want to throw a wrench into the works and really make it dramatic. After that statement, I finally understood who the man standing behind me was. I didn't know his name or face, of course, but I knew him. You're Morche's boss, the one who taught the Legend Braves about the upgrading scam, and the one trying to make the ALS and the DKB fight. The man in the black poncho, I accused, voice rasping. He whistled in admiration. Oh, I like that nickname. Nice John Wayne Gracie vibe to it. So shall we find somewhere else to go? Where did you intend to take me? Underground, of course. Killers always go down in the basement, right? There was indeed an underground floor in this castle. It would be all over if I went over there. No one would hear my screams, and the basement had monsters in it. That was unquestionably out of the safe haven. It would be suicidal to do as he said, but given that I couldn't rule out the level 5 poison on his knife, I had no other choice but to obey. No. If he really had level 5 paralysis at his command, he didn't need to threaten and order me around. He could just poke me with it and carry me anywhere he wanted. It wouldn't be easy to drag my body into the basement. The paralysis was a bluff. And I guessed, no, I knew we weren't out of town. Morche and this man were PKers using provocation. The one tool someone used to provoke others was language. He was trying to convince me that I was already in a dangerous area to make me move to a place that actually was. Got it, I said, and stepped forward. The moment a tiny space opened between my back and the tip of the knife, I leapt back hard. The knife slammed into my back, of course, the sharp tip tearing through the leather coat of my shirt. Then, filling the hallway with a purple flash, a shock hit my back. The anti-criminal code kicked in, generating an automatic wall that pushed me and the knife apart. Shit! The man swore, and held strong against the impact, and pulled my sword free as I spun around. Rah! I unleashed the slant sword skill. I wouldn't damage my opponent, of course, but my intention was to temporarily pause him with the knockback effect, and hopefully alert Agile's group in the courtyard below with the flash and sound. I caught sight of the black figure, attempting to leap away. It was quite tall. The thin body was shrouded in a black hooded short coat that shone with a reflective finish. A poncho. I couldn't see the face under the hood, but there were black curls at the base of his neck. My system-accelerated blade bore down on his breast. If I could force him to fall over, I could keep him in a pseudo-stun state by continually hitting him with sword skills. But the man's airborne body retreated with impossible speed. For a jump, and my sword hit only empty air. Not done yet! I drew back my blade for a charging skill, Rage Spike, hoping to time it for when he landed. The poncho man had to have a very high acrobatic skill, but even he couldn't jump back faster than the charging skill. The moment I lurched forward on my left foot and broke out of post-skill delay, my sword began to glow brightly. But once again, the man in the poncho betrayed my expectations. Right before he landed, he tossed a small sphere onto the ground. It exploded on impact, throwing up a thick ball black smoke that filled the hallway. A smoke screen? I had never seen the item in SAO, either now or on the beta, but I executed the sword skill anyway, in the direction I expected my adversary to be. The special metallic sound, unique to the charging skills, rang out, and the sharp tip of the Sword of Eventide ripped through the smoke. I felt it graze something, and there was a small flash of purple system effect again. That was all. When I landed, I slipped out of the smoke and quickly scanned my surroundings. But the man in the black poncho was nowhere to be seen.
I tried to make full use of my search skill, concentrating hard, my vision and hearing, but I caught neither movement or shadow nor footsteps.
Until we meet again, Nightwing.
I turned around in the direction I thought I heard the message come from, but the clearing smoke sitting in a dim hallway just mocked my solitude. I ground my teeth together, realizing I hadn't even caught sight of his face. But then I spotted something. A mid-sized knife lying on the ground on the side of the hall. I walked over to pick it up. It was all black with a simple design, but even in my level 19 hands, I'd gained a level in the boss fight. It felt quite heavy. I tossed the non-poisoned weapon into my inventory, then realized I shouldn't be hanging around. The man might not have been acting alone. Morche, the other cloaked man in the catacombs, or even more companions could be lurking around any corner. Asuna, I muttered, and turned around to sprint at full speed. What if they used the same method to lure Asuna into the open? In terms of power, she was no way inferior to Morche, but she didn't know much about PvP combat yet. She asked for instructions when we first got into this floor, but she had backed down at the last moment. She wouldn't be able to handle these tricksters in their unpredictable ways. I raced back up to the hallway, used a switch in the little dead-end room to open a secret door, then took the stairs up to the 4th floor, 3 steps at a time. All that was left was to spring down the hall and make it hard turn at the terrace. Asuna! I bellowed. The fencer turned away from her view of the bustling town and looked back at me in surprise. Oh, what's the matter, Kirito? In the moment, I had no answer. I just stood in the doorway of the terrace for a while before walking over to her. Hey, what are you? I held out my arms, circled them around her slender body, and pulled her close. Only when I felt the warmth and pressure of her avatar, her body, did I exhale with relief. In the morning, I would give her a proper dueling lesson this time. For now, I just held her close to me. After a while, she moved her hands and patted my back like I was a child. Her gentle whisper sounded in my ear. Will you let go now? I'm going to hit you with a sword skill.
This area might be outside of town. Of course it's in town. Her left hook slammed into my guts, resulting in a heavy shock wave and a shower of purple sparks.